Good morning and welcome to Mid-Ohio's sports car course for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. This is round 15. We're still qualifying here. We have 4 sessions this morning, and those will be the sessions for Touring classes, STL. No, I'm sorry, 4 sessions this morning. It'll be our production cars, B-Spec cars in Group 1 this morning. Then we've got SMX. Then our third session is going to be our GT big bore cars, and then finally wings and things. Actually, those are all wings today because we split them up. Anyway, I'm Brian Bielanski. With me this morning is Rusty Bell, one of Mid-Ohio's fantastic public address announcers, joining us for the call this weekend, helping us with the color commentary because our good man Greg Ginsburg, he is doing some races at Summit Point this weekend. So our friends from Mid-Ohio decided that they were available when we asked them to come and help out, and welcome Rusty. How are you?
I'm good. Always great to be here at Mid-Ohio. It's our first event for the announcers to show up out here. There's been a number of other events here at Mid-Ohio, but great to see race cars on track and the Hoosier Super Tour. Always a great crowd, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, we have almost 300 cars here this weekend, which is quite a big field for the Super Tour and for Mid-Ohio. So pretty exciting weekend on tap here Saturday and Sunday, and we're looking forward to it.
Yep, and the one thing everyone who might have been with us yesterday will notice that is different today is there is a giant yellow orb in the sky. And it is actually somewhat sunny this morning, so that's a good thing.
Yeah, the track surface was repaved earlier this year, and the drivers really unsure of the lines yesterday in the rain, and today they're going to get a chance here in the dry. Right now it's still pretty damp out, a lot of fog here in Lexington, but they should be able to get the cars warmed up, and hopefully the track surface will dry out here shortly, and we'll get an idea of the surface. Everybody, the drivers I talked to yesterday, very happy with the grip in the rain. This track notorious in its old pavement to be very difficult to drive in the rain, and they were surprised at the grip that it had in the rain yesterday, so they think the grip in the dry is going to be even better. And maybe by Sunday, maybe today, we may see some track records fall because the surface, from what I'm hearing from them, is that good.
One of the things that surprised me yesterday is it was off and on rain, and I was surprised at how quickly the surface dried when it wasn't raining. So that was pretty cool. There's some really good drainage. The only spot here that we had a little river right here on between 10 and 11, that river seems to, what I can tell, pretty much on, especially in the racing. But everything dried out really fast yesterday, and when it wasn't raining, and when it was raining, it was pretty wet. All right, we've got our green flag in the air for our first qualifying session of the day. This is GT Lights, E, F, and H production, and B-Spec. There were 20 B-Spec cars on the entry list today, so a huge B-Spec field, and a really awesome field of production cars as well. We've got 4 E-production cars here this weekend, and we've got 8, or at least entered 8 F-production cars, so that's also a pretty big field there. Our GT Lights field, there's 8 GT Lights cars here, so a really strong field here in one of the fields and one of the race groups that doesn't always have the highest subscription rate at the Super Tour.
Yeah, they made it a point, the GT Light Group made it a point to try to get drivers out. In fact, I rented my car out this weekend since I was going to be doing the announcing or helping with announcing this weekend. My car was available, and one of the guys was struggling to get a new engine in his car, so I told him to go ahead and use mine. So that's just the GT Light community and all the SCCA folks, typically the racers, always willing to step up and try to help. So we look forward for this race to get going. I see quite a bit of smoke there out of David's strip matter in that Acura as he comes around turn 6, going over towards turn 9, the entry to Thunder Valley. But a lot of smoke out of that car, so we'll have to keep an eye on that one.
Yep, you're exactly right. It is. Hopefully that's just a little oil overflow that they'll get rid of pretty quickly, but that's a lot.
Yeah, that's a lot of smoke.
As my dad used to say, smoking is bad, but it's worse when it stops smoking. So we'll see if maybe they'll come in and get that checked out here over time. Michael Lewis, very early on here, is on top of the leaderboard. Yeah, he is. I'm kind of surprised he didn't go in the pits there.
Yeah, and it's going right by. Michael Lewis yesterday in the rain, the times were just outstanding here in the mid 150s, which typically
Right.
I don't think I've ever seen anybody under 2 minutes in those kind of classes in the rain, and he was in the 150s. So
Right.
definitely liking the new grip that the track has, and obviously his setup was really good yesterday. So he'll be the car to watch, I think, here in GT Light.
Absolutely. 25-minute qualifying sessions this morning. There's 4 of them. And then we're going to get to our races this afternoon. Once we go racing at around 10:20 a.m. this morning, we'll have 25-minute races. And then all qualifying is done. No qualifying sessions tomorrow. We'll use the times from today's qualifying and the races. Oh, there we have a car spun there in the keyhole. That looks like maybe a mini.
Probably a B-Spec car.
B-Spec minis possible. With the glare this morning, it's sun a little lower in the sky. It'll get another hour or so, and that will clear up this air here just a little bit. Hey, I'd rather have a little glare and sunshine than the weather we had yesterday.
Yeah, that was. I wouldn't say it was miserable because it was decent temperature-wise out here. A lot of times it can be really cold and rainy, and the temperature was okay, but certainly the drivers, again, they're just trying to get a feel for the new pavement, and they really couldn't do it yesterday except the comments about pretty good grip in the rain compared to what we had previously. But I'm very interested to see where the lap times are going to go today in the dry with this great group of cars we've got.
So you being a GT Lights driver, how long does it take in weather conditions like this? Wow, he is so really, really smoking. How long does it take in weather conditions like this to get the heat in the tires?
In my car, I could probably have heat in the tires. Actually, I could probably get heat in the tires in a lap, but
Okay.
two laps is probably optimal. The third lap, I would probably push on it on lap 3 to let the car hang out a little bit. But this, I still see some damp spots. There's definitely perfectly dry areas of the track, but I still see some damp spots on the track, depending on the corner. We're looking at turn 1 right now, and there's definitely some damps on the outside, but the line looks to be fairly dry as we watch the cars hit the apex for turn 1.
The one real concern today, at least until maybe noon or so, if we don't get any more rain, is if you go off right now, the grass is still really going to be wet, and it'll take a while for that to dry out. And as we saw yesterday, getting cars out of the grass can be really problematic.
We have always called that turbo grass here because typically you're on the binders. As you know, the car is going to head off track, so you've got a little bit of negative momentum. And then all of a sudden, when you hit the grass, you have no momentum, so the car slides right through the grass very easily.
Yeah, it looks like the start-finish line here is going to display the meatball flag for that smoking car.
Yeah, they put the number board out last time by the start-finish line to let him know, but Dave Stripmatter still circulating out there with that car. The meatball typically displayed, and it was displayed out there at the exit of Thunder Valley as they come up here towards the pit lane. Looks like he's going wide to the pit entrance.
Was there, and he'll go in and get that checked out. And yeah, that's not just a little overflow smoke. There's something significantly wrong there. So. Yeah, the grass here, yesterday we saw one car really struggle to get off the grass, but they finally, after about 5 minutes trying, figured out a path out. Maybe not the most suggested path out of the grass, but we'll talk about that at another date. I'm sure the stewards had a discussion with him on that one. But anyway, yeah, it's really hard to get out. But I was really impressed yesterday with the safety crew here. They were able to get cars cleared from China Beach several times really fast, and a couple of other areas. So they did a real bang-up job in some pretty unenviable conditions.
Yeah, they had a lot of practice doing that here. Like I said, in years past, in the rain, we'd lose about half the field at one time or another. They would be off track. So that's the safety crews got used to pulling cars out. And just as you said, depending on where you go off, you could be on a little uphill stretch. If you're in the grass when it's wet and you're trying to go uphill, most of the time the slicks will not, even the rain tires won't really work for you. So you've got to almost turn around and go counter race in the grass to get the car to roll.
All right, we're about 3 laps into the session, 4 laps in now. Michael Lewis is our fast car with a 141.9. Oh, I lied. He just hit his 5th lap, went purple again with a 140.010. So that's your provisional pole sitter at the moment. That's a GT Lights car. Your fast car in F production right now, Mason Workman in the Mazda Miata with a lap of 142.441. Your fast car right now in H production is Steve Sargis. That's a Triumph Spitfire. That's a 143.784. Going down to the B-Spec cars, your fast car right now is Daniel Conway in a Mini Cooper with a 151.449. And then I believe that's E production. Well, we'll find our E production fast car here. That would be Heike Silgren in the Datsun 240Z with a 144.187. So that's your fast cars right now in each group. And now, just as I was saying that, Lance Loffman in the E-Production Datsun 240, he goes fast in E-Production with a 143.913. So as the session goes on, we are getting these times to go down here. And with a little bit more drying of the track and a little more heat in the tires, I expect that we're still going to get some faster times here as the session goes on.
Yeah, a lot of cars in this group, so there definitely is traffic. So these drivers, you can see them sort of hunting for a little bit of clear track. Except in the case of the B-Spec cars, a lot of those cars like to try to draft off each other on the straightaways here. And we may even see a little bump drafting. I know the stewards frown on that. I always liked it.
Of course.
But it can definitely help. So we'll keep an eye on the B-Spec field. Most of the other classes, too much fiberglass and not enough support in the structure of the car to do a little bit of bump drafting. So we'll watch for that too. We see right there one of the GT Light Cars, Graham Fuller, your national champion from last year, is here in his Tercel and just cleared some traffic. So we'll try to take a look and see what kind of times Graham can put out. Obviously, the car's fast. He's currently sitting 3rd in the class. And now that he's got some clear track, we'll see if he wants to put in a flyer.
In this class, you've got two groups that really race differently. Your production and GT Lights cars race one way, the B-Spec cars race another way. So they're going to do a split start in this group when we get to the race here. The GT Light and production cars will start up front. Our B-Spec cars will start in the back in the race with 2 pace cars probably. So that will help as far as the traffic for the 2 groups.
Yeah, I've got some more national champions of years past. Kevin Ruck and his F Production Integra out there right now. Currently sitting 4th in this field. David Bednar's always a good competitor in this part of the country for sure. Currently leads that field, but we'll keep an eye on Kevin Ruck. He typically will get the setup dialed in here pretty quick. Again, this is just the first qualifying session, and as Brian has talked about, really the first dry track that these drivers have seen this weekend. So we'll keep an eye on these times to see if they keep dropping here as the session goes on.
All right, let's take our first break of the day. We'll do a call to break, take a break, and then we come back. Hopefully we'll go green all the way to the finish here of this qualifying session. Attention in the paddock, attention to the paddock. Group 7 cars to the grid for your qualifying sessions. Spec MX5. Group 7 to the grid for your qualifying session. All right, we'll go to break. We'll be back in just about 2 minutes.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you. Or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA and provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. Hagerty also provides guaranteed value coverage and even has protection for your trailer. And did you know that SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty? Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at hagerty.com.
Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for the hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit HawkPerformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
It's the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 28 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototype to formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Welcome back to Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. We are in Group 6 qualifying, GT Lights, E Production, F Production, H Production, and B-Spec. I'm Brian Bielanski. Rusty Bell is here with me for the call. He's going to be joined this weekend also by Tom Michaels, another one of Mid-Ohio's finest. They're going to flip-flop the second chair this weekend, so we appreciate them helping us out. And time's continuing to come down a little bit, Rusty.
Yeah, you can see the lines definitely getting dry. We just had a lot of fog and a lot of dampness overnight, but the fog is burned off for the most part, and the track surface starting to dry out. Even the few damp spots we saw, we get another view of turn one. Again, you can see the dampness on the track, but it's not anywhere near the line. But, that's Kevin Ruck that is spun wide the entry to the keyhole turn. Got it off to driver's right on that little left-hander as you come up the hill and through the keyhole. So he is able to get it straightened out and moving forward.
Yeah, this camera angle shows some elevation change here that it's hard to realize that it's there until you see it in this camera.
It's a big off-camber turn. That's why even when the professional series come, a lot of people struggle with this exit of the keyhole turn. Some people use a double apex line moving in, but a lot of cars just use a single apex and just tap the left foot brake to get the car to rotate through the corner. But it's definitely got a lot of elevation. The whole track has a lot of elevation change.
Definitely. Michael Lewis is our provisional pole sitter at the moment with a 140.010. Yeah, there is a car. I think that's one of the minis. I see that little racing stripe down the middle of the car. That's pretty common on our minis, but we'll see if we get a car number from the flaggers down there in turn 4. So better to be in that part of the racetrack than over in China Beach, though. Usually, though, when a car is there, they've parked it there. Yeah,
I'm getting a report there. I think that's car 63. That would be Brian Floyd in the GT Light Volkswagen is the car sitting in the grass, and they already called for a flat tow at the end of the session.
Yep, a nice safe position. Thank you for parking there as opposed to somewhere else. Good job there. That allows us to keep racing. Isaac Preston has moved into second place on the grid right now in that Toyota Tercel at a 141.6. Doug Weaver right now, your F production pole sitter, in a 141.616. Also just a few hundredths. Oh, more trouble. That's definitely a Miata.
Yeah, production Miata.
Yep. Know which one. We'll see if we can get a number on that when we come by. We might actually be able to see the number on this one. Comes and no, can't see the number. And that was wishful thinking.
That'd be Charlie Campbell that spun at the entry to the keyhole turn. So Charlie Campbell driving the number 9 F production car.
So back to our times here. David Nars is your second fastest car in F production, followed by Kevin Ruck And then your E production fast car right now, Lance Loftman. H production is still Steve Sargis at the top there. And then heading down and looking at B-Spec, it is Daniel Conway from Ruther Glen, Virginia. He is the fast car in B-Spec with Tristan Herbert and Rob Karchik right behind him. That's your front 3 cars in B-Spec at this moment. 4.5 minutes to go. Let me make another call to grid. Attention in the paddock, attention to the paddock. Group 7 cars to the grid, Spec MX5 cars to the grid for your qualifying session.
Watching a number of cars coming into the pit lane right now as we've got just under 5 minutes left in the session. Not sure if they're going to try to make any tweaks to the car or not, or whether they've decided they've put their good lap in and they're just going to stand on that. So we'll keep an eye on the continually changing grid here as the session wears on, but a number of drivers now dropping into the pit lane with now just 4 minutes left in the session.
Yeah, Michael Lewis had his fast lap on lap number 4, so it could be that some of the drivers have decided they're good. And the other flip side to that is when people start coming in, I always say, okay, I've got a little more clear track to try to put down another good lap because we've got a few fewer cars on the track at that moment. So 2 schools of thought, and some may just want to get time on in this new racing surface too.
Yeah, I would. If I was out there, I'd want to stay out there and try some different lines.
Right.
Again, from what I'm hearing, there are some of the original lines, and I know all the track markers have sort of been erased. That a lot of the guys use certain patches in the track as their turn-in points and braking points, and those are gone.
Yeah.
So they have to sort of relearn and pick out a spot, whether it's on the wall or one of the brake markers, to actually be consistent with their laps.
That's always a struggle when they do any kind of work on a racetrack. A new patch on a racetrack can really screw you up too. So no patches here though with this beautiful new surface. 3 minutes and 3 minutes to go in the session, and Doug Weaver just put in a really fast lap. In F production, he has a 1:43.96, so that moves him to second place on the grid. That'll put him on the front row if nothing changes over the next 2 minutes and 45 seconds.
Yeah, David Bednarz now moves to the front, gets a little bit faster than Michael Lewis with his time, a 1:39. First driver in the 1:39s here today, so he is now the pole sitter in this group.
So you can put down a fast lap here late in the session.
Yeah, in fact, that was his 12th lap in this session. So some drivers like to work up to those quick laps, and again, with new surface, they may have just tried a little bit different line in one of the turns, and that's all it takes to pick up another 10th.
So right now, an all Mazda front row, it would be a Miata and an RX-7, one in F production, one in GT lights. Your second row would be a Mazda and a Toyota Tercel. Your third row right now would be a Mazda and an Acura Integra. And then your fourth row would be a Datsun 240Z and a Triumph Bitfire. So got a little bit of everything in those first 4 rows there. I love still seeing the old school production cars still being able to find ways to go fast with some of the new school production cars as well.
Yeah, the integration there was, I think they did a really nice job of mixing the classes and keeping those production fields balanced with the new and the old. Certainly we used to, production cars used to be open-top roadsters is what you always saw, and then a number of years ago they started allowing the full-bodied coupes. Even some 4-door cars occasionally would be able to run in the production classes as limited prep cars, and a lot of tweaking of the rules to try to keep everything balanced in those classes.
55 minutes left in the session. When we get to the checkered flag, I'll give everybody the top 3 in each class, and then we'll take a break and get to our next group in just a few minutes. Racing starts this morning at 10:20 a.m. Once we go racing, that's the end of qualifying. No more qualifying for the rest of the weekend. Still some more cars, as you can see, coming onto pit lane. Also see a track truck getting ready to go out there and pluck that car out of the turn 4 area. We'll get that one going pretty quick here, and then we'll get back to our racing action. Right now, it's Mason Workman and Doug Weaver. Two Miatas are going to be on the front row. They just went fast. Mason Workman just went 139.327, so almost a full second faster than David Bednar's. And then Doug Weaver popped up there as well with a 139.4. So still even right now, a couple of fast laps. Let's go through the running order here. I'll give you the top three for each session. Hopefully it won't change much here with these last cars coming across the line. Right now, your top three in B-Spec are going to be Daniel Conway, Tristan Herbert, and Rob Pekarchik. In E-Production, your top three is Lance Loftman, Heike Silgren, and David Savage. In F Production, your top three is Mason Workman, Doug Weaver, and David Bednar. That's also your top three overall. So that'll be your first row and row and a half, actually. GT Lights, Michael Lewis is your top qualifier at a 140.010, followed by Isaac Preston and Graham Fuller. And then in H Production, we've got Steve Sargis, Matt Brannon, and Braden Connolly. That's how they stand right now. Provisionally, we're going to take a break. When we come back, we're going to have Spec MX5 qualifying. Stay with us. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are live at Middlehouse Sports Car Course. Provisionally, we're going to take a break. When we come back, we're going to have Spec MX5 qualifying. Stay with us. You're watching.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
Welcome back to the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. First time back for the Super Tour in a couple of years. 300 plus cars, and 31 of them or so here in Spec MX5. Rusty, it is going to be some fast and furious action without any rain now. These guys are going to go at it, right?
Yeah, we talked earlier in the B-Spec field about a little bump drafting going on, but I know these guys will try to do that, especially if they've got some teammates, and there are a number of race teams that are represented out here this morning. So we'll keep an eye on that. As we see the cars going through the pit lane exit at turn 1, you see a lot of sticker tires on these cars. So they know that today is the day to get your good times in. The track surface certainly is good. The weather holding off for now and showing dry on the radar. And we are looking forward to getting this session rolling and watching the times tumble here as this session moves on.
So almost all of these cars will start on stickers because in Spec MX5 they have to use the same tires throughout the entire weekend that they qualify on. So they're not allowed to change tires after qualifying unless they have a flat tire or a damaged tire. So I would guess that the vast majority of the cars here are going out on sticker tires. And it's always interesting to see, Rusty, by the end of the day on Sunday, after doing 3 sessions, or sometimes even 4 sessions if there's a qualifying session on Sunday morning, which cars and drivers were able to manage these tires the best by the end of the race on Sunday. Won't be an issue here. We've got our Corbin Collins camera in car. This is car number, does he have his car number on here? He does not, so I gotta go look it up. Car number 20. Now we have a call. This is, who car is this? Austin Hill. If any of our drivers would like to have an in-car camera, we've got systems we can recommend that you can do. And if you have something already, please send us your camera stream information because we'd love to put it on here. This is Ethan Jacobs. In-car camera, car number 199. Thank you, Ethan, for having a big bird in your wheel. That helps me a lot. And it's all about me here. Now look, stay with this camera, Jordan, for a sec. You look right on the dashboard there. That is our new Flagtronics system. Right now it's showing that we're under a white flag, and now we've got a green flag. You can see the system has turned green. This is an in-car system to relay flag information to the drivers. For the first time in this class, and it's the only class this weekend, the Flagtronics units are mandatory for these cars. And what this allows race control to do is if we do have a situation where we have to slow the cars down to get a car safe or do a pickup, they can do what the rest of the world calls a virtual safety car. Here we call it code 35, and it basically requires all the cars to hold position and slow down to 35 miles per hour. It gets the safety crews on the track faster and allows them to get the pickup and cleanup done quicker and get us back to green flag racing. A lot of positive feedback from the drivers who've been using the system, and you can see it right there in the dashboard. Pretty cool, Rusty.
Yeah, I like that. That's I have not used it.
Big spin.
Couple,
2 cars came together there. Not quite sure which 2 that was. What a lucky time to have this car camera up. Ooh, a little spicy there. Lost a little traction in the rear wheels coming out of turn. I think that's turn 6 there, or turn 5 right there.
End of the back straightaway.
Right.
Turn 4, actually, is what we would call that.
Yeah, turn 4 is where the wreck happened, and then I think I was seeing him get a little loose there, but he's got it back together. Waiting to get a call here from the flagger so we know which 2 cars were. There was definitely contact there. I don't know if contact caused the wreck or if the contact happened after one car lost it, but it did definitely look like the 2 came together. Oh, yeah, that's one of them for sure. Oh, there's a second one way off to the right by the tree line there. You can see one black car, and then closer to the left of the screen, you can see a lighter colored car. So there's 2 cars in the gravel waiting to see what happens from race control.
Yeah, they've called for the VSC call, a virtual safety car.
So if we can...
and we can see that now on the... The Flagtronic system, the 35.
Yep, purple 35, code 35, depending on which series you work with. So the Flagtronics turns purple, and you see the number 35, and then all the drivers slow down to 35, and the system transmits the GPS information to race control so that race control knows that the cars are going 35 miles per hour, and if someone exceeds the 35 miles per hour, race control will know it. There's a log, and that's how they can police this. So.
Corner Station still having some difficulty getting the car numbers on those two cars. Station 4 and Station 5, neither could see the car numbers, so they're trying to get in a position to see that.
And you just saw in the Flagtronics that car went a little faster than 35, and the machine started flashing slow, which means slow down a little bit. So that's how the system works. Pretty kind of cool. Let's take a look in our first two laps. It won't mean much, but the first two laps, the hot times in the first three cars, Jason Anaconis with a 1:42.167. Cam Eben in the 56 car is in second place. And Bratz is in third place right now. But with only two laps in, I expect those times to go down here over the next few, once we go green and get some more heat in those tires. Those are going to go down just a little bit here. So, as you can see, all the cars holding position. They're not allowed to gap up or close the gap like you would on a regular safety car. And it just gets everybody slowed down quickly and gets that safety car out there faster. So, like they're playing like boys and girls out there and doing what they're supposed to do. So this is the first weekend that we're using the system like this with a full class. Next, at the runoffs, every driver will be required to have a Flagtronics system in their car. And then next year, I haven't heard any official announcement, but I'm guessing it's going to be full Super Tours for Flagtronics next year. That's from me only, no official word, but at some point it will be. All right, so since we're under full course yellow here, let's take our break. We'll do a call to grid, take our break, and then we come back. Hopefully everything will get cleaned up, and we'll get back to racing. Attention to paddock, Group 8 cars to the grid, Group 8 cars to the grid, GT1, GT2, GT3, GTX, A Sedan, and Touring 1. Group 8 cars to the grid. Let's take our break. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. Attention to paddock, Group 8 cars to the grid, Group 8 cars to the grid, GT1, GT2, GT3, GTX. For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for the hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit BravoTrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
Get more bang for your buck at SummitRacing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Mazda Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazda Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazda.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA has plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
We are back here at Middle House Sports Car Course. Got our Spec MX5 field out here this weekend. We're in the middle of a full course virtual safety car situation here. That's the first time I've said that on a broadcast. We're able to do the virtual safety car or the Code 35 with these cars because they all have the in-car Flagtronics units. Here, as you can see right on the dashboard, you can see the purple 35. And the reason they're purple 35 is because of the other stuff you saw through the windshield there. We've got two cars off who came together going into turn 4, and they ended up in China Beach, and we now know who those two cars are.
Those two cars are the number 20 of Corbin Collins and the number 158 of Jack Murchison. They both of them wanted to take the apex, and there wasn't room for two cars there, so they made a side-to-side impact, and both of them slid wide into the gravel, as we call that China Beach here. But they went up through the grass that you saw there for a moment and into the gravel. So we've got a couple of wreckers and a few of the other safety team cars out. Just trying to get them out of China Beach. Sometimes they get way down. That's a very large gravel trap that we have there, and it takes virtually all of the cabling of a wrecker to get down to where they are. And we've got the Gale here this weekend. That's the Gale.
Okay.
All-wheel drive, very heavy, and it can actually drive through the gravel, and we can see that now in that camera shot as it's bringing one of those cars up out of the gravel into the grass. So I didn't know we had the Gale here this weekend. It's here for all our pro events, but I think they just had it staged right now. So good to see that it's here, and it makes extraction much easier.
Yeah, I was talking about I didn't know that it had a name, but I was very impressed with its usage yesterday. It got us out of a lot of situations really fast that otherwise would not be fast. So this is the car that was involved, or one of the two cars. This is the Corbin Collins car, and I don't know if we could rewind the in-car, Jordan, but if you can, we'd actually see the wreck. Okay. His in-car was down. Of course it was. The stewards aren't going to be very happy with that when they ask them to bring their SIM cards to their SD cards to the trailer to have a look at them. But 12 and a half minutes to go coming up here in the session, and we hopefully will get back to green flag action really quickly. I see the safety cars moving away now, so I think probably once the safety cars can get to a safe spot, we'll be able to drop the virtual safety car and get us right back to racing.
Yeah, we saw them towing the one car out of the gravel trap, so that would only leave one. In fact, one of those wreckers now making its way back to staging right now as they will go into the entry to the pit lane, which is where they stage so that they can be quick on the track when needed.
If we can go back to the in-car with the Flagtronics, we'll see this go back to green, and we can kind of get a real-time idea of how the system works. And this is Ethan Jacobs' car. I think it should be very, very soon that we can do this. And now they don't have to wait for the leader to come back to the start-finish line or anything. As soon as everyone's clear and safe, they can tell the drivers through the Flagtronics that we're going back to green flag action, and then we'll get right back at it. So you save a lap on the front end. You definitely save a lap on the back end as we get things back to going. See now that the drivers are kind of getting the feeling that we're going to get to go back to green, so they're trying to put a little heat in the tires. As we had Nicole Stout from Goodyear on our Inside the SCCA podcast this week, and I asked her, she's an engineer, a tire engineer. I said, does that do anything to get heat in the tires? She goes, no, it doesn't really help you with heat, but it does scrub off any gravel or any debris that you might have on your tires. So there is a bit of usefulness in that, but it's not to get heat in the tires. So, all right, they're going to pull down the virtual safety car here, and we should see the Flagtronics go green here in just a second. And we hear them counting it down, and we should see this change just any moment here. There it is. We're back to green racing action here. You saw the Flagtronics go green. I'm looking at the starter stand. We're green at the start stand, so we're back to racing with 10 minutes back to qualifying. 10 minutes and 31 seconds to go. So now that they've been low for 3 or 4 laps. One lap to get heat back in the tires, because they've definitely cooled off, right?
That should be all they need. Although I know they were putting out one of the debris flags, because when they pull those cars out of the gravel, a lot of times they'll bring gravel up onto the racing line. So we'll have a debris flag here from Station 4 probably down to Station 6. And the drivers will have to be a little careful of the gravel that's on the track. But we saw them swerving around, getting cleaning the tires, getting a little more heat in them. These cars shouldn't need a lot of additional heat to get quick lap times in.
Absolutely. And with the 10 minutes or so to go, probably 4, maybe 5 laps, depending on where you are on the track when the checkered flag falls. So there's some time to get some really good laps here still. They've all had a chance to now see everything in the dry, and they know where there might be a little bit of a wet spot here or there, although that's pretty much gone now, at least on the racing line. There should be nothing wet on the racing line anymore.
Yeah, we even see the line drying here at the outside of turn 1, so you could probably go side by side through there if you need to. Not enough dampness there to affect that outside line. So, yeah, we're good to go. There's a good view of the keyhole, and no rain except maybe on the very edge of the track. So the track surface should be about as good as it's going to be right now.
8 minutes, 51 seconds to go. Compared to yesterday, it is a perfect day for driving a race car here at Mid-Ohio. Right now, temperature 64 degrees, so it's not terribly warm. We're supposed to get up to the upper 70s today, so this is about as good a time temperature-wise, as good as time with the track as we're going to see probably all weekend. Waiting for this next lap. Probably won't be a hot lap as they get tires back up to speed. Right now, your top 5 is Justin Atticanis, Cam Eben, Nico Bratz, Ethan Jacobs, and Camden Gruber. That is your top 5. Going 6 through 10, Helio Meza, Michael Borden, Camden Hibbett, Will Lucas, and Bailey Cruz. That's how they stand right now, but I suspect that's going to change in the next 8 minutes.
Yeah, we're seeing a number of changes there in the top 5 of our 10 group, 5th through 10th. A lot of changes going on, and a lot of these cars getting a little closer together. I wouldn't be surprised if we might see a little bit of bumping. There's 3 wide there for a moment at the entry to the keyhole turn. There's a couple of cars trying to get by. Here's that good in-car camera. We'll see how close he can get to the rear bumper. Pulls right up on, gives a little tap there on the back end. So as we talked about, there's a little bit of bump drafting going on here.
Yep, classic bump drafting in that situation in a straight line, which makes it a little better. You don't want to do bump drafting in the corners. That's,
yeah, it's a pit maneuver exactly. If you do it in a corner.
You know, sometimes that might be done on accident, sometimes that might be done on purpose.
Yeah, the chrome horn.
Exactly. I didn't say that.
I didn't either.
I hate when my inside voice comes outside. All right, next time by is the first opportunity here for some better laps to come through. We will see who got it together this morning and who doesn't.
Yeah, entry to the carousel there as they're coming through, still in a line, and they'll be tripping the timing beam here in just a second. We'll see if there are any changes there at the front.
Camden Hibbett just went to P2 on the board, and Camden Gruber just went to P3, so they did not get a lap faster than Justin Atticanis, but they are 5/100ths of a second slower than first place. That would be Camden Hibbett, and then 3/10 back from the pole is Camden Gruber. So a couple of cars putting in a good lap here.
Yeah, if you recall that in-car, Camden Hibbett was the recipient of the bump draft from Ethan Jacobs that we saw in the in-car, and that moved him up into second. So in this class, as you know well, Brian, it's 1/10 of a second, even 100ths of a second make the difference.
Oh, no question at all. No question at all. So very much a team class. We've got several 3- and 4-car teams out there. Teamwork is good at qualifying. Teamwork is good in the first half of the race. Second half of the race, I don't know about that. Definitely help you put down a hot lap. 5.5 to go here. Make another call to grid real quick. Attention in the paddock, attention to the paddock. Group 8 cars to grid. Group 8 cars, GT1, GT2, GTX, A Sedan, and Touring 1. Group 8 cars to the grid for your qualifying session.
I just noticed David Pinteric out in this field. Saw his name pop up there. Currently sitting in the 25th spot in the group, but it's car number 57, which is the same number that he runs in his GT1 car and his Trans Am car.
I think this is David's 3rd weekend in the SMX class. He was at Sebring, and I'm pretty certain he was at Atlanta with us as well. And now he's back here with this. This
would be his home track here
okay.
at Mid-Ohio.
Yep.
He's just from up the road in Canfield, Ohio. So that's
one of the great personalities in the club as well. I've talked with him several times. He's just very passionate about this. Let's see here. Leo Mazda has moved into 7th place here with a lap of 1:42.782. Ethan Jacobs, who was the pusher of Camden Hibbett in the lap before, he's jumped up to 3rd place with a 1:42.242. I'm wondering if they swapped positions and got a little push from Camden that time. That wouldn't surprise me at all. We've got Camden with a Hibbett with a K, and we've got Camden Gruber with a C. We have a Cam Eben in this class, so if any of those are nicknamed Cam Shaft, I would be very, very happy. Just saying.
Could be.
Just saying. 3:30 left on the clock. Corbin Collins back on the racetrack. He's now bumped up to 9th place overall. He was involved in that early lap schmozzle going into turn 4. He is now in. This is his in-car camera, so it doesn't look like the car's too worse for the wear. These cars are pretty beastly. You can bang them up pretty well, and they still go really fast. So Justin Atikonis just went fast lap again, set a brand new purple lap at a 1:42.167, and then Cam Eben just popped to the fast lap with a 1:42.067. So there's a new purple lap there here on lap number 9. That moves Camden Hibbett down to 3rd and Ethan Jacobs down to 4th. Here on lap number 9.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that Corbin Collins. We were just watching his in-car to see if after being pulled out of the gravel, if he's able to recover and click up the time any. Still sitting, we actually lost a spot, was 9th, now he's back to 10th, but I think he did that about the time he went into the gravel, so we'll keep an eye on that to see if he can improve that.
Rocco Pasquarella just dropped a personal best, a 1:42.3. That moves him into 6th place on the grid. That'd be outside of row 3 if things ended right now. Matthew Novak just put in a personal best to move him to 7th overall with a 1:42.407. So if you look on our timing tower, you'll see green and purple on the car number. If the car number turns green or purple, that means that the purple time, that's a fast lap overall. A green number means that they just turned their best personal lap. So you can see that on the timing tower as well, or if you're following along with the live timing through SCCA. Coming up on 1:26 to go, so probably 2 laps left for most of these cars. Camden Gruber just moved to 8th overall, so he's picking up a little bit of time. So not too many problems coming from that little off-course excursion. Big off-course excursion. And Reed Sweeney just moved up to 5th on the grid with a 1:42.329.
Yeah, I was going to say, from this in-car, Jacob's having a real struggle trying to keep the front end under the car. He was washboarding all the way up into the entry to the keel, through the keel, and at the exit. The car really not hanging there. In fact, he realized he had a terrible exit onto the straightaway, moved right to allow one of the other drivers to go by because he was that much slower down the straightaway.
Ethan Jacobs, before Spec MX5, was a long-time Spec Miata driver, so he's got many, many races under his belt. A very smart guy, so he saw that coming. Camden Hibbett is your new pole sitter with a 1:41.386 on lap 10. Just dropped a purple time for him as well, so that moves Cam Eben down to second, Justin Adiconis up down to third, and Ethan Jacobs down to fourth. All right, it looks like our checkered flag is going to come out here in just a second. We're out of time on the clock, so just waiting for the next car to come by. And that, when that car gets there, the checkered flag will come out, and there it is. So anybody who's on a hot lap right now, the lap will count. If anybody moves up, Camden Gruber moves up to fifth on the grid. So this is the car that was in China Beach about 20 minutes ago, now fifth overall. That's kind of the best of times, the worst of times kind of story. We have a couple more cars a chance to cross the line. I'll give you the top 10, and then we will take a quick break. We don't get any latecomers into the top 10. And of course, I'm going to give you, well, there you go. I'm glad I waited. We'll get to that in just a second. These couple of cars at the back of the top 10 have just popped in. I'm going to give you the provisional poll. This could change, but this is what we've got right now in our top 10 here in Spec MX5s. Camden Hibbett and Cam Eben, they will be on your front row. Then you've got Justin Adiconis and Ethan Jacobs should be row number 2. Row number 3 should be Camden Gruber and Reed Sweeney. Row number 4, Rocco Pasquarella and Matthew Novak. And then just coming into the top 10, both Ayrton Grimm and Elio Meza. They just popped into the top 10 on the final lap. So that's how they should start here when we get to our race. This race will be this afternoon at, let me look it up here, 3:05 p.m. approximately. So keep an eye on that, and we'll have all of that coverage for you as the day goes on. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we will have qualifying for our big bore group. That's next. You are watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour here at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. We'll have all of that coverage for you as the day goes on. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else, so they make it easy for us to run these cars.
We're back here at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour Group 8 qualifying GT1, GT2, GT3, GTX T1, and A Sedan. That's what we've got next. I'm Brian Bielanski. Joining me now in the second seat, Tom Michaels, one of the top dogs here at Mid-Ohio. How you doing, Tom? There you go.
Yeah, you had me muted there.
I did.
Yeah.
I thought you were Greg, so I had to have you muted.
Anyway, doing great, and this is going to be a great day here at Mid-Ohio. We're starting to see the sun come through from these low clouds, also known as fog. They had quite a bit of it driving in here this morning. Right now, we watch them as they go up and through the keyhole section of the course. Now, this is going to be a little unusual for me because most of the year we don't use that little right-left situation, but the SCCA does, so that's going to be interesting as we watch them make their way around the 2.4-mile course configuration here at Mid-Ohio this weekend.
To be a good time here. This is our big bore class. Couple notes for this class. Michael Lewis is going to qualify 2 cars here. He's going to qualify both his GT1 car, that's the 72 car. He is then going to come in after a portion of the session and then jump in his number 32 car. That's a GT3 car, and qualify that car. One of two things might happen. He might decide one's better than the other and he's going to stick with that, or he might be qualifying to run 1 car today and 1 car tomorrow. He does that often in this group because the cars are in the same race and trying to qualify both for the runoff. So that's a fairly common scenario for Michael Lewis. The other note I was going to say is we should keep an eye out for David Pinterick. He was in the last race in Spec MX5, and he should be out here in his GT1 car as well. So a quick hop out of 1 car, hop into a... There he is, right there. Just went through the screen. You can always tell David's car because it's got that beautiful red, white, and blue American flag livery. It's one of the prettiest race cars here at Mid-Ohio this weekend.
Well, we got a bunch of them. We've got 39 entries here in group number 8. And this is one of the bigger entries for the weekend. The green flag out, and everybody coming around to take that. There's the start-finish line. But actually, when we get to the races, I understand we're going to be starting them on the backstretch to give everybody a chance to get lined up coming out through the back part of the race course, and there we take a look at it.
Yep, there is the start line for all of our races. We use that backstretch. Actually, most organizations, I think, use the backstretch because you get a nice long run down there and you can get cars lined up nicely, which is hard to do with that little spot from coming out of the carousel and heading down towards the front straight start-finish line. Not much room to line cars up.
Well, and they still have their problem coming down into turn 4. You see that over there by the big stands, and up into turn 5. Now, that little booth that you might have seen right there, that's where I normally am for a weekend. And, man, oh, man, what a view. I'm over there with the folks on the hill, and it's just a big time, to be sure.
Yeah, it's a beautiful place to come and watch a race. It's like a park-like setting, and bring your picnic basket and your favorite beverage of choice and hang out in the grass and watch some of this race. It's a great place to watch a race.
My wife even used to come up here when we had a motorhome, and because of the park-like setting, she just enjoyed that. Got rid of the motorhome. She doesn't come anymore.
One of our biggest groups of cars in this race group of the season, 29 cars on the racetrack right now. And the only car who hasn't come out is Ann Doherty and her Porsche 991-2. And I'm not sure if she made it this weekend, but we'll see if she comes out here at some point. The only other car not on the track is the second Michael Lewis car, the RX-7, the 32 car. He'll come back out here in a little bit. Right now, he's in the Jaguar XKR. So
I would say the track is drying out if there was any moisture on there. It hadn't rained for quite a while, but we're talking about the fog that we had in the area. So you start to see the outside. They're not going to be racing out there. Don't worry about that. The part of the racetrack that they're going to be racing on, that looks like that is pretty pristine right now. And, of course, this is that brand-new surface.
You're watching our earlier groups, you would have seen just a little bit of wetness in the center of the track. That's pretty much gone now. So with 20 minutes to go, starting to get some hot laps right now. We talked about David Pinteric. Oh, there is a car off in the distance there. That looks like it's one of the Camaros. It's pulled off on the driver's right there. I'm not sure if he's on the racing surface or just off the racing surface, but I don't think they'll want to keep him there too long. But anyway, I was just saying, David Pinteric, he's our early top of the leaderboard guy with that Ford Mustang. He's out of Canfield, Ohio, with a 135.9. Just dropped a new fast lap of 137.86 very quickly. Barry Bowes in that Ford Mustang. He is in second place right now in the GT2 car. He is from Ottawa, Tennessee. I never get that right, Barry. I apologize. 133.235. Then we've got Simon Aslett and Aaron Quinn in the Chevrolet Camaro, and that might be the Camaro that's off on the back straight there. I'm not exactly sure. Oh, no, it's not, because he just crossed the line again with a 135.5. So here they come up to the keyhole, and now we're taking a look at our carousel entry cam here. There's some really creative lines in the carousel, Tom.
Absolutely. You could probably find just about any line you want to as they come around there. And, of course, you've got some of the folks decide, well, we're going to take a pit stop here. So they take it to the outside as they come through the carousel. The watching as they come through there, it could be kind of tricky because you got that quick right, then you got the left come on the front straightaway. But right now, we're looking at going into the carousel here, right. And you take a look. They're setting themselves up, for the most part, in the middle of the racetrack because they're going to apex. Not totally apex. That's a good ways off of the rumble strips there. Yeah. And, well, there's one that's really going to take one wide, and he's going to come into the pits.
Right. Attention to the paddock, attention to the paddock. I've got 3 drivers that need to see the race director at the SCCA trailer behind Tech immediately. That would be the T3 car of Gamaliel Aguilar Gomez, number 109, John Wilhelm in the Formula Atlantic, number 34 car, and Sergio Zlobin in the T4 118 car. Those 3 drivers need to see the race director at the SCCA trailer behind Tech as soon as possible.
But down the long straightaway, we call it a straightaway, but look at that kink in the middle of it. It really could be considered turn, I guess, but it's the long straightaway. You're still under acceleration there and headed down into turn number 4. Hard braking there when you get to that part of the racetrack, and it's questionable whether on lap 1 you still have enough room to be able to get an entire field through turn number 1. Right there, you're looking at 8 coming into 9 on the back part of the course.
Right. Michael McEleenan has gone purple with a 129.131. That bumps David Pinteric down to second place right now. McEleenan in that Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo car has been the class of the field many, many times this year in the Super Tour. So no surprise with that. Although I did see that car come in on a hook earlier this weekend. It was being pulled in. It didn't look like there was any damage, but it looked like it may have had a mechanical. Right now, though, no issues with that car. It is back out there, and it is really fast.
That's onto the front straightaway. The front straightaway is not all that long.
No.
But you go down and you go into that very fast turn 1 there. You watch them as they come down. The pit entrance, or exit, I should say, to the inside. You got the rumble strips separating that and the racetrack, and now up into the keyhole section of the race course. And now we take a look in that car that is stopped on the backstretch. It is now being flat-towed out of there by one of the safety cars here at Mid-Ohio.
Yeah, they'll probably just get it to a little bit of a safer position there and then let it sit until the end of the session is my guess. So we'll watch that. Looking at it, that might be a Mustang and not a Camaro from this angle. It's hard to tell from this distance, and I haven't heard a car number. So the Lamborghini up top has been an interesting car this year because it has a ton of aero. So as opposed to the traditional GT1 cars, which are just all power, so they make their speed and their times in different places. And the aero has proved to be a pretty good option for almost all of our racetracks this year. 15 minutes to go. Let's look at our top three in all of our classes. Right now in A sedan, our top three, Gregory, Eaton, Philip, Smith. Oh, we have trouble. That is one of the Porsches, I think the 4 car. Let me pull up. That would be GT2 probably. Hold on. Yes, that would be Andority if that is the 4 car. That would make sense.
That's over there coming off of turn 11 going into the carousel turn.
That might be, this would be her first race, her first lap, unless her transponder's not working. And if that's the case, that could just simply be a cold tire situation. All right, so let's go back to the top three in each class right now. A sedan, Gregory, Eaton, Philip Smith, and James Jost. In GT1, your top three, Michael McElhenney, David Pinterick, and Ryan McManus. In GT2, we've got Gian Buffamante, Barry Bowes, and Aaron Quinn. And then GT3, Paul Young, Ken Nelson, Armin Majarian in GT3. GTX, your 1 car there, is Dan Spear. And he only has 2 laps, so I'm thinking that's the Camaro that is stuck off in that central section there. And then lastly in T1, we've got Hugh Smith, Clark Nunez, and Bill Batten. That's how they stand top 3 in each classes with 13 minutes to go.
Well, with a big class like this, it is very, very tough in this qualifying session to find yourself some open racetrack out there. Not having a car right in front of you is at a premium right now, and as you watch them come into the carousel, you can see you got a bunch of cars that are right together, and that's not going to help anybody as far as getting a speed on the chart.
All right, we're at the halfway point. Let's take our break. I'll make a call to grid. When we come back, we'll have all the action to the checkered flag. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Group 9 cars to the grid. Formula Continental and Formula X. Group 9 cars to the grid for your qualifying session. We'll take our break. When we come back, we'll have all the action for you, folks. Stay with us.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you. Or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Polo Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trial Nationals, and National Tour and Track Night in America. Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco's trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS. Get more bang for your buck at SummitRacing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA and provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. Hagerty also provides guaranteed value coverage and even has protection for your trailer. Did you know that SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty? Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Did you know that SCCA members save $20 on every Track Night in America they sign up for? That's right. Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in your street cars all season long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
All right, back here at Mid-Ohio. Big hi to everybody in the chat this morning. Nicholas Lang, Andrew Gilliland, Russ Lundgren is here, and V-Driver is here. So the Kentucky name or the Tennessee name I tried to say and butchered mercilessly, it's Ultiwa. Thank you, V-Driver. Ultiwa, like pool T-Wa. All right, I appreciate that. Who was asking? Also, Nicholas Lang, how's the new pavement? Everybody I've talked to really loves the new pavement. Doesn't have a lot of rubber yet, so it's really green. But it's smooth as could be. There's a couple of bumps that I understand have been taken out. So it's been pretty much. There's the 77 or 79 car. Looks like that's the 79 car. Let me find that. Could be 79. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Paul Yang. That is our lonely Ford Probe. You got to have a lonely car. It ought to be a Ford Probe from Commerce Township, Michigan. So he is sitting there, and there's a corner worker there trying to figure out what he'll need.
Years ago, I rented a Ford Probe, and I can tell you, I could have told you then that there would only be one left at this point in time.
And the driver's getting out of the car, so that means that it's going to sit there for at least a few minutes, probably till the end of the session now with 8.5 minutes to go. Let's take a look at the top of the running order. Ryan McManus is now your pole sitter provisionally. He is out of a Chevy Corvette with a 1:26.933 time. That bumps Michael McAleen. And I understand that car might have a donut on the left door. I don't know who got into him. Maybe it was Ryan McManus saying, "Get out of my way, I want to go faster." Anyway, Ryan McManus is your current pole sitter. Michael McAleen in second. Michael Lewis and David Pinterick would be your second row right now if things ended up as they are. So that's where they stand. At some point in time, Michael Lewis, I'm guessing, has already done it, has come in to switch cars. He's probably now in the 32 car. Let me see if that car has turned any laps yet. Not yet, but it should be out there pretty quickly, I'm guessing.
Well, the sun is out, so we're going to start seeing the temperature of the racetrack start to move up a little bit. It's going to be a very pleasant day today. I think the high probably around 80. And look at that. That's on the radar.
That's the best picture I've seen all day. Our cameras are beautiful, but the radar is more beautiful at the moment after the soggy day we had yesterday.
Oh, we've had a lot of soggy days here in Ohio recently, and that I love seeing that green.
All right, temperatures bumped up to 66 degrees. It was 63 when we started, so a little more to air temperature, a little more track temperature. And as you can see, just a little bit of wetness still on the track here in the center of the track, but that's not where you typically go unless you're trying to make a pass. There's Tiger Tom Patton going flying by in that Triumph. That is a Triumph. No, Sunbeam Tiger, sorry. Sunbeam Tiger. He is third place overall right now in GT2. I don't know if Ann Doherty's just out there and her transponder's not working. That might be my guess at the moment. And I haven't seen Michael Lewis take a lap in that GT3 car yet. So if he's going to try to put down a couple of laps, the other thing is in that car, he can start from the back of the field as well. So, and he's done that many times as well. First-time
visitors here to Mid-Ohio, and I know you and Rusty were talking about the elevation out there in the keyhole portion of the track. Well, it is just amazing all the way around. Yes. There you see the keyhole. They come off on that off-camber turn, and it really is, many cases, maybe invited to try side-by-side up there. Sometimes it works. More often than not, it does not. But that is one of the two best places to watch this race course from. Up there on that hill there in the keyhole.
And when I drove here, this little gravel trap was not there. Ask me how I know.
How do you know?
Or maybe don't ask me how I know. because these tire walls, they were there, and I had a very up close and personal situation with those tire walls. So that gravel trap has come there. It's been a long time since I've driven here, so I'm sure it's been there a long time. But when I was here, it wasn't here. So a lot of things have changed here over the years, and this new pavement seems to be really, really popular at the moment. Going back to the top of the leaderboard, still Ryan McManus up at the top. David Pinteric, though, has clicked off a lap that's put him on the outside of the front row right now. That can still change. Simon Asselin just went into P7 with his Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car. That lap was a 1:31.7. So right now your front row would be McManus, Pinteric, and your second row would be McAleenan and Michael Lewis.
A little under 5 minutes to go here in this 25-minute session. We've got one more qualifying, and then we will go racing for the entire rest of the weekend. 9 races today and 9 tomorrow.
That's absolutely the case, and Michael Lewis has gone out now in that GT3 car. His first lap, a 17-minute and 39-second lap. No, not really, folks. But that's how long he sat on pit road with that car, so when it came out, it acted like that was a 17-minute lap on the timing and scoring grid here. So
this part of the race track back here at turn 9, I was in the stand there as the local PA guy here for a long time. You come around there, it's deceptive.
Yes.
You come up over that little bit of a hill going down into Thunder Valley. Your car gets light coming around there. And while this is a pretty calm section of the race course in terms of whether somebody's going to pass or not, it can be kind of treacherous. There you see, a lot of times you would see them kind of spin to the inside coming off of that particular turn, and then they have to wait until they can get a okay from the corner workers before they can get back on the racetrack.
Right. Michael Lewis in the GT3 Mazda RX-7 first lap pole sitting lap for that class. He puts down a 1:38.003, goes 1.6 seconds faster than Ken Nelson first lap in that car. That's probably why he waited to the end to come out, because he wasn't going to need a whole lot of laps in that car to put a good pole time down. 3 minutes 11 seconds to go. Let me make another call to grid. Attention in the paddock, attention the paddock. Group 9 cars to the grid. Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, Formula X. Wings without the things. Group 9 cars to the grid. All right. 2:29 left. I'm going to guess most cars probably have put down their fast laps, and they're going to call it a day here. A little different mentality with a full dry racetrack than we had yesterday, where guys were just trying to find whatever good time they can, experimenting with different lines on this new pavement. Typically when it's wet, the non-racing line is the fast line, but that wasn't always the case yesterday. So that was kind of a new situation for a lot of folks. But you can see some cars now coming to pit lane and calling it a session here with 2:12 to go in the session. Once we get to the checkered flag, I'll give you your top 3 in each class here from qualifying. Then, as Tom has just told us, one more qualifying session and then racing. If you want to watch this group race, this group will race today at Group 8 will race at approximately 3:45 p.m. Eastern Time, and tomorrow it will race at approximately 3:05 p.m. Eastern Time. Today's races, 25-minute timed races. Tomorrow's races are going to be 20-lap races, and unless we're really behind on the schedule, they will stick to 20 laps even if they go beyond the 35. That's what we try to do, is we're paid for laps, we try to get them their laps. So David Pinteric puts in another good lap, but still not enough to take the pole for the weekend, or at least for race number 1. Now, tomorrow's races, the qualifying order will be determined by the qualifying times from today and today's race combined. So whichever time was faster between the two sessions will be your qualifying time for tomorrow. So qualifying order might change between today and tomorrow, depending on how the drivers do in the race. Typically, though, race times are slower than qualifying times, so it doesn't always work out, but a lot of times, depending on track temperature, maybe the afternoon times would be faster. So coming up on 30 seconds to go here in this session. Waiting to see if anybody pops off a fast time. Ray Mason just went to P8 in the grid. He's in a Ford Mustang. He's out of Backlick, Ohio. 131.659. There's Tiger Tom Patton. He is 9th overall in the Sunbeam Tiger, followed by Aaron Quinn in the Chevy Camaro. All right, checkered flag should be coming out any moment now. And he's looking at it. There it is in the air. That's going to end the session. Now, anybody who's on a hot lap right now, that lap will count. So you could still reel off a good one here. Yesterday, because of a lot of our qualifying sessions were at a drying racetrack, we got some really fast times right on the last lap. I don't see that happening often today. Usually the fast times come in about lap 4 or 5. But still, it's possible. Absolutely possible. Give it about 10 seconds, 15 seconds here. Get a few more cars across the line, and then I will give you your provisional order here for each class here, at least the top 3 in each class. Barry Bose, just see, that's why I wait. Barry Bose just put in his best lap of the session, a 1:33.32, moves him to 5th place overall. He would be your fastest car in GT2 right now. All right, let's go through them. If this is our provisional, so it could change. But right now, your top 3 in A sedan, Gregory Eaton, 139.286, followed by James Stevens and Philip Smith. In GT1, Dave Pinterick is your fast car, 126.324, followed by Ryan McManus. Did that change overall? Right at the, oh, look at that. Dave Pinterick went purple on the last lap to take the pole, 126.324. See, it does happen on occasion. Dave Pinterick will be your GT1 pole sitter and your overall pole sitter with Ryan McManus and Michael McAleenan, followed by GT2, Barry Bose, Gian Buffamonte, and Simon Aslan. GT3, Michael Lewis put in that fast lap probably for tomorrow, because I think he's going to do the GT1 car today, with Ken Nelson, Paul Young, and Armin Majarian. Top 4 in GT3. GTX, just one car, and Spear. I'm pretty sure that was a car that went off and had a mechanical problem. We'll see if we get that fixed and get it back out here for the race. And then finally, in Touring 1, you've got Hugh Stewart, Bill Batten, and Clark Nunez. That's how they stand after qualifying, Tom.
Well, I tell you what, that was a good qualifying session. We had a lot of scrambling in several of the categories there. It wasn't decided until that last lap. And again, overall, David Pinterick is going to be leading to the green later on.
All right, let's do one last call to grid, then we'll take our break and come back for our final qualifying session. Attention in the paddock, attention to the paddock. Group 9 cars to the grid for your qualifying session. Group 9 to the grid.
My name is Joshua Smith, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. We're happy to be supporting the SCCA and Mazda racers here. So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, parts support, technical support. All of this is done through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. Simple information, prove that you're a racer. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives 5 days a week.
Three. Thank you. But they're still
Same car? That's our 27?
run, Phil, run.
Yeah, that'll happen.
Welcome back to Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Our final qualifying session of the weekend. This is Group 9, folks. This is Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, and Formula X. We've got ourselves a 25-minute session here. And in the booth with me this morning is Tom Michaels. We've got Greg Ginsburg's off doing a race at Summit Point this weekend. And we have come up with a fantastic duo of replacements. It's really hard to replace a guy like Greg Ginsburg, but we have managed to do so. Tom Michaels, good morning and welcome.
Good morning, and we'll do what we can.
That's right.
I don't think anybody can replace Greg.
In many different ways. In many different ways. So we're here. We've got one more qualifying session to go. Then we start the first 9 of 18 races this weekend. We've got 9 today, 9 tomorrow. And we're having a good one here. First out lap here for our half of our Wings and Things group, because we've split them up into 2 because we have so many cars. This is a great problem to have. Actually, it's no problem at all. So our FE2 prototype cars are in one group, and the Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, and Formula X are in this group. And this is the first time these cars have seen the racetrack in dry conditions, Tom.
Yeah, it's going to be quite a bit different than yesterday. As you can see from that shot, it is blue skies and what clouds there are. They kind of make their way out of this part of Ohio. Right there, you take a look at the backside of the race course. Turn 8, which is a tricky little turn that a lot of folks get off on that, what would be driver's left. And before they can get back on, they're down here in this pea gravel. But right now, first of the cars coming around to the front side of the race course. There is the shot coming into the carousel turn. And as we were talking about last session, you'll see all sorts of lines being taken through there.
Right. All right, green flag is in the air from our finish stand and our restart stand, our restart and finish stand. We say that because we're going to start the races this weekend on the backstretch, which right here on this camera that you can see, there's the Honda start stand there off to the right. And this is going to be where we start our races, but all of our restarts and our finish line will be on the main straight. Pretty typical setup here, right?
Yep, and there's that kink in the middle of the backstretch. They are under acceleration all the way from coming out of the keyhole all the way down into turn number 4, which is the beginning of madness down there. And this is going to be very, very interesting when we get to the start times later on today, because turn 4, there you see it. They're just now in it, and it gets quite busy and quite crowded in that part of the racetrack.
Yes, I have had an incident there as well. Yeah, it's it looks very wide until it doesn't look very wide, and when you get 25 cars all coming down there wanting the same little piece of property, it can become quite challenging. So, got our cars now hitting the start and finish line for the second time. The first true flying lap for these cars. Up at the top right now, Nico Vardis puts our first hot lap in at a 1:27.0. That's going to go down here over the next few laps. Riley Harris. Then we've got JT Novoselsky. I think we'll go with that. Novoselsky. Brandon Dixon, Timothy Miner, and C. Ashen Yelkin. Not sure what the C is for. We should probably figure that out as well. And then Carlos Franca, followed by Michael Verisons, there's a name we should all know, a very, very long-time SCCA racer, and John Wilhelmi.
I think Novoselsky would probably be right when you've got a real last name, as I do, which is Sakirka.
Oh.
And then there's all sorts of vowels in there.
That's right. Can I buy a vowel, Vanna? I get yelled at from Brandon Kazmarek, my fellow Polishman here, when I butcher Polish names. So if I'm hoping Novoselsky is good, and if not, I'm sure I will hear about it without any question, and probably rightly so.
Well, you're looking at a former, longtime card-carrying member of the Polish Club of Dayton.
Oh, well, I'm a card-carrying member of the Polish Racing Drivers Association of America.
Okay.
So Oscar Kowalewski started that many, many, many years ago, and I am a card-carrying member. Now, you should know that you need to be neither a driver nor a Polish person to become a member of that organization. But I was both, so I was like an ultra-cool member.
Well, you were talking about how young you are compared to me yesterday, but you're bringing old-time names into it right now.
I am. So, yeah, those are the ones that came before us. 19 minutes on the clock at the moment. Lap 3 right now, and lap 3 was a new fast lap for Nico Vardis. Like I said, I thought it was going to go faster, and he did. He dropped about 3 seconds off the previous lap to go 1:24.016 in that Formula Atlanta car. That is out. Let's see which Formula Atlantic he is in. Oh, there was a car that severely missed a shift on the front straight. It's like, I know there's a gear somewhere. Couldn't quite find it.
Right there, you see the little bit of a notch coming into the keyhole, and once again to the back straightaway as they come down past the start line here at Mid-Ohio. That long straightaway leads to some really hard braking once you get down there into turn 4.
Right.
And then you come up a little bit off camber as you come through turn 5 right there. Put the left side wheels maybe up on those rumble strips there. Come down into turn 6. Now, yesterday during the rain, that was the place where the one place where there was a big puddle on the racetrack inside of turn 6. That's the way it was before the repaving. That's the way it was yesterday. So most people avoided it, but I saw at least one guy. He looked like one of those people driving down the street trying to hit the puddle and see if he could splash the pedestrian standing next to him.
I would never do anything like that.
No.
Top 5 right now, while John Burton LaRue has moved into second place in his Formula Continental car. The top 5 would be Nico Vardis, John Burton LaRue, Riley Harris, JT Novoselsky. Michael Verison's moves up to 5th place right now in his Continental.
Novoselsky from Richfield, Ohio, which is up there near the Cleveland area.
Okay.
Richfield being where they had the old arena that the Cavaliers played in for any number of years there before moving back downtown.
That's right. That's right. We've got about 17 minutes in the session, about 7 minutes in or so. Nico Vardis is your race leader at the moment, our qualifying leader. Now we've got Timothy JT Novoselsky has now moved into 4th. Timothy Miner moved up to 5th. That bumps Michael Verison's down to 6th place on the grid at the moment. So we have Formula Atlantic and Formula Continentals. We could have had Formula X's, but we don't have any Formula X cars here this weekend. So 2 classes in this particular run group. That'll make it a little easier for us announcer types to keep track of things. So
there's a number of local drivers in this particular race. Riley Harris is from Ashland, which is just a couple of exits up I-71. You've also got Ashton Yelkin out of Canfield, Ohio. And from right in Mansfield, Jeremy Swank and his Formula Continental.
It's always interesting for me because I get to see all of the Super Tours, and it's always fun for me to see when the tour comes into town and we get our regular Super Tour drivers intermixed with the local drivers who don't do the whole Super Tour. And it's always fun to watch when you get a local driver who's really fast and he gets to mix it up with the drivers who are out here every time. And I'm always interested to see which ones pop to the top here when we get to these races. There's always a handful in each group which are really, really quick because they know the track so well and they're out here so many times.
Well, Harris and Novoselsky are the ones that have really done that here. Right now slotting in as 2nd and 4th overall. Riley Harris, 2nd in FA behind Nico Vardis. And JT Novoselsky riding 2nd to the FC of John Burton LaRue out of Muncie, Indiana.
Brian Stasinski, one of our regular associate producers in the chat, letting us know an even bigger field of Formula Atlantic and Continentals are going to be at the June sprints at the end of June. Yeah, big car counts for the sprints this year because that's where the runoffs are going to be at Road America. So that makes a very, very attractive place to go and hit some great cars, some great drivers to measure yourself and get yourself ready for the runoffs. Any idea how much faster the current pavement is, if at all? We're expecting to see some track records this weekend. I know that the pavement is much grippier than the earlier pavement. The only question will be is, can the drivers and the teams get the cars set up for this grippier pavement? Because you kind of have to throw out their notebooks because what we had before probably won't work as well as it has So if they can get the car dialed in faster, we will not be surprised to see some track records fall this weekend. And of course, here in the SCCA, track records only count from the race session. So even if you go faster in qualifying, that is not eligible to break a track record.
No change at the top right now. Nico Vardas up there. His fast time, 1 minute 24.016. Riley Harris, almost a second slower than him in another one of the Formula A's.
All right, 13:30 left in the session. Let's take our break. We'll do a call to grid, and then when we come back, hopefully we'll go green all the way to the checkered flag. Attention in the paddock, attention to the paddock. Group 1 to the grid for your race this weekend, or your first race of the weekend. Group 1, Touring 2, 3, and 4, STL and STU. Group 1 to the grid for your race. We'll take our break. We'll be back in about 2 minutes. Stay with us. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour from Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Ronos Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trial Nationals, and National Tour and Track Night in America. Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Get more bang for your buck at SummitRacing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Mazda Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazda Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazda.com.
It's the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 28 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototype to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
We are back at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. This is the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Brian Bielanski. Tom Michaels is with me for this session. Tom Michaels, one of the longtime announcers here at Mid-Ohio, joining us for the weekend. Tom, welcome to the team. So far, so good. These cars putting down some really good laps.
Absolutely, and this is the final qualifying session we're going to see today. Once we get past this, it is going to be all racing all the time through today and tomorrow. Right now, here in this particular grouping, the Formula A of Nico Vardas is the fastest at 124.016. He just put in 3 laps. He's got a second on the field, so he's pretty much parked it for right now.
Yeah, he's actually got a second on the field. I was looking at the last lap for Riley Harris. But yeah, so he put in his fast lap on lap 3 and said, yeah, that's good enough. got back in the pits and not put any more wear and tear on the car and the motor. So good for him. Top 5 right now, Vardas. Riley Harris, John Burton LaRue, JT Novoselsky, and Michael Verisons. That's kind of been the top 5 here for most of the session, Tom.
Absolutely, and you think, look, pretty good little dice to try and get that top spot in Formula Continental. John Burton LaRue at a 125.6, and Novoselsky, well, he's down there at a 128.2, but then he, in turn, has just about 0.3 of a second over Michael Verisons. So that would be the top 5 then. Vardis, Harris, both of those in FA, and the FCs of LaRue, Novoselsky, and Verisons.
And Harris and LaRue just put in their fastest laps on lap number 11. So Harris, that fast lap, a 124.295, and then LaRue, a 125.437. So still time to put in some good laps here as we get into the final 8 minutes or so here of this session. And but I do see also several cars deciding that they've had enough. We've got Timothy Miner, Brandon Dixon, Ashton Yelkin, Carlos Franca, and Jeremy Swank. All of them, Jeremy probably no relation to Hillary, all of them have come in and are in the pits. And I suspect that most of them will probably go behind the pit wall here. And just as I say that, one of the cars decides to go back out. Just when I think I know what I'm talking about, I am proven wrong. So here, this is the alternate section of the racetrack. I know that some series use it. Is this used frequently, or is the SCCA probably one of the only groups that uses it?
I think the SEC is the only one, and I think maybe the motorcycles, when they come back this year, that they will use that. But one of the reasons why they did that, for the pro circuits like the Indy cars. Coming between 1 and 2, this gives them another good passing zone because it gives them a little bit straighter there. And the other was back in '89, Teo Fabi, driving in the Indy cars. He came around there, didn't make it through the notch, and pretty much made it over there to the other side of the race course where they're coming toward you. So the decision made, let's get rid of that for these guys going that quick.
Interesting. 6 minutes to go or so, and we only have 2 cars still circulating, maybe 3 cars on the racetrack at the moment. So your top 3 cars have all pitted. So the cars still on the racetrack, to the best I can tell, is JT Novoselsky, Michael Verisons, and I just saw Timothy Miner. So that was the car that went back out. That was a car that was in the pits for a few minutes, then went back out. We tried to cool the tires a bit to throw down a hot lap. That next lap probably would be the opportunity for that with 5.5 to go. These cars are one of our fastest groups out there this weekend, so they should get probably 4 more laps in, definitely, if they stay out to the full session here. Stay with us. Right after this is over, we get our first race of the day underway. That's going to be our touring cars and our super touring cars. Let me call them to the grid one more time. If they stay out to the full session here. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Touring 2, 3, and 4, STL and STU. Group 1 to the grid for your race. Group 1 to the grid for your race. And our super touring cars, let me call them to the grid. That race scheduled to start at 10:20 Eastern Time. Probably going to start a few minutes late. We're running just a tiny bit late. We had a cleanup in one of our earlier groups. It took a little extra time, Tom. That happens on occasion.
Brian, I don't know if you had a chance to talk to some of the drivers with this new surface out there. When it comes to braking, is that changing what they used to do when they came around here, or with that extra grip, do they go in a little further?
Well, I think the hard part is that yesterday you can't make any gauge because everything was either wet or semi-wet. There were very few dry laps yesterday. So, and I haven't heard from any of the other groups that have raced here prior to us what the situation was at. I think they're all learning right now what the limits are of both braking and where their braking points are. Maybe that's changed here with the new surface. But from yesterday, I think it would be really hard for them to gauge anything. Spent some time yesterday with Morgan Burkhart, And he's just praying for rain because he loves the rain. So I think he's not going to get his wishes this weekend for the rest of the weekend. But he said that the track is really good. This is his first time here at Mid-Ohio, but he was real pleased with the surface. So 3:30 to go here. And still got a few cars out there. Brandon Dixon still circulating. John Wilhelmy is out there as well. There's Brandon Dixon. None of them moving up the grid very much, if any. Timothy Minor, who went back out, went right out and put out a personal best of a 1:27.445. That moved him up to 5th place on the grid and bumped Michael Verison's back to 6th, but they're still both going to be on the 3rd row if things stay as they are right now.
Down the long straightaway through the kink, and a couple of cars that are still out there continue to circulate here past the start line, Mid-Ohio. Now on a normal weekend, where that start stand is, that's where Rusty, our other announcer, is. He's actually on top of the start stand.
Wow.
There.
Not a bad view from up there, I bet.
Nope.
So what are you saying? We're abnormal? Is that what you're calling us? By saying on a normal weekend, are we Just kidding.
I'm going to have to think about that one.
If we were described as abnormal, it probably would not be inaccurate.
I'm going to have to think about that so I don't get into trouble here.
Right now, your top 4, Nico Vardis, Riley Harris, John Burton LaRue, and JT Novoselsky. The cars out there right now pretty much holding their place in the qualifying order, not turning laps appreciably better than they were earlier in the session.
Well, there's only a couple of cars making their order around the course, and
Right.
they're right together on the racetrack.
Yep.
Normally, when you're trying to set a fast time, it's not the way to do it. You want to have a little separation there, but they are right together.
Next up for everybody is going to be Touring 2, 3, and 4, and STL and STU. Big field there. This is really our only class, our only race that doesn't have a large field. But for these two classes, it's a fairly large showing. Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental. I think there's 5 or 6 of each here. So that is, for these folks out here, a really nice field here. And we're going to have a whole lot more coming up in a couple of weeks at Road America. I'm not quite sure what it will look like at Watkins Glen, but definitely a good showing here for both the Atlantics and the Continentals.
Well, it's just great seeing so many cars out in so many of the different classes.
Absolutely.
Amateur racing is still strong and going here.
Yes.
Around the United States with the SCCA.
Well, and for up north, I mean, this is considered up north.
Mm-hmm.
This is the first really big weekend of the year for a lot of these drivers. So that's also, I think, contributing to the big car count this weekend. I believe we're north of 300 cars. It's at one point we had 305 registered. Now there's always a couple that don't show up that register, but that's a pretty big number. And at the next car that goes past the start and finish line is going to see the checkered flag likely, and yep, there it is. Checkered flag is in the air. I think it's pretty safe to give our running orders here, so let's go and do that. Right now, your front row is going to be Nico Vardis and Riley Harris. Those are 2 Formula Atlantic cars. Your second row is going to be 2 Continentals of John Burton LaRue and JT Novoselsky. Row 3 will be Timothy Minor and Michael Verisons. Row 4, provisionally, Brandon Dixon and Ashen Yelkin. Row number 5, Carlos Franca and Jeremy Swank. And then row number 6 will be John Wilhelming. That's how they stand after qualifying for Group 9. Group 1, Race 1 is up next. Let's take a break. When we come back, we're going to go racing, folks. Stay with us. Brandon Dixon and Ashen Yelkin. Row number 5, Carlos Franca and Jeremy Swank. And then row number 6 will be John Wilhelming. That's how they stand after qualifying for Group 9. Group 1, Race 1 is up next. Let's take a break. When we come back, we're going to go racing, folks. Stay with us. Welcome back to the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour from Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. Brian Bielanski, Rusty Bell with me today. Let's get right to our starting grids because we've got a lot of cars in this group, folks. Starting on row 8, on the inside, it's going to be Alex Lozano. Next to him, Richard Mooney. And then let's go on to row 7, Nick Heyman and Scotty B. White in row number 7. Row number 6, Gamaliel Aguilar Gomez and Matt Spicuzzi. That is going to be your row number 6. These are your touring cars, folks. Touring cars are going to start in a split start. They're the second group that's going to start. Brian Heitman will be on row 5 with Derek Wagner. Then we've got Sergio Slobin and John Heinrichs in row number 4. Row number 3 is going to be Christian Bronick and Anthony Pacelli. Row number 2, Todd Clark and Mark Cephalo. That could be a very fast row, folks. Keep an eye on those two drivers. And then your front row, Ethan Jacobs will be on the pole for the second pack that's going to come through. Next to him is Isaac Beekman. Moving on to our second group, this is our STL group. STL and STU group. Row number 8 is going to be Clayton Cavell and Javier Sanchez. Row number 7, John Murchison and Sean Duncan will be row number 7. John Weisberg and Cam Eben will be starting in row number 6. Starting 9th will be Will Robinson, and on the outside of row number 5 is going to be Thomas Noble. Then we've got row number 4, Parker DeLong and John Schmidt. Joe Eben and Michael Borden, that's going to be row number 3. Then you've got row number 2. Max McGee and Reed Sweeney will be row number 2. And your starting front row will be Austin Hill, your pole sitter. He's in the Mazda MX5. And on the outside of row number 1, Roscoe Pascarella, also in a Mazda MX5. So we've got ourselves a little extended pace lap here this weekend because we're starting on the backstretch. So it's basically a lap and a half pace lap, Rusty, for these cars to get themselves ready and prepped for what is going to be a 25-minute race.
Yeah, we're going to use that start stand. You can see that in the image that we see now with the double yellow flag for the pace lap. But that is where we will see the green for today's start. A lot of the big fields, a lot of our pro fields when they come here to Mid-Ohio utilize the back straightaway so the starter and the competitors can get a view of the entire field in one straightaway. Here at Mid-Ohio with the carousel being pretty close here to the start-finish line on the pit straight, the cars, half the field would be back behind the carousel before they even could see the green flag. So we've decided with these large fields we have today here that we're going to utilize our back straightaway start stand, and we will throw the green flag, which means basically we're going to start the race. Actually, we'll start here on our finish line on the pit straight, but we won't see the green flag until we get to the back straightaway.
Yep, here they come, coming up the hill to turn 10 and 11. They'll come past the main straight start finish line one more time and head down for the start of this race. It also makes for a very interesting turn 4 here, coming down there towards the start.
Very interesting turn 4. The cars will accelerate before they get to the kink on the back straightaway, and we'll be heading into turn 4 at a pretty good clip before they have to make that corner. And it can back up quite a bit there. You can go 2, you can go 3 wide from time to time, but typically it's a little difficult, and we normally might see, especially in this class, we may see somebody get pushed wide into the gravel. We talked earlier, the grass, while it's drying, is still a little bit damp down at the bottom. If somebody drops a couple of wheels off the driver's left around turn 4, they may not be able to catch it before it gets down into China Beach.
Tristan Smith in our chat, my old buddy from Atlanta, rooting on the Nissan drivers. Ben Tyler's on station 9, sending a good morning. Nicole Cooper-Cephalo is here, as she is often the case, rooting on Mark Cephalo. Mark was one of our podcast guests, gave us our Mid-Ohio preview show, so got a lot of laps around this place. Big hi to Nicholas Lang and Brian Stasinski. come through the keyhole. They'll be heading down. Next time we see them, they'll be coming down for what we hope will be a green flag. Let's start. You almost kind of have to throw the green flag, but, we'll see what happens here. Waiting for it. There it is. Green flag is in the air. Here comes our first group of about 16, 17 drivers, all heading down to basically the funnel of turn 4. 4 wide there, about halfway down to turn 4. Here comes your second pack right behind him. Also 4 wide, pretty much at the start-finish line. Not necessarily what you want to see, but we'll see how they all get through the first corner here. Oh, first group's already down through turn 6. Doesn't look like anybody's in China Beach. That's a good sign. Here's our second group. That's a pretty clean start from Mid-Ohio standards.
Yeah, it's really good. I was expecting to see somebody get pushed wide there, but so far everybody behaving themselves here in our first race of the day, and we're seeing some good moves here as we switch now to the middle of Thunder Valley. A lot of side-by-side racing as they come up to turn 11. And we're watching them make their way around the carousel, and they'll complete the first race lap right now. Is that car number 8, Austin Hill, the STL machine, showing the way.
That's right. Austin Hill comes across the line first, followed by Michael Borden, Max G, Reed Sweeney, Parker DeLong, Thomas Noble, John Schmidt, Cam Evan, John Weisberg, and Joe Evan. That's your top 10 as they come across the line the first time. Waiting for our T3 pack across the line, or touring pack. That was Isaac Eekman out across the line first, followed by Todd Clark, Mark Cephalo, Brian Heitman, Ethan Jacobs, and Christian Brolick. That's how they came across in our touring cars. We had one slow STL car already been bought by the by the T3, T4 group, so cars making their way nicely through the keyhole. No big issues there. Already a big gap out front. The first 4 cars have made a big move. So there's a big gap between first and fourth place here. It was already 3-second gap at the line for first half a lap. We'll see what it is next time by, but that's an awful large gap already.
Yeah, they're really stretching it out here at the beginning. They were on it hard from the start. In fact, looks like Austin Hill stretching it out over the 3 cars behind him. So we're seeing some big gaps developing early on in the race. We'll have to see if they end up burning through their tires. But these races are not all that long. They should be able to stay under the car for this 25-minute race.
Yeah, big gap up front, but there was a huge amount of cars together there, about 10 car lengths back, or 10 car positions back. There was a big bunch of about 7 or 8 cars all right there with each other. Austin Hill crosses the line first on lap number 2. And already a almost 4-second lead from Austin Hill back to Max G. And then Michael Borden, who was second place last lap, has dropped back to third. Then you've got this big schmozzle of cars. You'll see them coming right into our view in just a second. Not this pack that's coming in next, but the next pack of cars. I think there's like 20 of them.
Yeah, Max G making a good move here at the start. Of course, he's one of the school instructors here at Mid-Ohio, so probably has as good a knowledge of anybody here at the racetrack and knows the line around. He's had a chance to drive this track with its new pavement a number of times, but typically not in his race car. He's in one of the Mid-Ohio school cars. Right. So, but he's got a good feel for the racetrack, and we've seen him move up here at the start into second.
Yeah, this huge pack that we're seeing is a combination of the slower STL and STU cars, mostly STL cars, and the faster Touring 3 and Touring 2 cars have all come together really early, and that's what you're seeing right now on our screen is all of those 4 classes already smushed together here, smushed, a technical racing term, smushed together here, coming through turn 4 and then down the hill towards turn 6.
Yeah, 2 wide, the bottom of turn 6, able to hang on to that. A lot of times, as we'll find out with the new pavement, you can go side by side in some of these corners that traditionally only have one line through them, like turn 6 was typically a one car width lane through the bottom of that corner, but a lot of these cars side by side.
Almost 3 wide there going up that hill. That is not the fast way to get through that section of the racetrack.
Yeah, that's our second fastest corner on the track, turn 11.
Yep.
Turn 1, the quickest turn on the track, and then turn 11 close. They're almost the same speed. You wouldn't think so, but they really are. So we'll keep an eye on that group of cars. As John Schmidt shows him up now in the second spot here, at least on the charts. Moved ahead of Max G.
And John Schmidt's closing the gap a little bit to Austin Hill. It's now only 2.22 seconds. His last lap was 2 seconds faster than Austin Hill. Now, Hill is in an STL car and Schmidt's in an STU car. So in theory, I believe the STU car should be faster.
It should be, for sure. For sure. Bigger engine, 2.4 liter versus a 2 liter.
So that probably shouldn't be unexpected here. And of course, these cars qualified in the rain yesterday, so that may be why you've got all these different disparaging car, times, and faster cars may not have been faster in the qualifying session. Here is Austin Hill's in-car camera, and it looks like John Schmidt just drove around him for the lead.
Yeah, went right around the entry to the carousel on the outside. Austin Hill taking the traditional inside entry to the carousel turn, but John Schmidt's able to hang onto that outside, and there's enough traction there for him to hold it, and he's pulling away right now in the lead.
Well, and now the most important thing for Austin Hill is to not pay attention to the yellow car in front of him, but pay attention to the white car behind him. You see it in the screen in the top right corner. That is Max G trying to make the move for the lead, and that is a race for class position. Both those cars in STL class, one a Mazda MX5, the white car behind him is a Honda Prelude.
Yeah, and he is pulling up right now, as we can see in that camera shot. Is going to go side by side at the kink virtually, and he's got the inside line for brakes. He's already made the pass before they even get to the brake zone.
Right, the question now, can Austin Hill do the over-under and respond? And he looks like he's right up on the right rear bumper there, but he can't get side by side to go by, and really, really seemingly slippery through turn 4 there. Got at least one car off somewhere on the racetrack, but I'm not sure if it's in a position where it can't continue. Here is your first 2 cars, Austin Hill and Max G, coming through our turn 10-11, or turn 6, now down towards Thunder Valley. G got by, but Austin Hill's not letting him walk away too much, but he does need to keep on there on that back bumper if he hopes to still keep vying for the win in STL. 15 minutes or 16 minutes into this race, lots of action here at Mid-Ohio.
Don't have a car number yet, but there is a car out of turn 9 in the gravel. There's our view of turn 9. We can't see the car in that screenshot, but that's what we hear. We'll try to get the car number for you. Car is shut off, not going to be able to continue, it looks like.
Not quite sure if that situation is going to be one that the race control will be happy with, leaving a car in that position for an entire 15 minutes left here. So we'll watch and see what the decision made on that. Right now, up at the front, you've got Josh Schmidt is your leader in STU. He's got a buffer between him and second place Thomas Noble. That buffer in the way of Max G and Austin Hill. And then Cam Eben is your third place car in STL. He is got a buffer between him and second place. That is Thomas Noble. Looking down to T3, let's go over that real quick. You've got Isaac Beekman with a 4.6 second lead over Todd Clark and Ethan Jacobs. In T2, you've got only 2 cars, and John Heinrichs has a big lead over Michael Kamalian. In T4, we've got Mark Cephalo as your race leader. He's got a 6-second lead over Sergio Zlobin and Christian Braulick. And then finally going and looking, we've already talked about STL, Max G, Austin Hill, and Cam Eben. Like they're sending a safety car to check out the situation there in turn 9, not a safety car, but a course truck to send out to check out what's going on in turn 9 to see if that is a safe spot to leave a car. 14 minutes left to go in the session here. Max G has taken, let's go back to the overall lead. John Schmidt has moved out to 3.3 second lead over the second place car. Again, not a class battle there. His most important person to worry about is Thomas Noble, and then BMW 330i. He's got a big lead over Thomas Noble. Oh, actually, that last camera we were able to see.
Yeah, it's actually up the entry to the keyhole turn. They revised, the corner worker came back and revised that, and that's where the safety vehicle is. You can see just the top of the roof there at the entry to the keyhole turn, facing sort of counter race, it looks like, in that gravel.
Yeah, the Mid-Ohio safety crew has done a really great job this weekend getting cars either fast if we've had to slow the cars down or doing some hot pulls. So they've really been impressive this weekend, and we appreciate their efforts. Coming up at the halfway point here at Mid-Ohio, let's do this. Let's do a call to grid. And we'll take our break, and we'll have some more information about that car in the keyhole when we come back. Attention in the paddock, attention to the paddock. Group 2 cars to the grid for your race. Group 2, Spec Racer 4 and 3. Group 2 to the grid for your race. Let's take our break. We'll be back in about 2 minutes.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you. Or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Mazda Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazda Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazda.com.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Polo Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trial Nationals, and National Tour and Track Night in America. Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco's trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit BravoTrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside about how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information. We're back here at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. The car that was off when we went to break was the 79 car of Javier Sanchez. It has been freed from that location and is back in the mix here. Resetting the field in the classes real quick. STL at the top, Max G, Austin Hill, and Cam Eben. And then in STU, your top three is your race leader, John Schmidt, Thomas Noble, and John Weisberg. T2, it's John Heinrichs and Michael Kamalian. Michael Kamalian went off and is possibly going a little slow around the course right now. Touring 3, you've got Isaac Beekman, Todd Clark, and Ethan Jacobs. That's your top three in Touring 3. And in Touring 4, Mark Cefalo, Sergio Zlobin, and Christian Braulich. That's how they stand right now with 9 minutes to go here as we get to the closing bit of this race. Braunlick car has now made a pass for the lead in T4, so he has moved from third to second. I'm sorry, a pass for second place in the T4. So now it's Cephalo, Zlobin, and Braunlick, your top three in T4. That is the race for T4 right now. In second, third, and fourth place, all in our view right now. So that would be Zlobin, that would be Braunlick, Zlobin, Spicuzzi, and Lozano that we're seeing in our view right there. Kind of hard to pick up the little intra-class battles here when you've got so many different classes and so many cars this weekend.
Yeah, these speed disparities are quite different in these classes too, and as we talked about with qualifying being where it was, these cars are just sort of normalizing here as we get this to this point in the race,
right?
Because of the differences in qualifying. Rear drive, front drive cars just now beginning to sort themselves out and start turning the lap times that you would expect.
Right. Which is going to make it easier tomorrow, because these times today are possible qualifying times for tomorrow. And because of the weather yesterday, I'm pretty certain that all of the fast times for tomorrow's grid will come from this race today. So.
Yeah, for sure. I'm certain of that, what we got going on right now.
Josh Schmidt, nice big lead over second place in STU. And not only does he have a lead, he's got the buffer of Max G and Austin Hill, the two STL cars between the two of them. And Max G has been able to pull ahead of Austin Hill by a good bit, 5 seconds clear now. So that's a good, nice situation for G as well. And then Austin Hill doesn't have to worry about the STL car behind him, because that's a 20-second gap back to Cam Eben. We see John Heinrichs moving up through the field. He's got that beautiful Blackwing Cadillac CT4, and he is now in the lead in T2 and working his way up to the front. He is running laps faster than our leader, John Schmidt, and he has got a 20-plus second gap, almost 30-second gap to first place with 6 seconds to go. And he's only running a second and a half faster. So I don't know if he's going to be able to get up to catch John Schmidt, but it doesn't really matter, because in class racing, you only want to beat the people in your class. And you're doing that pretty well, although you'd like to take the checkered flag first when you can, right?
Yeah, for sure. That's the goal here. You don't have to beat them by more than a car length or so at the finish line, and we'll see if he can get up there and do that. We're watching him right now. I'm really impressed with the different lines that I'm seeing through this track. Much different than we would have seen last year with the pavement the way it is, but multiple lines through the middle of these corners, allowing us to see 2 and 3 wide cars right through the middle of the corner, where in years past you had to be real careful. If you got to the outside of a lot of these corners, you had trouble staying on the track. But not today so far. Good racing going on here.
Part of that, I think, also has to do with there's not a ton of rubber on the track to start with. And maybe by tomorrow it'll become more of maybe a 1 or a 2 line track. But right now, yeah, everybody's getting around, and I don't know that oh, there is one car. Nice save there. If you got 2 tires off there, that could have been a little wet there, but it looks like that worked out okay for him.
Yeah, a little bit of gravel and dirt out there, probably not quite as wet as it, and was able to keep the inside tires on the inside of the curbing. It sort of helped the car hug itself around that corner.
Sometimes that curbing can be really slippery. They didn't paint the curbs, did they?
No, I don't think they did. And they can hold water in those where they have the chatter marks in them.
Right. I tell you, when you get around turn 1 and do it the right way, it is just a ton of fun, because on these cars it could be flat. I know on the big bore cars it's just a little lift and go, but I think on these cars they can probably take turn 1 flat out at that point.
I would think most of these classes in this group could do that. Certainly have to be careful, and some of the cars are a little faster. If you snap off the throttle, the car rotates a little bit, and then you stab the throttle, and it basically straightens it right back out, and that's when you turn your quick lap time.
So nothing changing big up front. Your top 10 right now: John Schmidt, Max G, Austin Hill, John Heinrichs, Thomas Noble. That's the top 5. Then we've got Isaac Beekman, Cam Eben, Todd Clark, Ethan Jacobs, and Joe Eben. That's how they... Oh, that was close. I don't know how that car didn't hit the little bit of wall there, but it looks like they just kept in it and pointed it and it went. That was one of those Jesus take the wheel moments. Wow.
That's always a tricky one. That's the exit at turn 9. You've got to try to keep the car on the right side of that curbing. If it goes to the outside, it can be difficult to catch, but he was able to catch that and keep it pointed the right way.
Mark Cefalo with a commanding lead in T4. 12.2 seconds back to Christian Braunlich. But then you've got Braunlich, Spacuzzi, Zlobin, and Lozano, and they're all fairly close to each other on the track, but still little bits of gap between them, so no real battles right there. But that's definitely the best battle for class on the track at the moment, that 2-3-4 battle in Touring 4. A quick call to the grid for the next group. Attention in the paddock, attention to the paddock. Group 2 cars to the grid, Group 2 cars to the grid for your race. That's Spec Racer 4-3 to the grid. Under 2 to go here. Got Delay the car guy, Daniela Long, Ronald Lorraine, Adam DeLong, Sheila Cocky's all in the group here. There is our battle for second in Touring 3. I'm not quite sure if that car used pit lane or was coming out of pit lane there, but there was definitely a car in pit lane. Are you, Go?
That is normally not allowed to use the pit lane.
Yeah, I don't know if that was coming out of the pits or got pushed down there, but I know that if they got pushed down there, that's probably not a good thing. All right, there's our battle for 5th in Touring 3. The black car up front is... where am I at here? The black car up front, that's Derek Wagner and Nick Heyman. Oh, there's a front nose... yeah, it says Ford, so Mustang would be a good guess. And it's right on the edge of where you would want to be to set up for turn 4. Which black Mustang is that? That is probably Matthew Miller's nose. Scotty B. White's Mustang is white.
Yeah, Matt Miller's normally driving a yellow car, but normally.
Yeah. Good point. Scotty B. White driving a white car. Makes sense, right? Anyway, so that's what's going on there. That's what we're looking at there. All right, we should be getting our leaders coming down for turn 4 for the final time. Could be... which one is it? The Honda Accord of John Schmidt. Be coming down towards the start. The start line. There we go.
Yep.
There's that yellow car, that Honda Accord. Car behind him must be a slower car because he's got a big gap back to Max G. There is John Schmidt. Get done here on the final lap. The white flag is in the air.
Down the bottom of Thunder Valley with nobody in front or behind, really.
Fairly easy run for John Schmidt today. 8 seconds has been the gap for most of the race. Or at least a 5-second more gap. Here he comes through the carousel. One more corner, and then the checkered flag will be in the air. Here he comes, your race winner, John Schmidt in STU. Going to have to wait for most of the field to come across because we've got so many class battles in so many different places. before I can give you your podium finishers in all of the race groups here. Most of the action, though, has not for first place in class. It's been battles for second, third, fourth. Maybe Scotty B. White's Mustang has a black front bumper? It's possible because I just saw the other Mustang come through. It looked like it was perfectly together. So, rest of the field going through and making their finishing here. Let's go through our lead cars here right now. SEU, your winner, John Schmidt, followed by Thomas Noble and John Weisberg. That should be our provisional podium. In STL, it should be Max G and Austin Hill and Cam Eben would be your third place car. In STU, John Heinrichs takes the win. Michael Kamalian finishes 4 laps down, but he's got enough laps in the books to be considered a finisher, so he'll be second place. In Touring 3, your winner, Isaac Beekman, followed by Todd Clark and Ethan Jacobs. There's your podium in T3. And finally, your podium in T4, Mark Cefalo, Christian Braunlich, and Matt Spaguzzi. That's going to do it for race number 1. When we come back, Group 2 race, Spec Racer 4. That's next. Stay with us, everybody. We'll be right back. Mark Cefalo, Christian Braunlich, and Matt Spaguzzi. That's going to do it for race number 1. When we come back, Group 2 race, Spec Racer 4. That's next.
We're not supposed to be out here. Outside expectations. Built for the outdoors. With the capability to climb this high, we're not supposed to be out here. Which is exactly why we are. The off-road ready Mazda CX-50. We're looking for outsiders.
Round 15 of the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. Brian Bielanski here along with Rusty Bell. Spec Racer Ford 3, all the same class, all one class, one race. I love that. Makes it a little easier for us. Let's get right to our starting grids. Starting in row number 14, all Spec Racer Fords 3. On the inside will be car number 32, Rick Doinoff. On the outside, David DeBolt in car number 20. Row number 13, we've got Jeremy Swank on the inside in car number 17. On the outside, it's the 63 car of Derek Napianiak. Napianiak, thank you. It's good to have a local guy here. Ryan Gillenwater is on the inside of row number 12 in car number 161. Next to him, Larry Morris in the 94 car. Row number 11, Charles Pigeon, the 97 car. Next to him, Greg Brinkman, car number 06. Then we have row number 10. On the inside will be Bart Morris and the 65 car. And next to him, Greg Miller in the 04 car. And then we have Dave Lancaster on the inside of row number 9, car number 44. The 12 car, Benjamin Bryn, will be on the outside of row 9. Row number 8. Here's one of your faster cars out there with the rain qualifying session. He's starting a little further back than we expect. Chris Jennerjohn on the outside of row number 8, the 40 car. On the inside will be our P1 national champion, racing in Spec Racer Ford 3. That is Todd Vanacore. Got Carter Kunkel on the inside of row 13 in the 33 car. Next to him, David Anzalone in the number 133 car. Go to row 6 on the outside, car number 47, John Vogel. On the inside, James Goffrey in the 68 car. Row number 5, car number 198. That is James Lebeco, a car that's normally starting a little higher up in the grid. Next to him, Liam Flanagan in car number 92. Morgan Burkhart is one of the young guns in this group, car number 27. He's on the inside of row number 7. On the outside of row number 4, starting 7. On the outside of row 4, Cliff White in car number 58. Now we get to row 3, Grant Vogel, car 46 on the inside. Next to him, Mark Grebb in the 71 car. Row number 2, Tyler Stevens in car number 105 will be on the inside of row number 2. Peyton Long is next to him. That is the 43 car. Then your front row, former national champion Bobby Sack, car number 19. That's your pole sitter. Next to him is Jace Petty in the 02 car. That's how they're going to line up for the start. On our backstretch, Rusty, this should be a very, very interesting race.
Yeah, looking at the qualifying here, there's some cars that definitely appear to be out of place, and that can happen with, again, you had the combination of a new surface that the drivers were just getting used to, and then it was damp, drying and or wet, depending on what time they were able to turn their quick lap of the session. I look for this field to jumble up quite a bit here. Once we get past the first few laps, we'll see if we can get it sorted out. But there are definitely some drivers in mid-pack and towards the back that would normally be up in the front couple of rows here. But we'll have to keep an eye out. I think it's going to be a pretty interesting race. In these cars can be a little difficult to pass until you get to the back straightaway, where the draft does come into play with these cars, is that you'll see them tuck the nose under the rear cowling of these Gen 3 cars. But right now we're going to see what happens down at turn 4 as the front part of our field now makes its way up into the keyhole turn, and we'll look for that green flag in the start stand about 2/3 of the way down the straightaway.
Yeah, one of the things yesterday is we didn't really have any sessions that were either full wet or full dry. Either they started wet and got drier, or they started dry and got wetter. And it's just really hard conditions to get ready for. So here they come now, down towards our green flag. Hopefully, we'll see if the starter likes what they see. It looks like they were starting to pack up even towards the back of the field, so that's good. Green flag is in the air. Here we go. 28 cars all going down to that little funnel in turn 4, already trying to get single file up front. But we got the one car on the outside, not sure which one that is. We were 3 wide in the top 4 rows, and then we got a real slow car as well. Here they come down towards turn 4. We get 28 in and 28 out. So far, it looks like we did. Nice, clean start, Rusty.
Yeah, I was looking for a little more side-to-side action, but again, I think the track surface right now is holding the lines through these corners where normally the car would slide and maybe bump through the middle of some of these corners when they're side-by-side. But right now, the field all looks like it's making it through. As we look for turn 9 there, the cars begin to get themselves in a single file, but we're watching them now, and we'll have to see where the cars were able to settle in here, at least for the first half of the first lap.
Your pole sitter, Bobby Sack's going to go across the line the first time with a little bit of a gap back to second place. That second place car is Grant Vogel. Jace Petty has dropped down to third here early. Tyler Stevens fourth. Morgan Burkhart's on the move. He started seventh. He's up to fifth now. Peyton Long has dropped down to sixth place. Liam Flanagan seventh. Mark Grebs eighth. James Lebecco ninth. And Carter Kunkel is in 10th.
We'll start to see if anybody's got any moves now, as they will be at speed this time down the straightaway.
Definitely already gotten pretty much single file here early on. And they will start to work the draft here. Draft really important with these Spec Racer Fords. And you can see a couple of gaps up front. That is, oh, and boy, that second and third place car, I didn't even know there were two cars there. They were right up underneath the nose.
Yeah, in fact, there are two 2x2 battles right there in that spot.
Yeah, that was Grant Vogel and Jace Petty and Tyler Stevens and Morgan Burkhart. Petty and Burkhart both popped out to try to make the move going into 4. We'll check out next time by whether or not they got the moves done. Everybody is playing like good boys and girls so far here, which is good to see.
Yeah, and I might say surprising, but they may not like that if I said that.
So Sheila Cockey, Beth Burkhart, mom and grandma of Morgan Burkhart in the chat, rooting Morgan on here. Artie Sack is wishing Bobby Sack good luck in the chat. That's pretty awesome as well. Lots of family chatters today, family associate producers. Here they come across the line. Jace Petty did get the move done on Grant Vogel. Morgan Burkhart did get the move done on Tyler Stevens. They've both moved up a position, so now it's Sack, Petty, Vogel, Burkhart. Burkhart's trying to get caught up to possibly vie for the podium here.
Yeah, Bobby Sack's running away, though, right now. 137.9, almost a full second faster than your second-place car. So he is trying to get away early on.
Yeah, he looks in his rearview mirrors, which are pretty useless on a Spec Racer Ford, by the way, and he sees the cars fighting behind him, or at least maybe on the radio telling him. He's like, let them fight. It gives me the chance to pull away. And you can see Burkhart there trying to get caught up to Grant Vogel and give a shot there to be able to get into the podium discussion. Side by side through 4, that's Burkhart, I believe, trying to get around Grant Vogel. I don't know that he got it done. I believe that's still Vogel up front in third place there.
Jace Petty pulling away in second, though, once he got away from that a little bit. But those 3 cars behind, definitely nose to tail now, the middle of Thunder Valley. We'll have to see if Vogel, Burkhart, and Stevens can hang on to that spot.
Yeah, definitely. You want to see those cars work together. That's how they're going to catch Jace Petty. And it does look like they made a little bit of ground up going into the carousel.
Middle of Thunder Valley.
Across the line after lap number 3, we've got Bobby Sack, Jace Petty, Morgan Burkhart moved into third place there, and then Grant Vogel is in 4th. So Morgan Burkhart, he's the car on the move right now. Started 7th, and he's up to third place here after lap number 3. Big move for Burkhart here early in this race.
Yeah, he's picking up the lap times, too. Those front 3 cars were all running in the 137s for lap time. Everybody behind that's in the 138s or slower. So Burkhart, as you said, really on the move right now from 7th to 3rd. And we'll see what this lap time is. But I think Jace Petty may be a little vulnerable here, especially on the backside of the course. He looks like he can pull it out here on the straightaway, but by the time they got to the keyhole,
he
was able to close right in on Jace Petty. We do see a car off.
Yeah, I think actually we haven't noticed it, but right at the start we had a real slow car, and I think that's that car, and it's often a nice safe spot there, so they're going to leave it there till the end of the race. So, yeah, Burkhardt's using this race as prep for the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge race coming to Mid-Ohio here in June, and he's also trying to obviously get himself back to the runoffs. He's got something to prove. He was running the top 5 at the runoffs until the car broke due to an incident during qualifying at the runoffs, had a damage that they didn't know about. But he'd like to get back to the runoffs and do something there. But he's also using this as his first time here at Mid-Ohio, using it as a test session and a learning session to get ready for the IMSA race.
Yeah, that's tightened up. So that's battle's getting pretty close here as they come by. Burkhardt is about 0.2 quicker than Jace Petty on that last lap, so he is definitely continuing on the move. But even behind him, Grant Vogel now quicker than Burkhardt. So all those drivers are right together on the track.
Yep. And Tyler Stevens trying to hang on as well. He is out of Bixby, Oklahoma. He was one of the cars that ran up front during our Hallett Super Tour rounds. Tyler the son, and was Dad here this weekend as well? Looks like just Tyler is here this weekend. Not seeing something. But anyway.
There's a peek out right now. Burkhardt looking down to the inside of Petty as they got around turn 5. We'll see how that shakes out here.
Looks like Burkhardt has made the move for second place. So now Burkhardt is in second place, but he's got 3.5 seconds or so all the way up to Bobby Sack with 16 minutes to go. We'll see if he has anything to be able to bridge that gap, but Bobby Sack is pretty much walking away at the moment. Now, here's what I will say. Looking ahead to tomorrow, these drivers now will probably use these, well, we'll definitely use these times for tomorrow, and this is kind of the working out the problems with having a wet qualifying session, and we're going to have faster cars up front tomorrow than we did today. Maybe won't have the leader walk away tomorrow like we've had so far today.
Yeah, although Bobby Sachs definitely got the pace right now. He's in the 136s, and nobody else that I can see at a quick look is in the 136s. So he's got that car running really well right now. Still have that great battle going on, though, for second. Burkhardt, Petty, and Vogel. Vogel, we'll see if he can peek out in the draft and may take a shot at Jace Petty.
And as we've seen time after time, if those 3 cars stick together here and get to the final laps of this race together, there's no telling which of those 3 cars will end up in whatever order, because they will go racing hard the last few laps and probably the last lap. Look out, Jace Petty. I know he wants to make the move, but the smartest thing those 3 cars can do right now is stay together and try to draft back up to the back of Bobby Sack, if that's even possible.
Yeah, so far Bobby Sack able to turn the quick lap times of the race, so even without a draft, he's able to do that. Good battle behind. There's 3 cars right behind that second, third, fourth battle with Stevens, Long, and Liam Flanagan. Right there, we see that in the screenshot at turn 9. It looks like there may be a move there from Flanagan on Peyton Long, but we'll have to keep an eye on that as they come by the stripe.
Well, and it's important as it is for Burkhardt, Petty, and Vogel to work together to try to catch Bobby Sack. It's also as important for them to work together so that second group of 3 doesn't gap them and become part of the podium discussion here as we get into the deeper laps. So you kind of have to not only think about the cars in front of you, but you got to think about the cars behind you as well. Your top 10 right now: Bobby Sack, Morgan Burkhardt, Jace Petty, Grant Vogel, and Tyler Stevens. That's your top 5. Then your 6 through 10, Peyton Long, Liam Flanagan, Mark Greb, Cliff White, and James Lebecco. Car number 20, David DeBolt, has come to pit lane. Not quite sure what the situation is there, but he has come in, and that will pretty much end his day, at least for a good finish.
Bobby Sack with another quick time, a 36.4. Finally, Burkhardt joins him in the 36s, as well as Jace Petty running a 136. So the front 3 cars have gotten into the 136 lap times.
Russ Turner is in our chat right now. Russ Turner, national. Thank you for being with us. Says, dang, Bobby is dominating. Yes, he is right now. Definitely dominating. .5 minutes to go, halfway through this race coming up here. Let's do this. Let's do our call to grid, and we'll take our break. When we come back, we'll get you all the way to the checkered flag. Attention in the paddock, attention paddock. Group 3 cars to the grid, Group 3 cars to the grid. Formula V, Formula 6, and Formula F. Group 3 cars to the grid. We'll take our break. When we come back, we'll get you all the way to the checkered flag. For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for the hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
Mazda Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazda Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazda.com.
Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 named brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you. Or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Back here at Mid-Ohio for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Quick correction, I earlier said Russ Turner was in the chat and he was a former national champion. Sorry, Russ, for promoting you unscrupulously. He has 2 podium finishes at the runoffs, but not national championship. I bet you that's not far into the... So, here we go. We've got a change for the lead here, at the lead. Well, it says a change for the lead, and that's got to be a timing error. I don't believe Carter Kunkel is now our race leader. I think that's a timing problem. I think Bobby Sack is still our race leader. Jace Petty, though, has moved into second place in front of Morgan Burkhart. Grant Vogel still hanging on to that 3-car pack. There they are. That's a grayish car up front. That is the grayish-white car. That's the 02 car is Jace Petty. Right behind him, Morgan Burkhart, and right behind them, Grant Vogel. Then you got a 3-car pack behind those folks. That would be Peyton Long, Liam Flanagan, and Tyler Stevens. Oh, okay. Russ Turner is an FE2 national champion. That does count. Thank you, Russ, for correcting me. I was pretty certain he was a national champion. Thank you. I absolutely count that. All right, now that we've got that all cleared up.
Yeah, great battles going on, those 2 3-car groups behind Bobby Sack. Actually, and as we see the lap times, Bobby Sack more than a second a lap faster than these 3-car groups behind. Just walking away with this one right now. Almost isn't on the straightaway at the same time as he comes down the back straightaway, as these guys have been racing each other and just are not able to mount any kind of challenge to Bobby Sack.
These cars typically, when they are in a pack, they try to get to the last lap before they start to make their moves, and it is no telling. Third place can become first place, and any of those particular combinations can happen there. You see that Grant Vogel looked like he was putting his nose out to try to get around Morgan Burkhart, but then he pulled right back in behind him.
Yeah, that's a really difficult pass to make.
Yeah.
Coming down the hill, off camber, on a car on the inside, offline. It rarely will work there.
Now, I will say that also it's possible that Grant Vogel was just trying to get a little bit of air into that little inlet up front. It is 72 degrees outside, which isn't terribly warm, but when you're running right up underneath the tailpipe of that car in front of you, the only air into the car is that little inlet in the front of the car, and sometimes you just need to get a little air if your car starts to run a little bit warm.
No real movement on that last lap, although Peyton Long turned his best lap, and he's in the 136s now, so sort of in the middle of that second sandwich of cars that we've been watching.
It's often my theory that it's best to be in second place going into the final lap, but you still got to be close enough to the guy in first place to catch him. So in these little three-car battles, being the second car in the three-car battles, not a bad place to be, as long as the lead car doesn't start to pull away.
And we'll have to see if Burkhart may have burned his tires a little bit early, as he dropped from third to fourth on that last time around. So Grant Vogel able to make that move. He peaked out there going down into turn 6, or the exit of turn 6, but dropped back behind, but was able to make that stick by the time they got here to the stripe.
Yep, and it looks like Grant Vogel's gotten around Jace Petty also, so he is now in second place. So Vogel's on the move, probably doing a nice job of saving his tires for the first, 10 laps of this race, and now he might have a little more rubber under that chassis than the other two cars. Or they could all be just getting ready to be in the right spot for the final lap. Your top 10 right now: Bobby Sack, Jace Petty, Grant Vogel, Morgan Burkhart, Liam Flanagan, Peyton Long, Tyler Stevens, Cliff White, Mark Grabin, James Lebecco. In our chat, we've got Russ Turner, Tony Kart Racer. He's been in our chat a lot over the Super Tour this year. Amy Jennings is here with us as well. Hi, Amy. Welcome.
More movement going on in that pack. Burkhart falling back just a little bit, but it looked like Jace Petty maybe trying an outside move coming into turn 4. We'll see if he can make that stick. Again, difficult pass in the years past, but maybe a little bit easier now, but wasn't able to make that stick as they come through, and it's still Vogel, Petty, and Burkhart in that group.
Yeah, having multiple lines here coming into the final section of this race might make all of our conventional wisdom be completely useless, right?
Yeah, like I said, I'm seeing lines that are completely different than they used to be. A little bit wide there out of Tyler Stevens going over the curbing at turn 9 into the grass, but only lost about a car's length.
That second pack also has been fun to watch. That's Liam Flanagan, Peyton Long, and Tyler Stevens. They're having a really nice battle as well.
And that second group was a 1 second faster than the group of 3 in front of them on that last lap. So they are definitely closing in. This may be a 6-way battle here shortly. We'll keep an eye on that. At least a 5-way battle. Stevens haven't really recovered with that off he had at 9, but the 2 cars behind are definitely closing in right now.
Yeah, oftentimes a 2-car pack is faster than a 3-car pack in Spec Racer Ford, and I think that may be a little bit of what we're seeing there with Flanagan and Long being able to catch up a little bit to the back of that 3-car pack up front.
There was Jace Petty again taking a peek to the outside. We'll keep an eye on that. He's made that move now. He's down the outside of 6. He doesn't have the pass made yet. Still on the outside of 6 as they go up the hill. We'll have to keep an eye on that, but now it looks like it's sort of solidified, and he has that spot.
And don't look now, but 5th and 6th place have now caught up to that pack, so it is now a 5-car battle for 2nd place here with 3 minutes and 30 seconds left to go in this race. Let me make one more call to grid here. Attention to the paddock, attention to the paddock. Group 3 cars to the grid. Group 3, FV, F6, and FF to the grid. I think we had a car go off at the entrance to the carousel. Was that Morgan Burkhart? I think that may have been Morgan Burkhart who has gone off.
Tyler Stevens.
Tyler Stevens
went
was
off.
the car that went off. Okay, so that was one of the 5 cars in that 5-car battle. So right now, Jace Petty, look at him slide right there through the chicane. He is hoping to pull away just a little bit from these other cars. The gaps have widened just a little bit, and that may be hard for the draft to come back together here when we come into the final 2.5 minutes of this race. Our leader, we're not talking about him much. He's got a 14-second lead. That's Bobby Sack. That's why we're not talking about him at all. Here he is. This is the 19 car coming through our view, and you can look all the way back. The 2nd place car is just coming out of turn 4 right now and hitting turn 6. Or 5. Yeah, 5. Sorry. And now turn 6. That's a slower car. They're going to have to negotiate around here.
Yeah, Bobby Sack with a 135.9 on that last lap, so he is a 2.5 faster than any of the cars behind him.
Good job of that blue car to be out of the way and let that lead pack of cars come through without any issues. 2 minutes to go here, folks. 2 to go.
Burkhart's closing in on Jace Petty as they went up the hill there, sort of taking a peek down to the inside, but there's no room there as Jace Petty took the line through the entry to the carousel.
2 to go. Your top 4 right now, Sack, Petty, Burkhardt. Flanagan has now worked his way up into 4th place. He was part of that 2nd pack for many, many laps. This all happening as Grant Vogel drops down to 5th place. So that yellow car is the Flanagan car. Morgan Burkhart's the meat in that sandwich. And then up front, you've got Jace Petty. Coming down to 107 on the clock. That means they're going to get one more lap here in. So this should be 2 to go.
Another move there at the top end of the straight. That looked like Burkhart trying to make a move on the inside of Petty.
Looks like he got the move done. He did. I feel like that might be a lap too soon, though. There's Burkhart right in front of Jace Petty. And you've got the 4th place car, Liam Nielsen, right there. That's the red one, or the yellow one, I should say. But Burkhart's able to pull away just a teeny bit, but that's not enough. We'll wait to see where Bobby Sack crosses line. He just got the white flag, so 1 to go for everybody here. There is the white flag in the air for Bobby Sack, I'm sorry. And Jace Petty trying to get caught up there to the back of Morgan Burkhart to make this a discussion. Only a couple of more really good passing zones here. One of them going into the chicane, the second one going into turn 4. Here they come into turn 1. You're going to see just about a half a car length gap between 2nd and 3rd. The red car up front is Burkhart. The whitish gray car is Jace Petty. And then the yellow car is Liam Flanagan.
Nobody ready to make that move yet. We'll see at the top end of the straightaway. That's their best opportunity to make that pass.
It is, absolutely. This is a really good passing zone. Will Burkhart be able to defend? Will Jace Petty be able to maybe go around the outside like he did earlier? A few options here that we're not always used to. Right there is Jace Petty. He's getting close enough to try to pop out. Is he going to go inside or is he going to go outside? Where is it going to be? He knows he's going to make a move at some point in time here.
Looked like Flanagan was looking at the outside, but I don't think he was close enough to make that stick.
Looks like Burkhart holding on so far. That was a big opportunity lost by Jace Petty. Is there another chance for him to get by here? Half a lap to go. We should see our leader coming across the finish line here in about 15 seconds or so. Jace Petty still right there. Can he make the move? The checkered flag is going to be in the air in just a moment for Bobby Sack. And here it is.
Chase Petty dropped a couple of wheels off the curbing at 9, and that probably is going to cost him any chance here of making a move.
There we go. Here's our battle for second place, third and fourth. Coming to the line, it's going to be Morgan Burkhart for second place. Jace Petty's going to come in third, and Liam Flanagan is going to finish fourth. That's how it plays out here. Let's go through the rest of the top 10 here as we finish this one out. Grant Vogel is fifth, Peyton Long is sixth, Cliff White seventh, Mark Grab eighth, and then you've got Tyler Stevens and James Lebecco to round out the top 10. All right, that's going to do it for our first race in Spec Racer Ford of the weekend. Coming up next, Formula V, Formula 6, and Formula F. That's next. Stay with us, everybody. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
And then you've got Tyler Stevens and James Lebecco to round out the top 10. All right, that's going to do it for our first race in Spec Racer Ford of the weekend.
My name is Joshua Smith, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. We're happy to be supporting the SCCA and Mazda racers here. So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, parts support, technical support. All of this is done through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. Simple information, prove that you're a racer. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives 5 days a week.
All right, we are back here at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. This is the Great Lakes Race of Champions, the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, round number 15 this weekend. I'm Brian Bielanski. Tom Michael stepping into the chair now for this race before we get to our lunch break. And we have our starting grids here. Are we ready for that, Jordan, I hope? And here we go, starting in row number 5. We've got a split start here. So our Formula Vs are going to start in the back, and our Formula F and Formula 6 are going to start in front. So this is our back group, row 5. Rick Shields on the inside of row number 3 in the 77 VDF. Next to him, Paul McClory in the number 83 Citation. Row number 4 is going to be Brian Stasinski on the outside in his Citation. That's car number 84. And then we've got John Adams in the Adams V2. I'm guessing that would be the version 2 of his home-built Formula V, car number 14. Got row number 3, Bill Stasinski, that's Brian's dad, in his Cortec Formula V, number 21. Next to him, Mark Farnham in a Protoform P2, and that's the 03 car. Row number 2, Steve Whitston in his Protoform P2. That is the 08 car. Next to him on the outside will be Brandon Abbott in his Vector AM1, car number 26. Now we go to row 1. Brian Farnham is your pole sitter in his Silver Bullet FRS. That is car number 15. Then another Protoform, Andrew Whitston, Steve's brother. That is car number 12. That's how your Formula V field's going to start. Now let's go to our front pack. That is going to be Stephen Jondal on the inside of row number 9, in his Red Devil F6 car. Next to him, in the Van Diemen RF99 Formula F car, Zachary Rivard, car number 17. Row number 8, Russell Rustalui. Russell, I just butchered your name. And I will see if I can get that clarified. He's in a Van Diemen Formula F car, number 20. Then we've got Nicholas Shepard in the number 24 Swift Formula F car. Row number 7, Robert Gross on the inside in his Piper FF car, number 62. Then you've got the Nova Race Blade, car number 46, as an F6 car of Eric McCree. Row number 6, George Bugg in his 08 Scorpion F6. Got on the outside of row number 6, Robert Dietz in his Van Diemen Formula F car 18. Row number 5, Greg Peluso, 03 in the FF car. That's a Van Diemen. Next to him, another Van Diemen, a 02 car of James D. Row number 4, David Lapham. He's in an F6 Nova car, car number 19. Next to him, another F6 Nova car, Jason Martin, car number 78. Number 3, Sven de Vries on the outside in his number 26 Nova car, Formula 6. Next to him, in another Formula 6, the Scorpion of James Weida, car number 22. Row number 2, Keith Joslin in his Scorpion Rotex F6 car, number 55. Next to him, Calvin Kautz in the Formula F, number 88. And now your front row, your reigning Formula 6 national champion, Calvin Stewart in his Nova car Blade. That's car number 7. And next to him will be Theodore Burns in his Piper Formula F car. That is car number 81. That's how they're going to start. This should be fun. Lots of Formula F6s and Vs here this weekend, Tom.
Absolutely. The original entry, 28 cars. We'll watch them as they come down the finish straightaway there, and then moving their way through turn 1 up into the notch of the keyhole, and then they'll go down that long straightaway. And right there near the kink, you can kind of see it there, is the starter stand.
Oh, yeah.
And that is where we are going to get the green flag coming up here, hopefully this time around.
Oh. Got ourselves a gap start, so not an official split start here. They kind of manage it themselves here. These groups play with each other every weekend, so they know each other well, and they typically play like good boys and girls out there. And they come down now towards our starter. How lined up they are. Looks fairly good, and it looks like we've got a green flag in the air. Here they come. It's going to be about 12 cars barreling down. Look at that, 4 wide already down that massively wide back straight, but they were all funneled down into a less than massively wide turn number 4. And then here comes our second field here, heading through there. Let's see if our pack gets through here just fine. So far, so good. No issues the first time by for the Formula Fs and the Formula 600s. Here comes the Formula Vs side by side almost side by side going into 4, but they came together single file and they slide right through there without any issues.
Yep, coming up over the top of that, it can be very, very dicey as you try and make your way down to turn 6. Now we watch the front of the field over in turn 8 and 9. Put the right side wheels up on the rumble strips, sometimes a little bit beyond that. Try and get a little bit of a launch there. Front of the field now in the carousel. Somebody going wide. We got a spin up there. We just saw it start at the bottom of our picture.
Yep, there it is. That's a Formula 6 car out in the way there. It's going to have to wait till all the way through all of the Formula Vs before it can get back on the racetrack, and then it's going to have to pick its way through all those Formula Vs. Shouldn't be too hard because that Formula 6 should be a faster car. Hopefully it's not high-sided there. I'm wondering if it's having a hard time getting off the wet grass or if the car is high-sided and can't get over that little curb there with the spinning wheels in the back. And that is a place they are not going to let that car sit there. They will definitely have to go and pluck that car out of that location.
You see the driver every once in a while trying to signal. I think he's trying to get the crews over there to take care of him.
Help me.
But the leaders are already down the back straightaway.
There you go. First time by, Theodore Burns was at point, followed by Calvin Kaut, Sven de Vries. I'm wondering, that might have been our pole sitter, Calvin Stewart, I believe is the car. Oh, actually, no. Calvin Stewart won't be racing today because it's the Sabbath. So he doesn't race on the Sabbath, so he will not be racing till tomorrow. That's why Cal Stewart's not out there. My guess is that it's Keith Joslin who is that F6 car because he hasn't finished his first lap. And he is in the car number 55 car. Wondering why we didn't see Calvin Stewart out there, but he is Jewish and does not race on the Sabbath. All right, Theodore Burns, Calvin Kautz, your top 2 right now. Sven de Vries. Right, 5-5 is that Keith Joslin car. Yep. Sven de Vries was able to move into second place on that lap. That moves Calvin Kautz down to third place. Jason Martin is now fourth, followed by David Lapham, James Weida, Eric McCree, Zachary Rovar, and Steve Jondal. That is your top 5 of our first pack. And then we look at our Formula V cars. Your leader right now, Brian Whitston, followed by Brian Farnham, Brandon Abbott, Steve Whitson, and John Adams. That is your top 5 in Formula V. Actually, Andrew Whitston has now moved into first place. Brian Farnham dropped down to second.
Theodore Burns at the top. Last time by, he had a 1.5 gap on second place in that F600. Sven de Vries driving in that Novacar J7.
Seems to be making it through 4 and 5 pretty cleanly here. Side-by-side action in the Formula Vs as they come through there. Oh no, there's still Formula 4. That's the back of the Formula F pack, sorry. I'm old school, Tom. Every once in a while I drop a Formula 4 or something. I'll even drop a Formula 440 once in a while. That goes back a long, long ways. None of these cars, by the way, are Formula 40s. Before the chat goes and starts yelling at me, none of these cars are Formula 440s. I know the difference. All right, here comes our leaders across the line. Sven de Vries now in second place. Again, we just talked about him. Jason Martin, David Lapham, and James Weida moving up through the field. Now, I think what we're seeing now here, Tom, is the field is starting to equalize from our wet weather qualifying. These Formula 6 cars, typically faster than Formula Fs, they're now moving their way up to the front of the field, and the Formula F's starting to fall back, and I think this all comes down to which cars were faster in the wet. Now there's no wet. The cars that are typically faster in the dry really moving up through the rundown fast.
Well, we've seen some 2 and sometimes 3. We saw some 3 wide a little while ago, and looked like we may have had a problem for one of the competitors coming up into the keyhole.
Definitely looked like it was possibly a car up there. Maybe this is the car that was up and is now continued on and fallen a little bit further back, though. So I'm pretty certain that not too long down the road here, these 4 Formula 6s of de Vries, Martin, Lapham, and Weida are going to pass Theodore Burns, and they're going to become our race leaders here. That is that pack right there. Looks like two of the three have gotten around the Formula F car. Other two will try to make their way down here as they get to. There you go. There's the third Formula 6 working its way around Theodore Burns. Or trying to anyway. All right, coming across the line this time by your new race leader, Sven de Vries. Second place is going to be Jason Martin. Burns holding on to third right now, but that's not going to last very long. Dave Lapham and Calvin Collins probably going to get around him, and Eric McRae probably going to get around him pretty quickly. 17 and a half minutes to go. Here comes our Formula V cars across the line again. Andrew Whitston holding on to the lead. Brian Farnham, Steve Whitston. That's your top three. No real changes there. Then we've got Brandon Abbott, John Adams, Rick Shields, Bill Stasinski, Mark Farnham, and Brian Stasinski. Brandon Abbott just comes across the line, takes the lead, third place spot from Steve Whitston. Now Steve Whitston down to fourth, Brandon Abbott up to third.
Well, we watch cars in the further back in the pack right now coming through the keyhole, and you can see you have about as many lines as you do cars out there.
Yes, definitely. And part of that is it's a difficult corner with a lot of different ways to do it, and different cars, turn at different rates. They grip at different ways. They work on an axis differently, and it's not necessarily that they're doing wrong lines. I think they're just trying to find the right line for their particular car.
Right now, as you can see, it is just an absolutely gorgeous day here at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. Exact opposite of what we saw yesterday when it was at best cloudy and at its worst pretty daggone rainy one day ago. And there once again, I'll tell you what, Jordan's great, isn't it?
Isn't he great?
Yeah. Look at that right there.
Yesterday when the weather was good, it was sucky, and when it was bad, it was miserable. So that's how we went yesterday.
Let me see if I can trip him up. Can you show us the radar from yesterday? I don't think so.
I love it. All right, here we come. Our leaders across the line now. Ben DeVries, still your race leader. His purple lap, his best lap, a 1:33.639. Now keep in mind that with all of our wet weather yesterday, this session's probably also setting our grid for tomorrow as well. All of the cars should go faster today than they did yesterday.
Less than a half a second was separating DeVries and Martin there at the front of the field. They lead both in class and overall. Theodore Burns, who led the early part of this race in his Formula F, he's back there in third place now.
Let's see if we can pick up a battle in Formula V. Andrew Whitston and Brian Farnham, they're only about a half a second apart. I think if we stay here, I think this is actually them right here coming by, and it looks like Brian Farnham has caught the back of Andrew Whitston. I believe he's now on the outside going around there. I think, no, I think that might be second and third place. I think that's Steve Whitston and Brandon Abbott. Nicholas Lang, no snow today? Bite your tongue. Don't even.
This isn't Minnesota.
Don't even. Don't even. A lot of cars really almost drifting through this portion of the chicane here, Tom. It's flat for the most part, and then it kind of dips in towards the apex. And very interesting interesting part of the racetrack.
Yeah, most people are keeping the left side tires off of that little bit of a rumble strip there. Now we've got a rather large grouping here. Let's see how everybody does it. Four cars, four different ways of doing it.
Yeah, and more drifting in the sedan classes than in these little Formula classes. So these cars stick pretty well. Tony Cart, wait, are they running this track in the opposite direction? No, this is a one-direction only racetrack. We do have several racetracks on the Super Tour where you can run in both directions. This, however, not one of them. I've never seen a reverse direction race here.
No.
And
No.
Tom would know because he's here a lot more than I am.
Yeah, I've never seen one where they go the other way. And of course, that you have to have it set up so that all of a sudden the let's call it target areas
Sure.
would be totally different going the other way.
Some classes are built, tracks are built to do that. This one's not one of them. This track was built in an era before that. Going both ways on the racetrack was kind of a thing that people wanted to try to do. So,
yeah, this course was built back in 1962 by Les Griebling, and the track itself has changed. Not this particular part of it, but over in Thunder Valley, that had a major change very early on, where coming off of what's now turn 9 used to go into what's now the infield and then come back out just before you go into what's now turn 11. Thunder Valley, much different.
all right, 12 and a half minutes to go. We're past the halfway point. Let's take our break. And then when we come back, we will get us to the checkered flag. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are live at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA and provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. Hagerty also provides guaranteed value coverage and even has protection for your trailer. Did you know that SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty? Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for the hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit HawkPerformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA has plenty to feed your motorsport obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Back here at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Our host region this weekend, Ohio Valley region. Thank you all for being out here and helping us out. Let's reset the field here. Our race leader overall and in Formula 6, it's Sven de Vries. Top 5, that would be Jason Martin, Eric McCree, Stephen Jondal, and David Lapham. In Formula F, your top 5, Theodore Burns, followed by Zachary Rivard, Calvin Kautz, and Robert Dietz and James Dietz. It's your top 5 there. Formula V, your top 5. Brian Farnham with Andrew Whitston in second, Steve Whitston in third, Brandon Abbott is now fourth, and John Adams is fifth. Let's bring up, we've got a picture of the old Mid-Ohio that Tom was talking about, and the section of the race course that we're referring to is right at the bottom here. That is now a straight line, pretty much, Thunder Hill. But you see it's almost like S's in this picture, right, Tom?
Yeah, as it is set now, you've got almost a straightaway that comes up there, and that winds up, I'm pointing to it.
Yes,
nobody can see
nobody
that.
can see you pointing, but I get it.
Up into what is turn 11 now, for the most part. Anyway, that is now infield there. And you can take a look and see how little there was here as far as buildings and infrastructure and that sort of thing. 62 is when they built this place. They changed that over there in Thunder Valley sometime before 69, because when I got here it was different. And this track continues to evolve, and this year the involvement
we got a car off. Let's go back to our racing action real quick. I got a car off on this camera right behind our picture. We can dump the picture, and now he's, really bad spot to be in the track. That car slid off driver's right and then stopped right there, able to get started again. I'm not sure which car that is, and we can listen to the radio there. We'll be able to get a car number from our controller. Car number 14, I'm being told. That's John. No, I think that's Steve Whitston in the 8 car. Yeah, I think that was Steve Whitston. He went for a heck of a ride there, and I just saw him go off behind the photo we had up, and that's why I saw that. But wow, what a ride he had. All right, so let's get back to our racing action now. We've got 6.5 minutes to go here, and the lead up front for Sven de Vries, 2.6 seconds, and there's a pretty decent gap between each of the top 4 cars at F6. Zach Rivard, your lead car now in Formula F. He's taken over the lead from Theodore Burns. If we can stay here, we'll catch the Formula F cars as they come through here. And there they are, coming over the hill and right into our living rooms. That lead car is Zach Rivard. Right behind him is Theodore Burns. And then there's another Formula F car right behind them. I'm pretty certain that is, who is that third car? That's Calvin Kautz. So those are your top 3 cars in Formula F here. Probably our best battle on the racetrack here with 5 minutes and 40 seconds to go. So we're going to hang with this Formula F battle for a bit here. And there they go. They're going to slower Formula V to work their way around. Hopefully that V will stay out of the way and let them through. It's good news for the third place car if they get held up here just a little bit. Now they come onto the front straight. That's your second place car. I believe that's Zachary Rivard who went off there. Trying to get around that slower car. Might have been part of the problem, not exactly sure. But at the line, it was Burns back around Rivard. Calvin Kautz right there also. Here they come. So the black car should be Burns. Then Zachary Rivard should be the second car. I give him credit, though, man. He kept his foot in it. He didn't lift very much, even though he went way off there.
I was afraid that car might spin around there as it got to that grass, but no, he was able to keep it on the black stuff or get it back on there very, very quickly.
Yep. Now he's going to try to push himself right back down to get there. We're going to see what the gap is at the line. It looks to me to be about a second, maybe a second and a half. Here they come down the hill right now.
This is what's great about having a large field here in Mid-Ohio. Sometimes when you have the smaller fields, you get those big gaps. Well, you're not getting that here. You've got some very good cars, very good drivers. So they're going after it right now, and we'll watch them as they come down through Thunder Valley.
Yep. Looking at that Formula V battle, I think that is our battle for first place that we're seeing there. That's Brian Farnham in the orange car that we've been seeing. And right behind him is Andrew Whitston. So we had 2 good battles here. The Formula V battle a little tighter after that off in Formula F. But I believe that orange car up front is Farnham with Andrew Whitston right behind him. Here they come into our viewpoint here. And then I believe that's your first and second place and third place cars in Formula F trying to make their way through this group here. But you've got battles for the lead in Formula V right behind the battle for the lead in Formula F. So that's now Calvin Kotz in second place. So he was able to take advantage of Zach Rivard's problem there. And now Rivard's working his way around those two Formula V cars.
We had the course condition flag out there over there at the start line because there was something over there on the racetrack.
Right, right. 2 minutes and 45 seconds to go. Great action here at the end of this race. All right, there is your lead for Formula V. That was the two cars of Brian Farnham and Andrew Whitston. They're going to come up here. And there's your Formula F battle. That is Zach Rivard trying to work his way around Kautz again to get back into second place. Right behind him, your Formula V leaders. It's great that we've got the two classes here. Real quick on Formula F, it's a 2.2 second lead for Sven de Vries, so that is kind of why we're focusing on these Formula V and Formula F battles, because Sven de Vries has the race fairly in hand. 2.2 seconds doesn't sound like much of a gap, but it's a pretty darn good gap. So Burns, Kautz, and Rivard, that's your top three in Formula F. That's Kautz and Rivard right there coming through. And then right behind them, we've got the Formula V battle for first place of Brian Farnham and Andrew Whitston. Minute 35 to go. Should get the white flag this time by Rivard. Pops out to try to go around Kautz going down towards turn 4. Can he make it stick on the outside?
That could be tough to do right there.
It is, but he's in a good position to go through 5, and that's exactly what he did. He made the pass as they come down towards 6. Yeah, it's tough to go around the outside on 4, but if you can hold it there, you're in the right spot to go through 5. Perfectly executed there by Zachary Rivard.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what class we're talking about here. For that part of the race course, it always provides some thrills between 4, 5, and 6.
All right, white flag is in the air. 1 lap to go. And we also have a new race leader overall. Eric McRae has made his way around Sven de Vries. We're going to see him here. There is that orange Formula 6 car is now your new race leader, Eric Mervet. He made up a lot of room on this last lap. So many different battles. Hard to keep track of them all, but here they come. Down towards the start stand. This is not the finish stand.
Oh, he's off.
Oh, we've got a big
Leader's
car
off.
off. That's the leader, Eric McRae, I believe. All this big group of cars coming through turn 4 now, heading down towards turn 5. Leaders probably should be going down towards Thunder Valley at this point, or turn 8 and 9. Yep, here they come. There's all your Formula 6 cars. That should be your first 4 cars. That should be Sven de Vries, Jason Martin. That might be still Eric McRae up front. I'm not sure there was McRae that went off there at the start, at that start stand, but we'll see. Coming towards the checkered flag. Who is it going to be? We'll know in just a second. Checkered flag is in the air. Here they come across the line. Your race winner, Sven de Vries, gets back around him. Steve Jondal second. Eric Martin third. And it does look like it was Eric McRae that won off there, coming across the line. First place in Formula F. They should be here in just a second. Yep, Burns, Rivard, and Kautz is the race across the line in Formula F. So Rivard able to battle back after going off there with a few laps to go. Now we're waiting for our Formula V field to come to the line. They come across the line right now, and that's going to be Andrew Whitston coming around for the win, followed by Brian Farnham and Brendan Abbott will be the podium finisher here in Formula V. Wow, what a last couple laps, Tom.
Absolutely, and I'll tell you what, that's an unusual place for any car to go off here at Mid-Ohio. Usually if you have a problem coming off the keyhole, it's much further back. So I don't know whether there was contact between a couple of cars or what, but that car is going to be getting underway under its own power. But we'll be able to take a look here and see if he's got damage on this left side of the car.
Definitely.
Yep.
I don't know if that damage came from hitting the wall or if it came from hitting another car, but the front left corner on that definitely has some fiberglass work that's going to need to be done before tomorrow's race. All right, let's give you the top three in each class. Your top three in Formula 6, Sven de Vries, Steven Jondal, and Jason Martin. Your top three in Formula F, Theodore Burns, Zachary Rivard, Calvin Kautz, and then in Formula V, Andrew Whitston takes the win, Brian Farnham in second, and Brandon Abbott in third. All right, that's going to do it for us for now. We're going to come back at 1:10 Eastern Time after our short lunch break to get our workers in and get them fed, and then we will come back for the rest of our racing this afternoon. The first race after lunch is going to be race group number 4, and that is Spec Miata. You will not want to miss that one, folks. Stay with us. We'll be back at 1:10 p.m. Eastern Time. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course.
10 p.m. Eastern Time. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic. I think they kind of cater to the whole crowd of people. They got the SUVs for the soccer moms and stuff like that, but then you got your Miatas and your Speed 3s for your car enthusiasts, so I think they cater to all crowds, and so I think that's something that everyone can get behind.
In terms of maintaining equipment, I mean, running a prep shop, I mean, day in, day out, we're maintaining cars for customers all over the country. Mazda, hands down, is probably the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none in terms of specific competition parts availability, pricing, access to their technical knowledge and base. It just feels right. You feel connected.
So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support, contingency support as well. All of this is done through our website and the team support program and the Parts 800 number. We have two main ways that customers can acquire parts from Mazda Motorsports. It's through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. You know, simple information, prove that you're a racer with a race result. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives basically 5 days a week.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform. You know, a lot of guys would run double stints just to get time on track. They're super reliable, don't break. And Mazda Motorsports has some of the best just support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else. So they make it easy for us to run these cars.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
There's nothing else like this. There's no other big class that has the highest quality of drivers in it. It's really attracted the right level of people. The other aspect is I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and so it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
It's one of those things that once you get hooked into it, it just never leaves. Really helps understanding where they come from. It helps the communication between customer relations. You can very much understand their needs of the day. May not necessarily be the same each day, but you know how to adapt to it, and you know how to best serve the customer is really what it comes down to.
All right, welcome back to the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are live at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. Just got lunch, so I'm ready for a nap, but I'm not going to be given a chance to rest it all here because we've got one of our most popular race groups in the club coming out right next, and that is Spec Miata. Let's get right to our starting lineup here, top 30 cars in the group. I think we have, let's see here, about 40 cars. So we'll run through our top 30. Row 15 on the inside, Mark Curley in the 63 car. Next to him, Matteo Zari in car number 10. All of these, obviously, Mazda Miatas. David Moreno on the inside of row 14 in car number 51. Outside of row 14 is Gary Blenerick. Close to being right. On row number 13, car number 88 is on the outside, Seth Crawley. On the inside is 151, Taylor Ferrante. Move to row number 12, John Jadoin here in car number 89. On the outside is John Murchison in the 121 car. Moving to row number 11, Brian Vondren in the 57 car on the outside, Ayrton Grimm on the inside of row number 11 in the 21 car. Row number 10, you've got Chris Haldeman on the inside in car number 28. On the outside, Clayton Cavell in car number 80. Row number 9, Dexter Zuba in car number 90. He'll be on the inside of row number 9. And Chase McIntyre will be on the outside of row number 9 of the 3 car. Then we have Alexander Doss on the outside of row number 8. That is car number 24. On the inside of row 8, car 27, Tom Brown. Row number 7, Alex Bertagali in the inside on row number 7, car number 04, and Chris Ciuffo in the 34 car on the outside of row number 7. Now we go to row number 6, Will Dodd in the 11 car is on the inside. Robert Kuchera is on the outside in car number 77. Moving on to your top 10 cars, Matthew Dirks in row number 5 on the outside, car number 176, and Brandon Collins is in the 144 car. Row number 4, Matthew Novak in the 111 car, and Justin Hilly, I believe. I've got to go back and look at that again, but I think it's Justin Hilly in the 48 car. Jonathan Davis, car number 16 on the inside of row 3. On the outside, Davis Wiley in car 177. Top 2 rows next, Nick Leveroni in car number 09 on the inside of row number 2, and Sean Verwig in the outside of row number 2. And now your front row. This would be Stuart McAleer. He is your pole sitter in car 143. Next to him, Tyler Brown, car number 07. Tom Michaels is with us here for Spec Miata. Tom, this is always one of the more interesting races to watch.
Absolutely. I love watching these cars from the beginning. They have made themselves very much known in the world of sporting. And here we have them, the Spec Miatas, watching them as they now come up that little straightaway there. You see the pace car is pulling off, and now everybody is under the control of Stuart McAleer.
Yep.
And up through the notch into the keyhole. They come off that off-camber turn. They're going to be looking for a green flag headed towards treacherous turn 4.
Treacherous turn 4. Not quite as treacherous this weekend, seemingly, though, than weekends past with the new pavement. But still, it is a lot of cars going into a little tiny space, and that can either be chaos or it can be really good for the cars that get through. Green flag is in the air. Here they come. First 10 rows looking really good with some stragglers in the back, side by side. Still nobody popping out to go 3 or 4 wide yet up front. That might change going into turn number 4. Here they come, side by side through 4 still. So far, so good. Got one car almost a little wide, but they were able to hold on to it. And then you've got cars coming through here just fine, still side by side, snaking their way through turn 6.
We do have one coming off of turn 5, but able to get back on the racetrack and cause no major problems there.
All right, we've already got 1 or 2 cars moving out in front here. I believe that is McAleer in the first car, and I'm pretty certain that's Nick Leveroni in the second car there. Look at the whole pack here. Beautiful, different color schemes. They all come flying through Thunder Valley.
That first half lap looked like a pace lap,
yeah,
but very fast.
A very, very quick pace lap, no question.
3 wide as they go through the carousel.
All right, coming across the line, I was wrong. That is Tyler Brown in first place. Stuart McAleer is the second place car. Now Travis Wiley is in third. Justin Hilly is fourth. Nick Leveroni in fifth place. 3 wide going through turn 1, it looks like. Oh, wow, and everyone's getting through nice and clean so far.
Yeah, and our leader, Tyler Brown, is starting to stretch it just a little bit. We see this often, and then all of a sudden, tires go off a little bit, and you see the guys in second, third, and fourth reel him in, and we'll have a doggone good battle there for the number 1 position.
There we go.
Big battle for number 2.
Yep, Tyler Brown still working just fine. Now it looks like Travis Wiley trying to get around Stuart McAleer. McAleer and Leveroni are teammates. They've got those same orange and blue colored cars, so easy to get them mixed up. Look at that little lead already. That's a pretty big lead for Spec Miata standards on the first lap. Looks like Wiley's able to get around McAleer there. Those front 4 cars trying to pull away as much as possible. If they can do a breakaway, that's the best news for all of them. Nick Leveroni in fifth saying, no, I don't want any of that. We got to get caught up as quick as possible. So he's got the foot to the floor, trying to make his way down Thunder Valley and make up some of that gap.
Hilly right there in 4th place, looking to pounce if he can.
Yep, and now Justin Hilly all over the back bumper of Stuart McAleer. Coming across this time, Tyler Brown. Then we've got Travis. It's either Wiley or Willie. Stuart McAleer, Justin Hilly, and Nick Leverone. That's your top 5.
Yeah, Wiley was just shy of a second off the lead. Now he has separated himself from the 3rd and 4th place cars as they continue to do their interbarrel battle.
Spec Miata is another one of those classes where drafting very, very important. And sometimes, we got a car going off wide there at the in the keyhole. We'll see if it is able to continue on, but there's definitely a gravel trap. But if you're going just the right speed, you can drive right through the gravel trap and get onto the grass on the other side and keep moving down the hill. Going too fast, you'll go through the gravel trap and hit the wall. Going too slow, you'll get in the gravel trap and just get stuck.
That battle for 3rd place right now. McAleer and Hilly. It continues the pace as they head through 6.
Now our pack is strung out just a little bit. Too wide there, about 15, 20 cars back going through that section.
Look at that train coming through 9.
That is typical Spec Miata racing, folks. And now you got 1 car's caught out, and the entire train is going to try to drive right past it.
Looking to the inside, that's Hilly.
Yeah, that is Hilly trying to make the move on Stuart McAleer. We'll see if he's able to get it done.
Nope.
Not quite. Not quite. I think there's more of that to come, though, Tom. Now McAleer is able to pull away just a little bit. Now, the more those 2 dice, the better chance Nick Leveroni has to catch up and make that a 3-car battle for 3rd place.
Yeah, Leveroni kind of in the catbird seat, just watching what's going on ahead of him. Yep. He's not being challenged right now. And then there's a whole string of cars as they head up into the keyhole one more time.
Right, yeah, Leveroni in that number 9 car can just basically put his head down and do qualifying laps, trying to catch up to the 2 cars in front of him. Now we've got a battle for the lead here. This is going to be Travis Wiley trying to get around Tyler Brown. Definitely in the position to do it, and it looks like he got the job done. I believe so.
Also the challenge for 3rd place. It continues.
Yeah. This time it looks like, this time it looks like Justin Hilly's going to get the job done and makes the pass. Now the question is, can McAleer answer right back and make the pass back again? At the moment, the answer is no.
Well, this is a very tough part of the track to really pass until you get down into Thunder Valley. You've got to have a real good run to be able to do that before you head up to 11.
Comes our leaders now through the carousel. At least the opening of the carousel. Make their way through the end of the carousel, and the left-hander onto the front straight. Your new leader, Travis Wiley, followed by Tyler Brown. Then you've got Justin Hilly, Stuart McAleer, Nick Leveroni. The rest of the top 10, Jonathan Davis, Sean Varwig, Robert Kuchera just moves into 8th place. Matthew Novak down to 9th, and Brandon Collins is in 10th.
Jonathan Davis giving himself a little bit of an edge there over Varrick. That's for 6th place.
A lot of single file racing through the back of the field, trying to work that draft and get a position, be able to put yourself in a good spot to make the move. So on that last lap, we had a pass for the lead and a pass for 3rd place. So the entire podium shook up on lap number 4. Nobody got too far away. Nick Leveroni's having a hard time getting caught up there. 2 cars are often the best drafting duo with these cars. When you add a third, not always faster with a third car. Really hard to catch up when you've got 2 cars drafted together and really working well together. But now it looks like Hilly is losing McAleer just a little bit. And if that continues to happen, then Leveroni might be able to catch up to his teammate, and then the 2 of them might be able to work together to try to get more towards the front.
Wiley and Brown continue there on point as they continue up into the carousel. There they are. That sweeping right-hander coming back around onto the front straightaway. There's not much more than a car length between 1st and 2nd.
That's right.
Coming back around onto the front straightaway.
Travis Wiley, Tyler Brown, Justin Hilly, Stuart McAleer, Nick Leveroni. There is your top 5 as they come past start-finish now for the 5th time. 15 and a half minutes still to go. A lot of racing going on here. Justin Hilly just went purple for the session with a 1:44.355. That's the fast lap right now, about a second faster than Travis Wiley and Tyler Brown. So he's trying to get caught up, and look at right there. He is pretty much caught up to your leaders as the leaders battle again for 1st place, and that just makes it easier for Justin Hilly to get caught up. There is Tyler Brown trying to retake the lead. If he's not careful, he might, or if Travis Wiley isn't careful, might follow Justin Hilly, might just follow his way right through to 2nd place. All right, so it looks like Wiley is retaking the lead. Brown moves back to, Brown is retaking the lead. Wiley moves back to 2nd place, and Hilly just hanging out there in 3rd, but he has caught the back of the leaders now.
Yeah, that is a great battle for 1st, 2nd, 3rd. And then sitting by himself is McAleer.
And some fan just decided to look at our camera to find out what's going on. I don't know who that was, but welcome to the broadcast. And some fan just decided to look at our camera to find out what's going on. I don't know who that was. There's our leaders across the start-finish line. The gap between 1st and 2nd place, 0.4 of a second. I actually think it was closer than that, but I'm not going to tell the machine that it lied. Brown now in the lead, Travis Wiley in 2nd, Justin Hilly in 3rd. And they are slowly pulling away from Stuart McAleer.
About 13 and a half minutes left to go in this.
Yep. Other than your top 3 spots, people seem to have pretty much settled in. I see Seth Wally has moved up a couple positions into 13th place with Ayrton Grimm right behind him in 14th. A little bit of moving in the middle of the pack here.
Always a potential when you see him that close going down the straightaway for somebody to pull out and perhaps try and make their move down into turn 4.
Coming up on 12 minutes and 45 seconds left. Let's take a break. We'll do a call to the grid, and then we'll come back for the rest of the race. Attention in the paddock, attention to the paddock. Group 5 cars to the grid, Group 5 cars to the grid, FE2, P1, and P2. Group 5 cars to the grid. Let's take our break. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA and provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. Hagerty also provides guaranteed value coverage and even has protection for your trailer. And did you know that SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty? Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HB Plus pad for the hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit HawkPerformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
It's the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 28 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototype to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
We're back here at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. While we were at our break, Alex Bertonoli knocked off a purple lap of a 1:44.258. Then right after that, Robert Kuchera in a 77 car knocked off a purple lap of a 1:44.171. Those two cars are deep, well not deep, but deep in the top 15. Kuchera now in 7th. Bertonoli is in 11th right now. So some really quick cars, not up front at the moment, but the action up front has been pretty fun to watch, Tom.
Absolutely. Tyler Brown, Travis Wiley, and then Justin Hilly, who has gotten back up in there. Through 6 they go. Just a little bit of an advantage there for Brown, Wiley, and Hilly right on the racetrack. And you move back to McAleer, and then Leveroni, Davis, and Kuchera, they are right together.
Justin Hilly is showing a lot of maturity here, just hanging back there in 3rd place. No need to really get into the mix right now. If he just hangs out there to be there on the final couple of laps, that is going to be a great move, but he does need to stay to the back bumper of Brown and Wiley, and that is already widening the gap just a little bit, which I'm surprised by because he was right there lap after lap after lap.
Yeah, I don't know whether he missed a shift or something, but that car is not as quick as it was just moments ago, and he's lost a lot of ground on 2nd place.
Yeah, well, part of it is that Tyler Brown just went purple with the best lap of the session with a 1:44.408, and then Ayrton Graham pulled it back and did in 12th place, put a fast lap down. But the difference between Tyler Brown and Travis Wiley, going back to Justin Hilly, was more than a second that lap. So something happened, whether it was a misshift or just went wide or whatever. Lost a second. Now we'll have to see if Justin Hilly can catch back up again.
It's still a great battle for the lead between Brown and Wiley, and then you move back there, Leveroni, Davis, Kuchera. They continue to fight for that number 5, 6, and 7 positions.
Interesting that even these cars in the back who are getting really fast times, even though they're not up front racing, those times are going to help their starting times for tomorrow. They may end up in the first couple of rows tomorrow.
Getting up front, pretty important here because that can avoid a lot of the hustle bustle that you get going down into turn number 4 on a start.
Yep. Yeah, you always, when you've got 40 cars, you'd much rather be in the top couple rows than the middle rows because that's where all the chaos typically happens.
Well, Haley's starting to pull back in, I think.
Yeah.
So he'll be a factor before this thing's over once again.
Looks like it might have been just a momentary hiccup. And in combining with the fact the top 2 cars let off a pretty darn good lap. So doesn't take much. If you're a half a second off and then the lead cars are half a second better than they have been, that can open up that gap pretty quickly.
Just under 7 minutes to go. Tyler Brown still with the lead. Travis Wiley right on his rear bumper.
And you've got a bunch of packs going throughout the field. Let's run through our top 10 real quick. Tyler Brown, Travis Wiley, Justin Hilly, Stuart McAleer, Nick Leverone. That's your top 5. Then you got Jonathan Davis, Robert Kuchera, Brad Collins, Matthew Novak, and Alex Bertagnoli is in 10th. That's your top 10 right now. 11 through 15, Will Dodd, Ayrton Grimm, Tyler Ferrante, Seth Rowley, and Matthew Dirks.
There's your leaders. Past the start stand. Again, they start back there on that long straightaway and then come around to the front side of the course for the finish line, which is in front of the pits.
Looking at that Justin Hilly car, it just shows how hard it is to even make up a second between the cars in front of you, especially when those front 2 cars got a little bit of draft going. But now Travis Wiley is backing up just a tiny bit to Justin Hilly.
And we're getting close to do or die to that time here.
Yep, and as Nicole Cooper-Cephalo points out, Justin Hilly just dropped his fast lap of the race at a 1:44.155, and so did Nick Leverone with a 1:44.854. That's their personal best for this race session.
And McAleer is in danger of being overtaken now for the 4th position. That's now a 4-way battle.
That is a 4-way battle for 4th place, absolutely. Those are the 2 team cars of McAleer and Leverone. There they come, coming across the line here.
That's why we love the Miatas.
That's right.
This is that kind of racing.
I always say this is kind of like bide your time to the last lap mode, and whenever I say that, then the 2nd place or 3rd place car starts to pop out and try to make a pass. It's really hard when your brain's telling you to stay with you, but your motivation is like, I want to be up front.
Well, Hilly set that back there in 3rd place. He's still got a little ground to make up. Peeking to the outside there was Travis Wiley.
Yeah, but if Brown and Riley start changing positions, that's going to give Hilly a chance to jump right back in there. So, still in a good position. Attention in the paddock, attention to the paddock. Group 5 cars to the grid. FE2, P1, and P2. Group 5 cars to the grid. There are your leaders. And then here's the battle for 4th place. These are the leaders up front. That is Tyler Brown and Travis Wiley in 1st and 2nd. That yellow car, Justin Hilly, hoping to be there right at the finish here. We got about 3 laps to go in this race, maybe 4.
I think Hilly may be just cooling the tires just a little bit in preparation for that big move, which will probably come at the end of the long straightaway in turn 4.
And it might come at the end of the long straightaway in turn 4 on the final lap.
And he can get 2 at a time there.
That's right. That's right. So, but he's got to be closer than he is now. I don't think he can make that move from the position he is now. He needs to be kind of right up on the rear bumper there of that 2nd place car if that's going to be something he wants to try to do. And of course, those first 2 cars want to work together and start to drive away as much as possible. This is the battle for 4th, coming through the keyhole. really good race cars in that group. McAleer, Leveroni, Jonathan Davis, and Robert Kuchera. You've got the 2 National Tour drivers that are with us a lot, McAleer and Leveroni, and then the 2 local drivers, Jonathan Davis and Robert Kuchera, one from Wadsworth, Ohio, the other from Independence, Ohio. My suspicion is that they've been out here a lot, and they know their way around this racetrack, and they are certainly showing that today.
Now still not able to pull up and get in contact once again with Wiley. Hilly is sitting there in 3rd place. And getting to be almost equidistant, first, second, and second to third.
2:12 to go with 1:44 laps. We might get 2 laps left here. I think they're going to come across a line in just enough time that we're going to get the white flag, not this time, but next time by. I think they're going to come across a line in just enough time. Oh, there's a checkered flag? But next time by. That is a interesting situation going on there. Checkered flag? Well, we will wait for some rulings on this. There's a car in turn 1. That could be the reason for our checkered flag, folks, because that's a spot you do not want to be in. There'd be no way to get anyone out to check on that. So my suspicion is that is the call was for a quick checkered flag there. I did not hear that, but that makes perfect sense to me now. So my suspicion is that is the call was for a quick checkered flag there. I did not hear that. But that makes all right, so as the early checkered comes for the incident in turn 1, your race winner, Tyler Brown, Travis Wiley will be 2nd, and Justin Hilly will be 3rd. And that's how they finished up here in our session here with the early checkered because of that car in turn 1. Really no choice there, Tom.
No, and it's too bad because we had a great battle shaping up there to end this thing. Tyler Brown, Travis Wiley, Justin Hilly was still in the mix, and then you had the battle for 4th between McAleer, Leveroni, Davis, and Kuchera.
All right, that's going to do it here for us. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we've got another race, FE2, P1 and P2. That's next. Stay with us. This is the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour Middle Ohio Sports Car Course. We'll be back in a few minutes.
FE2, P1 and P2. That's next. Stay with us. This is the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour Middle Ohio Sports Car Course.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else, so they make it easy for us to run these cars.
Welcome back to Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. This is the Great Lakes Race of Champions. We are here for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour Group 5, Prototype 1 and 2 and FE2. We're going to have a split start. Our prototype cars up front. Our FE2 cars will start at the back. And let's get to our starting grids. Starting on row 8 of our second pack, these are the FE2 cars. Doug Campbell on the outside of row 8, inside of row 8. Sam Harrington on the outside of row 8. He's in the 33 car. And we've got Gabe Feuerbach on the inside of row 8 in the 09 car. Car number 12, Steven Zaborski, will be on the outside of row number 7. Now we move on to row number 6, Chris Jennerjohn in the 48 car on the inside. Dean Opperman on the outside in the 27 car. Row number 5, Eric Wisniewski in the 16 car. He'll start on the outside. James Lebecco will start on the inside of row number 5. Jonathan Weisheit will start on the outside of row number 4. In the 67 car, Darrell Wills will be on the inside of row number 4, car number 47. And we've got row number 3, Jason Panzo on the inside in the 04 car. Adam Jennerjohn on the outside in the 71 car. Row number 2, car number 51, Sebastian Mateo Naranjo in car number 51. And on the outside, Blake Pigeon in car number 21. Row number 1, Dexter Zuba is going to be your pole sitter on this second group in the 77 car. Next to him, Steve Whitson. We saw him earlier in the Formula V race. He's on the outside of row 1 in the 08 car. Now we move on to our first pack. These are our prototypes. Row number 4, Richard Colburn in the 97 car. On the outside, on the inside, I should say, on the outside is Jack Baruth in car number 31. Row number 3 on the outside, car number 114 in the store WF1. This is Gary Peck on the inside in the Sorcerer, car number 64, William Niemeyer Jr. I think he goes by Bill. Yes. And then we've got on the inside of row number 2, Vaughn Scott in the 25 car. He is in the Hidari Firefly. And that is car number 25 on the outside, Mike Rupert in the store WF1 in car number 07. And finally, your pole sitter, your reigning national champion, Todd Vanacore in the Elon DPO2 in the number 119 car. He's your pole sitter. Next to him, and another Elon DPO2, Daryl Schaff in car number 94. That's your starting grid at this moment, or for this race, actually. And we'll see if that gets shaken up for tomorrow. As we come around to finish up our pace lap here, quick story. Doug Campbell in the 53 car. He's here first race at Mid-Ohio. He's been racing for a long time, but this is his first time coming back. Back in the 90s, his dad passed away unexpectedly here during a vintage race weekend. He was one of the racers and had a heart attack here after a session, so it wasn't during a session, but he died here at Mid-Ohio. Doug had not been able to bring himself to come back to go racing, but he's now back. He said, I want to make new memories here. So he is here with us for the first time and wishing him the best of luck. All right, here we come down now for not a second pace lap. I keep forgetting that we start on the back stretch here, Rusty.
Yeah, the race starts right now. The race has started, but we won't see the green flag until we get about halfway down, 2/3 of the way down the back straightaway.
Yeah,
so
that makes
these
sense.
large fields, again, if you're just joining us, we're starting on the back straightaway, which is where we normally would start most of our pro races here at Mid-Ohio, because the starter can't get a good view of all the cars to see if they're in alignment here on the pit straightaway, because they're on the other side of the carousel turn just coming up out of Thunder Valley. But on the back straight, they can see all the rows of cars as they come through the keyhole, and he won't throw the green flag until he makes sure that everybody's in alignment in front of him here on the back straight.
Or at least alignment adjacent.
Close enough. Yeah, close enough.
Some resemblance of a line.
Yeah, sort of.
Yeah. So, yeah, when Doug sent me that story earlier this week to tell me about his dad and stuff, I was like, wow, what an emotional weekend for him. So we wish him the best of luck here. Make some good memories here at Mid-Ohio. All right, waiting for our prototypes to come down towards our start stand here. These cars should line up really nice. I think there's only 9 of them. Here's out the green flag, and here they come down to turn 4 for the first time. We got that big group of FE2 cars coming up next. Now you've got your FE2 cars. They look like they're in good, nice alignment as well. They get the green flag and immediately pop out to 3 wide, maybe even 4 wide. That will not work out 4 wide when they get to turn 4, if in fact they don't find a way to straighten it out. Here they come through turn 4 for the first time. 2 wide works with these small cars, definitely. And they look like they've gotten through pretty well, Rusty.
Yeah, I saw what looked to be 5 wide for a second there, right at the start line. But they've settled in now. Going to be 2 wide here through the bottom of turn 6. They make their way up the hill and then down towards turn 9. And we see our prototypes just coming across the line here to complete their first race lap as the FE2s are in Thunder Valley. We'll watch them come up out of there, and we'll get to the rundown here after the start of this race.
There we go. Here comes our FE2 cars through the carousel. Now they're starting to get to be single file. Still some sticker tires on those cars. Our FE2 cars come across the line here for the first time. Yeah, there's a car way in the back as well. Let's go over our cars here on the first lap. Todd Vanacore takes the lead early with Daryl Schaff and Vaughn Scott. That's your top 3 in the prototypes. Your leader right now, Steve Winston in the 08 car. Want to wish Steve a happy birthday. Celebrating his birthday here at Mid-Ohio. Derek Dexter Zuba and Jason Conzo. That's your top 3 in FE2. Oh, there's a car spinning off, and that might have been Steve Winston. That is the 21 car.
Blake Pigeon?
Blake Pigeon is the one that spun off.
There's a burn out there in the gravel and gets it running once again.
It, there we go. Is able to pop the clutch and get going if there even is a clutch on those cars. Yeah.
Had Darrell Wills spin on the first, didn't even cross the line there and spun in a carousel, but he recovered. So that's another spinner that we had on the first line.
A little bit of action early here as these tires get up to temperature here. Weather, definitely Chamber of Commerce weather here at the moment after yesterday, especially 75 degrees and sunny. Some puffy clouds in the sky, but none of them look terribly dark at the moment, so I think we'll keep our fingers crossed through the rest of the afternoon here. All right, Todd Vanacore has already opened up a 5.4 second lead here over his second place P2 car of Daryl Schaff. Then we've got a P1 car, I should say. 2 P2 cars then, Vaughn Scott and Mike Rupert in 3rd and 4th.
Steve Whitson still out in front of FE2 over Jason Conzo. Looked like it's got a gap of, well, I don't even know, 1/10 of a second maybe at this point. Not much.
0.796 at the line. So you're right on there, right about 7/10. Blake Pigeon, after that spin, has come into the pit lane to get the car checked out. We'll see if he goes back out or if he calls it a day. All right, we're here in car 77. That was a 3rd place car in FE2 has gone off and has continued. Attention to the paddock, Mark Curley, car number 63, Spec Miata. Please see the race director and the class ambassador at impound immediately. Mark Curley, car number 63, Spec Miata. Please report to impound immediately and see the race director and the class ambassador. All right, so last time by it was Whitson, Conzo, Zuba. This time by, Zuba's going to be a little further back, I'm pretty certain. And Sebastian, there it is, Sebastian Mateo Naranjo is now popped up into 3rd place. And Steve Whitson has fallen back also. Now Jason Conzo's taken the lead. So it's now Conzo, Lebeco, Naranjo, Steve Whitson, and Adam Jennerjohn. Big changes in FE2 on that last lap.
Yeah, Lebeco's always fast here, especially in his FE2 car. He had a problem yesterday, knocked a wheel off or a corner off that car, but they put it back together, and he is back out running and got himself up into 2nd in the class after just 3 laps.
Yep. Looking at our other classes right now, no real battle up front, so we will keep talking about this FE2 class for a little bit here. Gonzo got around to first place and opened up a 1.7-second lead in that lap. So he has got that car hooked up and is going. Yeah, James Leveco lost the nose off that car yesterday. And got the thing put back together, and he is a hot shoe, so he's moving up the chart. Oh boy, that was a little bit of a tight little action there. I don't know that FE2 car or that prototype car knew the FE2 was trying to come up the inside there, but that is not the way to make friends.
Yeah, that was a little close.
Yeah. Yeah, that car's slowing down those FE2 cars behind it. Now we've got a really slow prototype car coming through. Hopefully that's going to the pit lane, which it does look like that it is. That slower car looks like it might have been...
Yeah, it's the 114 machine of Gary Pack that's pulled into the pit lane.
That's that one there.
And the 77 FE2 car also in the pit lane of Zuba, who was running right up front at the beginning of this and had it all four off, and now has made a call to the pits. May have clogged the radiators with some grass, so we'll see if he can get that car back out and running.
Yeah, the problem for this group of FE2 cars is that prototype's faster in a straight line, but not faster in the corners. So he gets slowing down everybody behind him, but then when the car goes straight fast, it goes straight fast. But that's hard for them to get around. And now one car gets around him, and maybe he'll know that the other cars are coming now. As they all come through, now he moves out of the way and lets all those FE2 cars behind him by. I'm sure they are appreciative of that, except they might have wanted that to happen a lap earlier.
Yeah, that made for some close quarters there with that car on the last lap anyway, but he finally moves over. They all get by. We see him come by right now. That was Whitsom, Adam Jennergon.
And the big winner in that whole situation, I'm pretty certain, are the winners are Jason Conzo and James Lebeco. They were able to open up now a 7-second lead over third place. So that was a bad situation for those cars, but that is part of what multi-class racing is. Sometimes the things work your way and sometimes they don't. Wow, we're here in the 77 car. When they cleaned out the radiators, pulled about half of the pastures of grass out from underneath the radiators. So a football field's worth of grass. Now it's all on pit lane for someone to come and clean up later. So.
Yeah, that happens a lot with these cars. Spec racers, same way.
Sure.
They get off track and it clogs the radiators pretty easily.
Oh yes, absolutely. I've spent many a minute cleaning out the front end of a Spec racer. All right, your top four in the prototypes. Vanacore and Schaff, they're your P1 and P2 leaders. I'm sorry, your two P1 leaders, first and second. First and second P2, Vaughn Scott and Mike Rupert. Now looking back at FE2, Jason Conzo and James Lebeco, about a second separates those two. But then you've got a 6-second gap back to Steve Whitson, who is in the 08 car in third place. We'll get the gap here again. Yeah, 7.6 seconds between second place Lebeco and third place Whitson. So they've got some work to do if they want to catch up, but they've got 14 and a half minutes to do it.
Yeah, those lap times out of our front two cars within a few hundredths of a second, and it looks like Lebeco only back about 6/10, almost 7/10 of a second, so he's closing that gap by a few hundredths each time by.
Yeah, the problem for that second pack of FE2 cars is they're doing about the same lap times, maybe just slightly slower than the leaders, so they are not able to catch right up at the moment. $13.50 left in this race. After this one, we still have 4 races ahead today, so stay with us, including both our GT production groups, our B-Spec cars, Spec MX5, and another winged Formula car group. So lots of racing left to go here at Mid-Ohio today.
Yeah, we had car 12, Steven Zamborski, that did a drive off at turn 2 and back on. So he may need to clear those radiators again, depending on where he went.
Go. That's just us. 13 minutes to go. Coming up on the halfway point, let's do a call to grid and take our first break. Well, our only break of this race. Then we'll come back and take you to the checkered flag. Attention the paddock, attention the paddock. Group 6 cars to the grid, Group 6 cars to the grid. GT Lights, E Production, F Production, H Production, and B-Spec. Group 6 cars to the grid. Let's take our break. We'll be back in about 2 minutes. For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for the hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco's trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit BravoTrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
Get more bang for your buck at SummitRacing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 named brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Mazda Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazda Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazda.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA has plenty to feed your motorsport obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
We are back here at Mid-Ohio. 10 minutes and 20 seconds left to go in this race. Our Prototype 1 and Prototype 2 cars are part of this race, as well as FE2. Our top 3 in FE2 right now, Jason Conzo, James Lebecco, Adam Jennerjohn, and our 4th place car is Steve Whitson. It's his birthday. Happy birthday, Steve. Bet you he'd be happier if he was in first place. Prototypes right now. Todd Vanacore is your leader, followed by Daryl Schaff and David Locke. Vanacore has a 34 seconds lead. I see a track car out right now. Not sure where it's going to, but we'll try to figure that out in a minute. While we're doing that, in Prototype 2, oh, there is the car. That looks like the yellow Prototype car. I'm going to guess that might be Coburn, maybe?
Yeah.
In the
I know he's got a yellow car.
From Northbrook, Illinois, just outside of Chicago. Your top 3 in P2 right now, Mike Rupert, Vaughn Scott. It was Richard Coburn in 3rd, but he is probably not in 3rd anymore. Yep, Jason Conzo in the FE2 lead, along with James Lebecco in 3rd. Conzo's been in the lead there for much of the last probably 8 laps or so.
Yeah, that's tightening it up, though. I see Lebecco's turned the wick up. In fact, second and a half difference on that last lap, and it puts him about 4 car lengths behind as they came by the stripe this time.
Yep, he needs to try to stay in contact with Conzo because there's no real competition from behind, and if he wants any chance of winning this race, he doesn't want to get too far back. The track truck already has that prototype car hooked up, and I think they might just try to drag it a little closer to the carousel where it's in a safer spot, and then keep us green here till the end.
And it's still just a couple of car lengths now between Conzo and Lebeco. They're staying within touch as they go through turn 6. Like Conzo might have stretched it by a car length or so, but they are only maybe 3 car lengths apart now at turn 9.
Attention the paddock, attention the paddock. Mark Curley, car number 63, Spec Miata, please go to impound immediately. See the race director and the class ambassador. Mark Curley, car number 63, to impound immediately. 7.5 minutes to go. Yep, that's exactly what they did. They dragged that car into a safe spot there, and they will leave it there until the end of the session. And then, thankfully, they're real close to pit lane, so they should be able to get it in real fast here at the end of the session.
Conzo's able to match that time, and actually a little better than Lebeco's last lap, so he's stretched it out again. We see it on screen right now, probably about 5 car lengths through the top of the keyhole. So Lebeco needs to pick the pace up a little bit, although we do still have just under 7 minutes left in the race, so there's certainly time with these cars to close that gap.
Yeah, Conzo and Lebeco are often running at the pointy end of the stick here in these FE2 races for us on the Super Tour. So, and I know you see him a lot here at Mid-Ohio, James Lebeco. So, not only is he fast here, he's fast just about everywhere.
Yeah, he's usually, I was surprised he didn't pick the pace up in the Gen 3 Spec Racers earlier today. Right. He's usually pretty quick at the front of the field in that, at least here at Mid-Ohio.
So now you're P1, no changes to P1. Vanacore and Schaff, your leaders there. P2, Mike Rupert is the leader. That other car that went off in P2 was probably Vaughn Scott. Or it could have been Richard Colbert. Both of them have dropped back a lot here in the last couple of laps. I think it's actually Colbert is the one that was pulled off. Vaughn Scott just got slow. Maybe he spun and then got back on the racetrack.
Conzo Lebeco with virtually the same time across the stripe this time, a 10th difference, so not much time there. I did see a brake lock up out of Conzo coming into the carousel, even left a black mark on the pavement, so maybe pushing his tires or brakes just a little bit as he got a little too deep into the entry to the carousel, so we'll have to see if that hurts him any.
Here they come, right down now to turn number 4.
Look, he's trying to shake the draft a little bit.
Yep.
As we saw Conzo move to the center of the track.
Pulling out all the tricks from the Magic Hat here, trying to pull away. Cars are so evenly matched. Oh, we've got a trouble here in turn 8 and 9. Not sure which one there, the 12 car maybe. If that is a 12 car, it's Steven Zaborski, who is already running rather close to the back of the FE2 field. Here comes your leaders. In FE2, oh, really close to putting the wheel off there. So that is Conzo and Lebeco, and I think the car that almost went off was Jennerjohn.
Yeah.
That would be Adam Jennerjohn. There's 2 in this race, both Adam and Chris. Yep, I see it. Attention in the paddock, attention to the paddock. Number 5, Spec Miata, Gary Blenerick. Please see the race director and the class ambassador immediately in impound. Car number 5, Spec Miata, Larry Blenerick, go to the race director and the class ambassador in impound.
A little bit of traffic right in front of our leaders here. That may be that number 12 that just got back underway, but right in front of our leaders as they hit the brakes for turn 4. Still held up behind him.
Well, if they let if he lets both of them go at the same time. Oh, and there is a potential pass for the lead. James Lebecco tried to take advantage of that slower car, and he's on the inside now going down towards turn 10, and it looks like he's made the pass.
He's still back.
No.
Still behind.
Okay. That was pretty dicey there for a minute.
Side by side.
Yeah.
They're going through that section.
Pretty dicey.
He is definitely looking for a way around, though, that's for sure.
Jason Conzo didn't know he was there before. He knows he's there now. No question about that. So, 3 minutes to go here in this race. Probably 3 laps left. They come across the line right now. There they are. That's your FE2 leaders. No change up front in the prototype classes. Now that I've said that, let me go back and actually look. No, Vanacore still the leader. And he got the pass done. That would be James Lebecco. Oh, look at how loose that car is right now. He got the pass done, but I don't know if he's got any tires left on that car to keep Jason Conzo behind him.
Sliding it sideways.
That's right. Loose is fast. That's what they say, right?
For sure. Another prototype in front of them, so they'll have to negotiate that through the S's.
The good news is these guys have been clean all weekend, or all race, so I don't have any doubt that will continue here. Lebecco first, Conzo second.
John's not back all that far. He's only a little less than 3 seconds behind, visibly on track, certainly within striking distance there if they make a mistake or touch wheels or something come together.
Well, the problem for John is the flaggers usually do a really nice job of being able to get that lead pack through, but sometimes it's harder to pick out who's second or third or fourth after that, so the blue flags might not be as helpful to them. White flag is in the air. We are on our final lap here. As we watch this battle in FE2, still continue to develop. James Lebecco leads for the first time going across the line in this race. Now can he hold off Jason Conzo for another 3/4 of a lap here?
He can. He got lap traffic in between them, and in fact, there goes John on the inside right now. Conzo and takes over second.
So now it's Lebecco, John, and Conzo. Big changes here on the last 2 laps.
Yeah, I saw him lock that up. I saw the tires going away a few laps ago, and I think that's coming back to bite him.
As we keep running, this is a very interesting story developing. Our leader right now, yesterday, hit the wall in qualifying, took off the nose, ended his session early, came back out today with a new nose, or at least the old nose put back on, and now he is your race leader. Well, but though I will tell you, Lebecco got a little loose there too. Here they come through Thunder Valley for the last time. Here's the checkered flag for Todd Vanacore. Your reigning national champion wins the race here this weekend. Now let's see who comes across the line first here in our FE2 class. Here they come to the line for the final time. Who is it going to be? It is going to be Lebecco first, then Adam Jennerjohn second, and after leading almost the entire race, Jason Conzo falls back to third. Whew. A little bit of chaos here on the final few laps. Let's go through our running order here at the finish line. Your race winner overall, Todd Vanacore. Second place in P1 is Daryl Shaw. Third place, David Locke. In P2, it's Mike Rupert with the win. Vaughn Scott second, and Richard Coburn is going to be in third place if he got enough laps to finish. 9 laps down. I don't think that Richard Coburn will be classified a finisher here in this race. And now let's go to FE2. You've got James Lebecco, Adam Jetterjohn, Jason Conzo, your top 3. Let's run through the top 10 here. Eric Wisniewski, Steve Whitson, Sebastian Naranjo, Darrell Willis, Dean Oppenheim in 8th, then Sam Harrington, and Chris Jennerjohn. All right, that's going to do it for race group number 5. Race group number 6 is up next. Stay with us, everybody. And Chris Jennerjohn. All right, that's going to do it for race group number 5. Race group number 6 is up next.
My name is Joshua Smith, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. We're happy to be supporting the SCCA and Mazda racers here. So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, parts support, technical support. All of this is done through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. Simple information, prove that you're a racer. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives 5 days a week.
We are back at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Race number 6 up next. This is our production cars, GT Lights and B-Spec. Split start. B-Spec will start in the back, so we'll start with them on the grids first. Starting in row 8, George Badger. He's in a Mini Cooper, car number 07. Next to him, Joseph Gersh in the number 19 Toyota Yaris. In row number 7, Alexander Harding in the car number 74 Mini Cooper. Next to him, Tom Hobson in the 89 Honda Fit. Yay, Honda Fit. That's what I drive in autocross. Lowest car in autocross. Moving on to row number 6, Christopher Jackson in the B-Spec Mini Cooper, car number 104. Next to him, Andrew Nelson on the outside of row number 6 in the 152 Mini Cooper. Now we move on to row number 5, John Phillips in the Toyota Yaris, car number 43. Next to him, Trenton Kramer in the number 20 Mini. Now, row number 4, car number 07, the Mazda 2 of Matt Wolf. Next to him, Joe McClugan in the number 136 Mazda 2. Row number 3, Matt Downing in the Honda Fit, car number 36. Next to him, Chris Daughtry in the 00 Toyota Yaris. Row number 2, Rob Pekarczyk in the number 99 Honda Fit. Next to him, another Honda Fit, car number 46, Eric Yeagle. And your pole sitter in B-Spec is Darrell Conway. He is in a Mini Cooper, car number 98. Next to him, another Mini Cooper, Tristan Herbert, car number 103. Now to our front pack on row number 8. Michael Helm in the car number 80 GTL. Rusty, you know a little bit about that car.
I do.
Know a little bit about that car. Eric Vickerman is going to be next to him in car number 177. That is a GT Lights Mazda MX-3. Row number 7, Braden Connolly, car number 12, an H Production Fiat X19. And Heike Silgren is going to be in the 61 Datsun 240Z. Row number 6, Charlie Campbell in the 09 Mazda Miata F Production car. Next to him, another Fiat X19, 2 of them. We don't see those very often. In H Production Fiat, that's Matt Brannon. Row number 5, the Toyota Tercel of Graham Fuller, that's car number 02. And next to him, another Toyota Tercel, Kenneth Gasson, number 13 car. We might have a camera in that car today. Lance Loftman, speaking of that camera, we'll talk more about that in a bit. Lance Loftman starts in row number 4 on the inside, the number 22 Datsun 240Z. Next to him, Steve Sargis. He's in the Triumph Spitfire, H Production 08. Row number 3, Isaac Preston, number 06 GT Light of Toyota Tercel. Next to him, Kevin Ruck in the Acura Integra, the F Production number 73. Front 2 rows, David Bednars in the 47 F Production Miata. Next to him, number 32 GT Light of Michael Lewis. That's a Mazda RX-7. Finally, your front row. On the outside of row 1, Doug Weaver, Mazda's Miata, car number 3 F Production. Next to him, another F Production Mazda Miata, car number 52, Mason Workman. All right, here they come. So we only do the top 30 cars. Typically run out of time. So Rusty was asking, did we miss a lot of people? Yes, we did.
There were 15 other cars.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we usually do the top 30 because we don't always have a lap and a half. So that is why we don't go through all of them there. So, all right. So, Rusty, you typically race in this class. What should we expect in the early laps here?
Well, yesterday, based on yesterday's qualifying, Michael Lewis in the GT Light field just really blew that away in the wet. It would be interesting to see what kind of lap times he can run in the dry. Also, a few things of note. We saw Dave Stripmatter with a lot of smoke out this morning in qualifying, had a transmission go away, and had to call back home and go back and get another transmission. And I see he made the field. He's been working on it since they got back with that transmission. So glad to see Dave Stripmatter have that F-Production Integra back out and running. So good to see. But we'll see how Michael Helm can do in that Jegs yellow Toyota Tercel. This is my car on a normal basis, but loaned it out to Michael Helm to get some points and a finish, so we'll see how Michael can do. But they're coming down, and we see the green flag is out on this one as we are watching them come down the straightaway, the first of the two groups, the production and GT Light Cars.
And here they come down for the first time into turn 4. All of our cars have negotiated this first corner really cleanly so far today. Let's see if we can keep the streak going here. So far in the first group, the answer is yes. Now the big wild card is B-Spec. We'll see what happens when they throw their cars down there into turn 4. Green flag is out for that group. 20 B-Spec cars. This was a class that was almost dead 5 years ago, and we've got 20 cars here for the Super Tour at Mid-Ohio. 3 wide, maybe even 4 wide. Let's see who comes into turn 4 and who comes out of turn 4. And there they go, all hitting the whoa button. Still too wide, deep through the field, all the way through 4 and 5. Clean so far as they head down the hill towards turn 6. And there is the blue Mini coming out front here. Oh, we've got a trouble there. That is an F production Miata, I believe. And there are problems on the front straight as well.
Yeah, Charlie Campbell.
Campbell
number 9
has a hard time on the front straight.
Loops it again. Now sitting across from the start line here, or the finish line here, in the pit straight, spinning his tires in the grass, and has no forward momentum. May have a front brake lockup.
Might have a front brake lockup. Might have broken a drive shaft where he's only got one side working.
Yeah, the car looks to be dead in the water right there.
And that is an unenviable spot to be, I'll be honest.
They cannot leave the car there.
Yeah.
That's an impact zone for sure.
I don't know if he thinks he just needs to go out of there. He's making some gestures to the workers there. We'll find out what we find out in a minute here as we keep working our way down now towards our second lap here. Flat toe is already showed up to the 9 car. There is a quick connection there. Question, is the car stuck in gear? No, it's not stuck in gear. All the wheels are turning. Yeah. Looks like they've got that car back on the pavement, and it will try to drive off here now that many of the cars have driven past it. Getting that car out of the way as the B-Spec field starts to come through the carousel, coming right down towards the front straight here. Looking at that B-Spec field right now, your lead car is Tristan Herbert, followed by Daniel Conway, Robert Pekarczyk, Eric Yeagle, Matt Downing. That's how they look in B-Spec as they come across the line here. That is your top 5, I guess. Look at the B-Spec train that we've got going on here. Do need to make a correction. I said something yesterday about Chris Taylor building a lot of the B-Spec Mazdas, which is not true. He's built some of them, but not all of them. And he has, of course, built his own. So that is where my correction is. So I apologize to the folks who I disparaged by saying that he was running or working on most of them. Did not do that on purpose. Did not know properly, so I have now corrected myself.
Yeah, Michael Lewis not quite as quick as I expected him to be today, and he is staying in touch with Isaac Preston. Preston back a few car lengths right now, but only about half a second slower on that last lap. And now we'll watch for Graham Fuller. Ken Gasson lost a little bit of time on that, but still hanging in there for GT Light.
Yeah.
Kevin Ruck seems to be struggling a little bit in F production. Obviously a national champion. but seems to be struggling a little bit in today's field as Mason Workman currently has the lead in F production.
Well, Kevin Ruck just put in his best lap of the race at a 1:43.5. The problem is Mason Workman just dropped his best lap of the race as well, and it's 3 seconds faster at a 1:40.6. All right, so here is the Ken Gasson in-car camera. Here he is going under the start line, the start stand, heading down towards turn 4. This would be the first corner after the start of the race, but turn 4 on the racetrack. Comes through here. Maybe we'll stick with him for a full lap as he hits the apex on the inside of 4. Now he's coming up the hill over 5. Down here towards turn 6. You know this track better than I do, Russ. So walk us through this.
Not really a fair battle with an E-Production 6-cylinder in front of him, the Datsun in front. But we're going up to turn 9. You clip the apex there on the inside, let the car slide out, run over the curbing, exit curbing. And then as we'll hug the guardrail, you got to about put a stripe on the car on the guardrail to head through turn 11 and let it slide out to the again, the curbing. You can see Ken able to close in quite a bit through these corners. Right in front of them is Kevin Ruck. In front of that E-Production car is that Heike Silligren.
Yep.
Up there in front. They're both going to go by Kevin Ruck. Kevin Ruck definitely with some problems right now in that F-Production machine through turn 1. Trying to get the car to go through there flat, but probably a confidence lift for most of these drivers through there.
Or a lack of confidence lift.
Yeah, that's probably a better way to say that. For sure. But then up into the keyhole turn where we started at the exit.
Yep.
Ken sort of does a double apex, which a lot of drivers do, as he comes down out of the corner. And you can see Silligren getting it wide, almost dropping a wheel over the curbing. But about the same place they were when they started this lap. Ken's able to close in a few spots, but the E-Production car certainly has more power.
Yeah, Ken's definitely better under braking, but the E-Production car's got a lot more juice there. So there is one lap of Mid-Ohio. Right now, your race leader is Mason Workman. He is in the F-Production lead, followed by David Bednarz and Doug Weaver. Then you got your 3 GT Light cars next in order: Michael Lewis, Isaac Preston, and Graham Fuller. Then Steve Sargis, your H-Production race leader, is in 7th place, followed by Lance Loftman, Kevin Ruck, and Heike Silgren. Now let's look at this B-Spec field. Your race leader, Dan Conway, in the number 98 car, followed by Tristan Herbert and Robert Pekarczyk. That's your top 3 in B-Spec. Following through for a couple more cars: Eric Yeagle, Matt Downing, Matt Wolf, and Chris Daughtery. That is your top, I think that's 6 or 7. So that's where they stand right now with just a little under 16 minutes to go.
B-Spec battle still pretty close, even back through the middle of the field. We saw some side-by-side. Here comes another side-by-side battle down the straightaway. So a lot of good battles going on in this class. Cars completely different with the Mini Cooper versus the Fit, but nonetheless, they still have equal performance. It looked like a little tag there for a second through the bottom of turn 6.
Yeah, that might have been Rob Pekarczyk and Tristan Herbert getting together just a tiny bit as they all try to hunt down Daniel Conway, who's in first place in that green car there. Might have been just a little love tap. Hello, I'm here. Don't forget about me. Also got Frank Schwartz in this field. He is in an H-Production car, not typically in B-Spec. He's in an H-Production Mini. He's one of the people responsible for the resurrection of B-Spec. There was a bunch of guys who got together and said, we want this class to be strong again. And usually Frank brings a whole handful of cars to the race every weekend. He rents them out to other drivers. And one of the many, 2 or 3 drivers who are responsible for really pushing for B-Spec to come back. So.
Yeah, he is Mr. Mini Cooper.
That's right.
Probably has 10 or 12 of them, I think.
Oh, I think it might even be more.
It could be more by now. he loans them out
every
here.
Every time I log on to Facebook, it feels like he and Steve Entrone are buying another Mini. So Steve's not running the Super Tour this year. I don't think he's planning to go to the runoffs this year, but he was the national champion 2 years ago in a Mini. And then last year's national champion, Rich Roman, also in a Mini. So the Mini has been the car to beat here for the last couple of years.
Yep, Ken Gasson still struggling a little behind Silligren. Can't quite match that power in the straight line. Closes in every lap, but does not have what it takes to get around at the moment.
Mason Workman, your race leader, just dropped another purple lap. Fast lap, 1:39.334. That's a pretty good lap around here.
That's a really good lap around here. But Mason, this is his home track, so he drives here quite a bit.
Yep. Michael Lewis still holding on to that GT Lights lead over Isaac Preston. His gap now is 3.7 seconds, so slowly pulling away. Lewis just put his personal best lap down, 1:40.658. So it's Lewis, Preston, Fuller, Gasson, and Helm. That's your top 5 in GT Lights. In F production, your top 5, Mason Workman, Dave Bednars, Doug Weaver, David Strittmeyer, and Larry Funk. Your top 5 in or top 4 in E production, because that's all we got. Lance Loftman, Hickey Silgren, and David Savage. Danny Patton is in the pits. He's only completed 4 race laps so far. Let's see, who have I missed? H production. Oh, we've got trouble. I heard trouble. Yeah, we've got a slower car. Looks like it's back up to speed. That's the 52 car. See if I can find
That's Mason Workman.
That's Mason
that
Workman.
Was your leader.
That was, exactly. Wow, big change there. Yep, Doug Weaver has gotten around him, so only lost 1 position, and now he's 0.4 of a second back. Not sure exactly what happened there. Maybe we can get a little call from the corner workers here and hear that out. But so the blue car up front now is Doug Weaver. Right behind him, Mason Workman. Mason Workman's going to try to get back into the gear of things and get caught back up and get around him. But yeah, that was an interesting situation there.
Yeah, just went wide into the grass coming around the corner and back on. Obviously didn't lose too much time.
No. Coming up on halfway, or just a little bit past halfway, let's do a call to grid, and then we will take our break, come back. We'll take you all the way to the checkered flag. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Group 7, Spec MX5 to the grid. Group 7, Spec MX5 to the grid for your race. We'll be back in just about 2 minutes, everyone.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you. Or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Ronoff's Pole Award, along with the National Solar Program, Time Trial Nationals, and National Tour and Track Night in America. Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS. Get more bang for your buck at SummitRacing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA and provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. Hagerty also provides guaranteed value coverage and even has protection for your trailer. Did you know that SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty? Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Did you know that SCCA members save $20 on every Track Night in America they sign up for? That's right. Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in your street cars all season long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
Welcome back to Mid-Ohio, folks. Before the break, Mason Workman had a bit of a moment, lost the position, the lead to Doug Weaver, and not more than about a lap and a half later, he got it right back. So Mason Workman's back in the lead. Nicole Cooper-Cephalo, go Mason. Mark, where are the Mini Coopers? If you're watching this race and don't know where the Mini Coopers are, I don't know what you're watching, because they are everywhere. They're all over the B-Spec class, but yeah, we got that going on here. And we had a attempted pass for the lead, or attempted pass for second place. Graham Fuller tried to go around Isaac Preston going into turn one, and Mr. Preston said, nope, not this time, close the door. Actually, it was more of a slamming of the door.
Yeah, I would say, and you can see how far back he is now. He lost a lot of ground with that pass.
There is some crazy traffic going on in this group. Going back to Art's question, let me get you an idea of where those B-Spec Minis are. So Daniel Conway, he is in a Mini Cooper. He is your leader in B-Spec in car number 98. Right behind him is Tristan Herbert. He's in a Mini Cooper. He is in second place in the 103 car. So those are two minis you should be looking out for. They are your B-Spec class leaders right now. Right now, the difference between first and second place in B-Spec is 0.3. So you've got Conway, Herbert, Pakarczyk, and Yeagle all really nose to tail here as they come across the line. Here they come going into turn one. There's your minis in the lead with the Yaris trying to make a move underneath. I think that's the Yaris and Pakarczyk, or is that the Fit? No, that's a Fit. Now they're side by side coming up into the keyhole, or the chicane before the keyhole. Oh yeah, there is a car. That looks like it's a Mini maybe. A black Mini. So that looks like it's off to the right though, so it's kind of out of the way. Is there a cut through there?
Yeah, there's a cut through,
so
he's
he
on
pulled
that.
right into the cut through. So that was probably a mechanical situation, and he pulled in there. So he's safe. Yep, right there in the middle of our screen. All right, so that's where they're handing out there. Megumi in the chat says he thinks that Frank Schwartz has about 110 minis. I think that may be slightly more than truth, but not by much, probably. Not by much. Anyway, Mr. Mini.
Fuller really struggling to recover. He was dove on the inside, got the door shut, and lost a lot of ground. I'm surprised how far back he is now.
Yep. 6 minutes to go here. Let me make another call to the grid for the next race. Stand by. Attention to the paddock. Attention to the paddock. Group 7 cars to the grid. Group 7, Spec MX5. You're next. Group 7 cars to the grid. Here is the car of, I believe this is the Ken Gasson car. Yep. Ken car. He is working his way around one of the B-Spec Minis there. Is up turned 11 now. This is the left-hander before the carousel. Come to the center of the track to set up for this corner. Then he's going to dive into the apex, or close to the apex. He actually hit it there. Coming out, he'll drift off to the left. Coming through there onto the main straight. Doesn't quite get out to the curb there. Now he's setting up a couple more B-Spec cars. He should be able to get this job done. Maybe, sometimes discretion is the better part of valor there.
Yeah, just drive it in there. That's okay. We have more fiberglass. We can just put a new fender on it.
Oh, you know what? We got to keep Rusty around a little bit more, man. I love that. Just throw it in there, people. Make them pick some fiberglass later. That's good stuff.
Still struggling a little bit to get around these guys.
Yeah, but he should be able to get it done here on the back straight without any issues. He should just drive right by. Get a lot more horses under the hood of that thing. There he is, pulling away. Actually, this is him here, right?
Right there, yeah.
So the in-car was the white car that just passed us there. Very nice. 4 minutes, 22 seconds to go. Let's take a look at the race up front here. Mason Workman is your leader in F production by 3.2 seconds over Doug Weaver, who has a 3-second lead over David Bednarz. in third place. Then we got our GT Lights race, and it's Michael Lewis with about a 5-second lead over Isaac Preston, who now has about a 3-second lead over Graham Fuller. That's your GT Light field right there. In E-Production, your race leader is Lance Loftman. Second place is Heike Silgren, and third place is David Savage. H-Production, I believe the only car we've got in H-Production. Oh, no, there's two cars. Steve Sargis is your leader right now. Frank Schwartz is in second place. And we've been talking a bunch about the GT Lights cars, or the B-Spec cars already, so I will not repeat myself there. 3:25 left on the clock. Lots of traffic playing a role in this race. Most cars keeping themselves pretty safe here, not having any problems with the traffic. This is also a group of cars. These classes race together all the time, so they're getting used to each other. B-Spec has been put in here for the last couple of years. Almost had enough cars for B-Spec to get their own race this weekend, but we've already got 9 race groups. I don't know what else we could have done. We have to be done here by 5 o'clock Eastern time tonight, so that's part of the consideration. Look at all that traffic heading down towards turn 4. Go 241. Oh, there's some Fiats in H-Production that I forgot.
Yeah, there's 2 of them.
Yep.
Matt Brannon and Braden Conley.
Yep.
Related to each other.
Nice.
So, who else would drive Fiat X19?
That's right.
They've got to stick together.
Yeah, back in the day, those were an ITB, I believe, and we would have some good battles with them when we had an ITB Honda CRX. Always fun.
Yeah, I had an ITB Toyota Corolla
back
in the day.
There we go. You might have raced against my pop back in the day.
I may have.
There you go. 2 minutes left in this race, folks. We've got 3 more to go after this one, so don't go away. And, of course, next race is Spec MX5, and that is always a barn burner.
David Stripmatter making a good run after breaking that car in this morning's qualifying, sitting what looks to be 4th in F production and 8th overall.
Good time there. Mason Workman, when he comes by the next time, he should get the white flag here. Here, a car in pit lane, not quite sure which one that is, but I do hear him.
That would be Dan Wold, GT Light car. That's a brand new car for Dan. This is his first outing with it, so a little bit of teething pain, struggle.
A little learning curve. I know your car's not driving up front this weekend, but it is pretty. That is a really nice looking race car.
It struggles with the engine combination it has.
Yeah.
So. But it runs.
Yep. All right. White flag is in the air for Mason Workman. 2.4 miles left on this configuration, right? 2.4 miles?
2.4, yes.
2.4 miles to a checkered flag and a big trophy if he can keep it on the racetrack. Doug Weaver's in second place, though. He just put his personal best down. Still about 2/100ths of a second slower than Mason Workman, even though that's his best lap. Now we've got that pass for the lead. Is that Fuller
second place?
Second place. Fuller trying to get around Preston again.
We'll have to keep an eye.
Yeah.
That was side by side at turn 1. So we'll take a look. He finally caught it back up and was going to try that move again. Looks like he still can't get that job done. Still behind. But he's close this time still.
Got one more really good shot going into turn 4. Then a couple of marginal opportunities after that.
Yeah. Fendered opportunities.
Yes. You might have to get a little aggressive.
Yeah.
Comes. Where are we going here? See Mason Workman coming around through the carousel here in just a second. Oh, more side-by-side action.
Yeah, he's going to be on the inside for turn 6. Graham Fuller trying to get that job done.
Let's see whether it happens here. And no, he still doesn't get it done. Oh, so close, but yet so far. Wow. It's not for lack of effort here, though, I got to tell you.
No.
Here comes your race leader through the carousel for the final time. Out comes the checkered flag. There he is, Mason Workman. Checkered flag. He came around so fast and start finish didn't see him, but the checkered flag is in the air. Mason Workman is your race winner. Oh, and there is
That's
that Preston?
Isaac Preston, I think.
I think
there's.
And there is
Graham Fuller is going to come by.
Going to come by in second place. I'm not sure if Mr. Preston had any help there going around.
Look at the rear bumper.
But we will take a peek at it as it comes by. But that is a very, very interesting development here in GT Lights. Looking at that car, and I don't see any damage.
I don't either.
But that will be a discussion for later, I'm sure. Let's check in to see with the B-Spec cars here, and I think, yeah, Daniel Conway had a pretty big lead here as they were working through this. He just came across the line. 4 seconds the win for Daniel Conway over Rob Karchik. Tristan Herbert will come in third. There's your podium in B-Spec. Tristan Herbert is in third. Eric Yeagle fourth. Matt Wolf fifth, Chris Daughtery sixth, Matt Downing seventh, Trenton Kramer eighth, and Joe McClugan is in ninth. Let's go through some of the other classes here. E-Production, we've got Lance Loftman, Heike Silgren, and David Savage. Your top three in F-Production, Mason Workman, Doug Weaver, David Benares. Let's go through 6 here. David Stripmeyer, nice run there for him, up to 4th place. Larry Funk is in 5th, and Charlie Campbell is in 6th. Now our GT Lights, we've got Michael Lewis with the win by 4.6 seconds, but Graham Fuller takes over 2nd place in the second to last corner of the track. He will finish 2nd. Isaac Preston will be 3rd. Kenneth Gasson 4th. And in H-Production, I won't forget him this time. Steve Yargis 1st, Matt Brandon 2nd, Vincent Lamagna 3rd, Braden Connolly 4th, and Frank Schwartz finishes 5th. That's going to do it for race number 6. Up next, SMX. Stay with us, everybody. We'll be right back.
Frank Schwartz finishes 5th. That's going to do it for race number 6. Up next, SMX. Stay with us, everybody. We'll be right back.
We're not supposed to be out here. Outside expectations. Built for the outdoors. With the capability to climb this high, we're not supposed to be out here. Which is exactly why we are. The off-road ready Mazda CX-50. We're looking for outsiders.
And we are back here at Mid-Ohio for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Brian Bielanski, Tom Michaels in the seat for the rest of the afternoon here with us as we finish out our last 3 races of the day. This one's a big one, folks. It's Spec MX5. Let's go through our starting grid. All right, in the final row, Corbin Collins. He's there because he was sent there by the stewards after a little contact here in qualifying. He'll start 31st. Moving on to row 15 in the inside is Javier Sanchez in car number 79. Next to him, Jack Murchison in car number 158. Row number 14 on the inside, David Swifo. I'll have to figure out how to pronounce that properly. Tofu, thank you. Car number 74. Next to him, boy, I screwed that one up. Brian Heitman is car number 25. Row number 13, David Pinterick stepping in after before driving his GT1 car. He's on car number 58, and next to him, Camden Reich in car number 04. Now on to row 12, James Eben on car number 65, and then you've got next to him, Joe Eben in car number 14. Now row 11, Austin Hill in the 08 car. Next to him, Aiden Coleman in the 60 car. Row number 10, Bailey Cruz on the inside in the 01 car. Car number 04, Parker DeLong will be on the outside of row 10. Row number 9 on the inside, Justin Mason in car number 15. Next to him, Josh Hansen, car number 44. Now you see him driving past the start-finish line there, or the start line. Do a lap and a half here because we're starting on the backstretch, so that's why we didn't take the checkered flag this time. Coming up next, Will Robinson. We have a picture of his car that I'm hoping we can throw up here sometime. Very interesting paint job on the roof of that car. He's in car number 115. Next to him, Marcello Panacea. He is in car number 06. I believe he won the Sunday race last weekend in Portland. Maybe it was a Saturday race. Row number 7 on the outside is Chase McIntyre in the 13 car. On the inside of row 7, Nico Bratz in the 77 car. Row number 6, Will Lucas, car number 134. On the inside, Michael Borden in car number 142 on the outside. Row number 5, Ayrton Grimm on the inside in car number 55. Elio Meza in car number 27 on the outside of row 5. Row 4 now. We've got Rocco Pasquarella in the 195 car. Next to him, Matthew Novak in car number 11. Row number 3, Camden Gruber, car number 24. Next to him is going to be the 09 car of Reed Sweeney. Row number 2, Justin Atakanis in car number 18. And next to him, Ethan Jacobs in car number 199. And now to your front row. On the outside, Cam Abbott in the 56 car, and your pole sitter, Camden Hibbett in car number 32. All right, so the field's going to slide on through the carousel here, Tom. They'll go past the start-finish line, or in this case, the finish-restart line for the weekend. They'll come through turn 1, up through the keyhole, hopefully line up nicely 2x2.
Hopefully, yeah. That's the operative word here.
Maybe the first 10 or 15 rows.
Mm-hmm. And as we watch them go up there, we'll see the pace car actually pull off as they go up into the keyhole, and then they will be under the control of Camden Hibbett, who is the pole sitter for this race. He should control them coming down and wait until they get the green flag, and then we should be off for another 25 minutes of good racing here. We saw it in the earlier Mazda race. Here we've got the MX5s out on course. There you see the pace car pulling off, and we are just about a quarter lap away from getting things underway here.
A lot of shoulds in that scenario, Tom. We'll see if all those shoulds come to fruition here. And if they do, we'll get a green flag for 25 minutes of racing. 25 minutes today, 20 laps tomorrow for our feature races. Here they come, picking up a little bit of speed, but everyone does look like they're fairly well lined up in 2x2. Wait for them to come up over the hill. They should peek up over the hill here in just a second. There they are. Does the starter like what they see? And the green flag is in the air. 31 Mazda MX-5s barreling down towards the first corner, which is turn 4 here. Right now, side by side, about 3 wide in the back of the field. They will all come through funnel. How far can they go side by side on this lap, Tom? going to guess at least turn 10 if they really want to. Clean through turn 4 and 5 so far. Everyone seems to be on the track.
That's nice. Watching them as they come up over turn 5. They go down into turn 6. Will make their way over into turn 8 right there. And then 9. We've got the first 4 cars. They are in single file. And then back there in 5th position, 5th and 6th, fighting each other right now.
Through Thunder Valley, the whole gaggle of Miatas as they push their way down towards that turn 10-11 complex or carousel entry. Oh, one car goes off there, comes back on, doesn't cause any pile up in the back of the field. That was both good and lucky at the same time. The rest of the field coming through the carousel now across the start-finish line for the first time. And I hear Camden Hibbett is your race leader. See him crossing the line. Justin Adaconis is in second. Cam Eben third. Ethan Jacobs fourth. Reed Sweeney is 5. We had one car slow down the front straight, but he is able to get back in. That was Austin Hill was the slow car. Car number 15 also was a little bit slow on that first lap. That 15 car is
Justin Mason.
Justin Mason, absolutely. So we've got all of the field here making its way down through the keyhole here for the first time under a full-on situation. Here is Austin Hill coming up here. This is down towards the start line here. Long straightaway down. I don't know what the length of it is, but when you're in a car, it's not highly powered. It feels like this is forever down to turn 4. Then you get down there, you're like, oh my gosh, I got to do something. Hard on the brakes here, right into turn 4. They're going to clip the apex on the inside, then work their way off to the next corner there. Like that car is hooked up pretty well there. Right in front of him is the 04 car. That 04 car is Camden Reich. That black car with the yellow racing stripe there. Now we've got another car here. This is Ethan Jacobs. Ethan Jacobs right now in 4th place. So the car right in front of him, that's Cam Eben in the 56 car. That looks a little bit like bump drafting if I didn't know any better. Little push there onto the main straight. You can see the Flagtronics there right in the dashboard there. Green flag right now. We've been talking about it. This is the only class this weekend required to use Flagtronics. Everyone will need it at the runoffs. They used it, the virtual safety car during the first race. Worked out really well, I'm told.
There's nothing in it between these two.
No.
Battle for 3rd place right now, and they're not letting the first 2 get away.
No, I was going to say battle for 3rd place, but you got 1 and 2 right up there in the windshield. So look at him sawing that wheel as he exits the keyhole. And he's pointing at somebody in his rear. I think he's trying to get someone to catch up, or I don't know. I'm not sure if that's a come get me or don't do that again point. Actually, if it was the other finger, it might be the don't do that again point. Now he comes down here one more time. So great in-car camera action. Your top 5 right now: Justin Adaconis, Camden Hibbett, Cam Eben, Ethan Jacobs, the car that we're in right now. Reed Sweeney's in 5th. Let's go through 10th. Camden Gruber's in 6th. Rocco Pasquarella 7th. Matthew Novak 8th. Then you've got Michael Borden and Nico Bratz. Here they come down turn 6. Lots of single file drafting action going on.
Little bit of a breakaway there for our lead car, the number 18 car, Adaconis.
Yeah, what I didn't realize when we were in car with Ethan Jacobs is right behind him is a bunch of other cars too, all trying to make that move. There's nothing decided yet as we come to 19 minutes. I do see some darker clouds. I'm just going to cross my fingers and pretend they're not there.
Nothing decided yet as we come to 19 minutes.
Here they come across the line again. Adaconis, Hibbett, Evans, Sweeney, Ethan Jacobs. Looks like he missed a shift. We got a car off in turn 1 as well. Oh, look at a big off there. Ethan Jacobs is in the gravel trap. I don't know if he's going to be able to get out of that, but oh, that's more than just an off in the gravel trap. That looks like something happened to the car before it went off. There is a lot of smoke there.
Absolutely. So somebody just came out of that area and back on the racetrack. Let's take a look here.
We've got in the booth with us right now Mark Cephalo, who knows a little bit about driving a Mazda, and I think he's got a couple of cars in this race. What did you see there, Mark? Oh, wait, hold on a second. Now go.
Okay, with Jacobs going down the front straightaway, definitely picked up a misfire, and just as the car was going under the bridge, huge plume of smoke, almost like the Spy Hunter game. Probably that motor is absolutely done.
Yeah, I have not seen that much smoke linger on a racetrack for a very long time. While all of that's happening, Camden Gruber put down his fastest lap of the race, and any car's fastest lap, a 1:42.7. They're going to have to go down and take a look, and I have to imagine there might be some oil down on the racetrack there as well.
So we got the full course yellow out there.
So they're going to go full course yellow, which in this case I believe is going to be a virtual safety car. If we can get the in-car of that Ethan Jacobs one more time, we'll know if there's a virtual safety car. And no, this is a legit full course yellow here. So they're going to work to get him out of there. Still, well, most of the smoke is dissipated now. So early watching the first laps of this race, Mark, what have you noticed so far?
Definitely the front of the field is trying to behave. I mean, they know it's a little bit of a long race. It's really going to come down to tire management. These guys with their tire rolls, they have to be on the same set of tires for qualifying today's race as well as the race tomorrow. So you can't completely burn down the car, burn down the tires. And then also, just the lead pack is so far looking smart, not making stupid moves, letting the next pack catch up to them. We'll see how it goes. Usually, as the time dwindles down, all bets are off.
Right. You guys got to be a little bit careful here. If they overdrive this yellow, they will not be afraid to throw a black flag all here, which is the last thing we want to see. So they got to just take their time getting through that yellow flag area and then work to catch up to the field in front of them. Here we've got Austin Hill's camera as they go through the keyhole. So he's been through that section already. Now they just settle in and wait for everything to pan out here. Let's do this while we're in full course yellow. Let's get our break in here, and then hopefully when we come back, we'll be green all the way to the finish. Let's also do a call to grid first. Attention the paddock, attention the paddock. Group 8, big board to the grid. GT1, GT2, GT3, GTX, A Sedan, and Touring 1 to the grid. Group 8 to the grid. We'll take our break. We'll be back in about 2 minutes.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trial Nationals, and National Tour and Track Night in America. Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Get more bang for your buck at SummitRacing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Mazda Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazda Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazda.com.
It's the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 28 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototype to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
We are back here at Mid-Ohio for our Spec MX5 cars, and the bad news is we've just been told that there's going to be a black flag all here. We've got some oil down, Tom. 5, 6 areas, what you're hearing?
Well, apparently it starts over about 4, which is the end of the long straightaway, and then I think I heard him say that at some point it kind of stopped and then picked up again. So it is pretty much between right there where you see him going into turn number 4, coming up over the ridge there, coming through turn number 5, and down into turn 6. And that's going to take a little while to sop that up.
Jordan, can you drop the timing pylon for us for a second? There he is. So this is Austin Hill's car, and he had some problems with the window net here early in the race is what we thought we saw. What do you see in there, Mark? Is it up?
No, it's definitely down.
Yeah.
Definitely down. I'm surprised he's still, unless the rod popped out, that he's not trying to get it, fixed back in there.
Yeah.
And well, he's lucky. With the black flag all come down the pit lane, I would imagine they can at least do that to the car to get it attached for him.
Yeah. Typically, you can't make any repairs to the car, but I think from a safety standpoint, they'll probably let him fix that. So, but
if they couldn't fix that, does he get dinged for that?
Well, if people realize it's happening, they can black flag, they can meatball flag him and make him fixed.
Yep.
But that would have to be after going around one more lap, and then he would lose a lap to the field at that point in time.
Yeah.
So
that's been down for several laps. I'm surprised it hasn't been called in. But this is definitely a lucky break for him.
The thing for him also is he's in 23rd place here, so he's probably not going to win this race anyway. So if they did black flag meatball him to do it, it's not probably the end of the world. He'll come back to race again tomorrow. So 10 minutes and 50 seconds left on the clock. During a black flag, the clock keeps rolling. The only question is, could they throw a red flag here to stop the clock? The problem is we've got 9 race groups this weekend because we've got so many cars, and we have a hard stop at 5 o'clock that we have to be done here. So a lot of issues go into why this situation ends the way it is. But my suspicion is that if they find out there's just too much oil, we might get a checkered flag here right now and be done with this thing.
And that's the good thing. We got another day to do this.
That's true. That is true. Justin Atticanis, just in case we do end it right here, our first place car right now is Justin Atticanis. Camden Hibbett is in second. Cam Eben is in third. That is our current podium at the moment. So all these cars coming down here and getting ready to go. So Mark, how do these? We all know the Spec Miata cars. They've been with us now for 20 plus years. How do these cars drive differently from the Spec Miata cars?
They drive a lot differently. I mean, it's a little bit of a heavier car, power steering, a lot more power. One of the biggest things is ABS.
Right.
It's hard to go back and forth on the same weekend between the 2 different platforms. I know I couldn't do it. It took a while for me to get used to the NC chassis. It is different, but I still like it. You can't set the car on the nose as sharp like a Spec Miata.
Okay.
They're very easy to begin like internal or a constant push, if you will.
Right.
But the extra power is nice. The ABS is nice. And I can't emphasize it's a little bit different, not drastically.
Right. From a drafting standpoint, do they act very similar in that respect?
Yeah, the draft helps. Both classes, definitely.
All right, as we watch the clock down here, waiting to get word from race control what they're going to do here. While we're here, let's say hi to a bunch of people in the chat. Tim Adolfson is back. Terry Moore is here. Steve Moeller. He's congratulating you on your win today in the OO car. You were in the
appreciate it, Steve.
T4 class winner today.
Yep.
So congratulations on that. And Tim Adelson's in Washington State. Of course, your wife has been in the chat all day, keeping us straight and honest. Appreciate that. So I like Nicole. She's always so nice when she tells me I'm wrong.
That's her style.
I appreciate that very much. I have no problem being corrected, especially when it's done in such a nice manner. So, and they just sit here now. They're walking through the area or driving through the area with the course trucks just to see how much oil is down there. Is it possible that he blew that thing up in 5.6 and was able to get all the way around here before it went really kaplooey?
No, because the tow truck is on the exit of 1.
Right.
So it exploded going underneath the bridge, and then I believe he looped it in his own fluids and went off into the sand trap. No, there's no way.
There's no way he could have been dropping oil early, though? Oh, there's another car?
Yeah.
Oh, there's another car down there.
Yeah, just between 7 and 8.
Do we have a car number on that one?
Haven't heard anything.
Yeah, that could be the Corbin Collins car, maybe? So, yeah. Okay. Yeah, that onboard could have died when he turned off the motor. So, I'm going to just take a wild guess and suggest that could be the Corbin Collins car, and that would be a place that it could have pulled off if it had dropped all the oil in 4, 5, and 6. So that makes more sense there. So we sit and we wait. I'm going to make another call to grid for the next group. Stand by. Attention in the paddock. Attention to the paddock. GT1, GT2, GT3, A Sedan, Touring 1, GTX, Group 8 to the grid for your race. There is Ethan Jacobs being towed down. Well, there must not be any oil left in that car because they're towing it right on the racetrack. So, is that one of your cars? No.
It is not.
Okay.
No.
You're like, thank God. Thankfully, that's not one of my cars. How many do you have in this group?
Just one.
Just one? Okay.
Yeah, Camden Gruber. He is currently
I think he's
5th?
Sixth, maybe 5th? 5th place, yep.
5th, yep.
He's also got the fast lap of the race with a 152.7 or 142.7. So that's a good lap. So there you see the track trucks putting down oil dry and trying to get this thing cleaned up so we can maybe get a quick one lap here in before it's over. It's a tough situation as a driver. What are you thinking when you're sitting in a car during this, other than time's running out and we're probably not going to go racing?
Well, it depends on where you're at. I mean, if you're Justin, sitting there in P1, I mean, granted, you don't want to, have any race finish under yellow or checkered early, but my gut feeling, it's looking like it's his. I mean, if this cleanup, I mean, we have people all over the track in several areas. They haven't stopped the clock. We're almost at 5 minutes. Plus, these guys are going to get another, even if they were to release them right now, we're going to have another pace lap.
Right.
And for me personally, it turns into a one-lap shootout.
Right.
And restarts, unfortunately, tend to cause further cautions.
Sure. Yep. Cautions breed cautions. So one guy we want to talk about for a second here is car number 57, David Pinterick. He's sitting on pit lane right now, and he knows that he's got to race over to the grid to jump into his second car because he's in the GT1 race, and it is a bit of a trot. I'm hoping they have a golf cart waiting for him here. He can jump in a golf cart to get over to the false grid because he starts, I believe, on the pole in GT1 for his race coming up here next. So not a lot of turnaround time for him. He's one of those double dippers and not in the enviable position of being Group 6 will be converted to laps for a green, white. Oh, no. That was the car with the early record. I just got a note from race control. I will clarify that before I say anything on the air to understand what was going on there. So still waiting to find out what's going on. Clock's now with 4 minutes left in the session, essentially. And and that car there in 6 hasn't moved yet, or they might still be working on oil dry. But I don't think they've moved that car yet.
No, they've still got the rollback there. They haven't got the car up there on the truck as yet. So that just adds a little bit more. Hadn't seen any sweeping done as to where they dropped the oil dry over there coming off of turn number 4. And we've got one of the track trucks still at the top of turn 5. and waiting to see what's going to happen there as well.
Okay, so now this makes more sense to me. I'm getting word from Race Control that they are going to try to get this cleaned up and come out for a green-white checkered finish here for group number 7 for this SMX. That could be a bit of a... Are you loving this idea or are you hating this idea?
Personally,
Yeah.
not a good idea.
Yeah. No.
Not a good day. Everybody gets antsy. They know they only have
1 lap.
Yeah, you have just such a less opportunity to make moves.
Actually ends up being 2 laps, green, white checkers. So, but all right, well that's what we're holding on for here. So they've converted. So that, don't worry about the clock now, folks. We're just waiting for the cleanup to get done, and hopefully they can get that car. They're putting the car up on the rollback here. And they want that car on the rollback because if it's still dripping oil, we don't want to have to clean up more oil on the rest of the racetrack as it comes around. So that will be the situation. I got to tell you, in that situation, if I am, this was going to be exciting if nothing else.
Well, it does appear that they've got the car over there in turn 7 up on the rollback now.
So, and if they've been working, hopefully there have been other crews working on the cleanup of the oil, which I think is what was going on. Is our turn 6 camera working, Justin? Can you shoot us over there? Yep, so there are your cleanup crews working on the oil dry. You've got the sweeper truck out there as well. So hopefully through all this time, they've been working on getting that done, and now they're just going to sweep. And if that is the case, they've got both cars moving, and hopefully we can get back to this thing pretty quickly here. There is the oil dropper, we believe, and that is the 20 car of Corbin Collins. He has had a rough day, to say the least.
Yep. As you were mentioning, there is going to be the green-white checker, and they're going to start them here on the front straightaway.
Okay, well, that will make it a little bit better because they'll be able to get strung on a little bit before they come down to turn 4. So that makes sense. That should maybe eliminate a little of the chances for chaos. And maybe just a little bit. And you can see a big line of oil dry there. That also gives them the opportunity to go once through there with the cars to spread some of that oil dry around as well on the pace lap, on the out lap with the safety car.
Yep, going to be more of a like a recon lap, just see how bad it is.
Yep, so that'll give them a chance to at least have an idea of where the problem is as far as the oil dry goes. And it looked like Ethan Jacobs was pretty far off the line when it happened down here. So I think I don't see them putting down any oil dry on the front straight. So very interesting how this is all going to play out. While all this is happening, the GT group is sitting over there on the false grid waiting to start their race. It is currently 77 degrees outside, so hopefully they've got cool suits or they've got some hydration there on pit lane before those guys go out. That's so. There we go. That looks good, weather-wise. Although I was told by Rusty earlier, Tom, that pop-up thunderstorms are a thing here. So,
yeah, you know the old thing about you don't like the weather in Ohio, just wait 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Well, unfortunately, that could happen. But right now, up on the radar, nobody.
Nothing to worry about.
Nothing right now.
That's why I like Southern California. I don't have that issue. All I have to do is hope for an earthquake not happening today. So, all right, there we've got maybe one more pass through, hopefully, with the brush. We're just sitting here waiting. Lots of other things going on today in the SCCA. Besides the Super Tour here, I know we have the Time Trials National Tour. That's going on right now at NCM Motorsports Park. What else is on the schedule? Stand by. Oops, wrong button. Here we go. Yep, we've got the Time Trials National Tour going on. There is I guess that's about it this weekend. Next weekend, we've got the Pro Solo at Lincoln Air Park in Lincoln. That'll be a preview, and the Tire Rack National Solo Tour at Lincoln. That's kind of like the June Sprints is for the club racing side. That's the June Sprints for the National Solo Tour, because Lincoln Air Park is where they do the Solo Nationals every year. So you can get a lot of cars there as a prep session for Solo Nationals, which happen in early September. So we've found out today that we've had a couple of cars who had their tow hooks broken off while trying to be towed out of the gravel. Note to our competitors, when you're at home, make sure you put a good tow hook on your car. That will help us get back to green flag racing faster. Note to self. All right, I only see one track truck left. Tom, is this good news, or am I just the king of optimism here?
No, I think you're right to be optimistic. That it appears to be a jet blower truck. Indeed, it is. Yeah. So I think they're going to come around to the other side and try and blow it off to the inside here.
I hope they get it all the way off if they're going to the inside. Yep, but that certainly does look like the direction they're blowing the stuff. So hopefully in the next 5 minutes so we can get these cars fired up. Any problems with these cars restarting after they've been sitting so long?
No, not at all. No, not like an old school rotary where you'd be like, oh.
Fingers crossed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay, good.
This turns out, kind of into a little bit of a mental game.
Right.
Everybody now is, aware of what's going to happen. You're sitting there, you're strapped in, and getting anxious. Just kind of want to get it done and over with. A little bit of uncertainty, of what they're going to see regarding the oil dry. How much is it?
Right.
Is it online? It looks like, was that turn 5 there?
Yep.
It looks like the left tires, as they come right through that turn, they're going to be going right across that path of oil dry.
So if this is me and I'm in like 10, 11, 12, I'm thinking to myself, you know what? If everyone makes it through fine, I'm not winning this race. But if I'm sitting back, taking my time, and the first 6 or 7 cars do something crazy, I could be on the podium in this thing.
You definitely could. But again, the smart move being in that position is, we have a race tomorrow.
Right. Well, for all of these guys, we have a race tomorrow.
Well, and some of them don't.
Right.
You got to work the strategy and have your head on straight.
Right.
Justin Piscatel, well-known pro driver. He coaches a lot of the kids out there. Told me a few weeks ago, he's like, there's weekends, there's races that aren't yours to win.
Right.
And depending on where you're finding yourself right now, that may be true. The biggest thing is just at least keeping your position, maybe picking off a position or two, or being ready when there is that moment where people make mistakes in front of you.
Yep. I mean, you could easily throw away 2 top 5 finishes by balling it up today and not even being able to go out tomorrow.
Exactly.
And this is all about points. A lot of these drivers trying to win a national championship, both for the Super Tour championship as well as setting themselves up for going to the runoffs this year. And that is a big consideration. But in the heat of the moment, we all don't think that way, do we?
No, we know it all. We know it all stops as soon as that green flag flies. You go into a race. You're on the pace lap. You're mentally telling yourself there's a certain plan. You kind of tell yourself how it's going to pan out, if you will.
Yep.
And the green flag flies, and usually that plan gets shoved right to the wayside.
Exactly.
Well, we're not seeing any more track trucks right now, at least in our view. So we should be getting pretty close to getting things back underway.
All right, yeah.
There's still some over there in turn 7. You can just barely see them there on the other side of the guardrail. They're on the left side.
Well, we're being told that the drivers have been told to report back to their cars. I'm looking at many of them on pit lane. The doors are open, probably trying to get a little bit of cooler air into the cars. It sounds like some of them may have gotten out of their cars, and but they're telling drivers to get back into their cars because they're under 10 minutes. So hopefully we're a lot under 10 minutes. But I do see some. That must be the broom truck or the sweeper truck. Yeah, that's the sweeper truck blowing some oil dry there. Or that's the blower truck right there, the white one, and that's why I'm seeing the dust. So we look like we're getting close here to get this thing wrapped up.
You know, that is the one spot right there. And it doesn't matter whether it's your cameras or whether it's when we have our 4 announcers around the track. That is the one spot that we cannot see.
Well, there we go. Well, we just want to keep things normal for you, Tom. We could have put a camera there and made it easy, but you would have been so out of your element if you could actually see there.
I've never seen this turn before.
We wouldn't want to change this up for you. So, we want to make you jelly so you couldn't have that for your own race weekend. So we could have made it happen, but we chose not to. So. And we've been so clean. We went all of the races last weekend at Portland with I think one race ending early, and every other session went green to checker. We've been so clean this weekend up to this point. So it happens at least once a weekend, it seems. Birds. Yep, we see birds. That's a theme here on our Super Tour. Is pretty much every track at some point in time the birds make an appearance. Not quite sure what that says about us, but we have found the birds. Thank you, Jordan. Really appreciate it.
Jordan must be an Alfred Hitchcock fan.
That could be possible, or it could be bored.
Yes,
I'm gonna go with bored. Although nothing wrong with Hitchcock. 5 minutes to the grid is what I've just been told, or 5 minutes to the drivers. So I don't know. I'm going to have to go back to my kit here and grab another blood pressure medication. This is going to be pretty exciting here. Mm-hmm. Exciting or terrifying, one way or the other.
Well, the one thing is it'll be a single file restart,
yep.
So it won't be the side-by-side that we have seen, but we'll see who gets the best braking, the best brake coming around there to get that green flag.
Yeah, and I really do think it's a big deal that we're starting on the main straight, and that gives the cars a little bit of time to stretch out before they get to turn 4 and before they get to all of this mess that we have here with the oil dry and everything. So
well, it looks like everything's all right from turn 4 to turn 6 now.
All right. I just heard a motor. There is the track truck going by doing a little reconnaissance lap. Hopefully that person will be very happy with what they see. There are more motors. All right, so this is how this is going to work out. The pace car is going to pull these cars out onto the track. They're going to come all the way around with a chance to go through that oil section, so they kind of have an idea how slippery it is, as much as you can figure out on a pace lap. They'll come down. They'll take the green flag right here on the front straight, and then it'll be a green-white checker. So they will get 2-lap shootout to the finish, all for a big trophy here. Right now, Justin Atticanis, he is going to be your de facto pole sitter on this pace lap. But again, as Tom so wisely noted, it'll be a single file restart. That's a big deal. So it'll be Atticanis, Camden Hibbett, Cam Eben, Reed Sweeney, Camden Gruber, Matthew Novak, Michael Borden, Rocco Pasquarella, and Marcello Panacea. Marcello Panacea had a great weekend last weekend out at Portland, so that's good news there. And Will Robinson, do we have that Will Robinson picture, Jordan, that I sent you yesterday? I don't know if this is a good sign or a bad sign. It says danger, Will Robinson. Not quite sure if that's a good omen or a bad omen going into a 2-lap shootout at the end. But, yeah, he sent me this yesterday, Will Robinson. I don't know if that's because we keep saying danger, Will Robinson, on the stream. But whatever the case may be, good job on you for that. He's even got the dang robot there, which is absolutely classic. So, all right, let's get back to our pictures here. Here they come, coming up through the chicane. Got to have a lot of high heart rates right now for the 25 drivers or so still on the racetrack. And high heart rate for the guy standing behind me who's one of the cars on the racetrack is his. So here they come now. They're going to go past the original start stand and go down to turn 4. This is their chance to kind of see what they're feeling here, feel what they're seeing, see how if what they're seeing is exactly what they're feeling when they drive over all that stuff. Again, don't mind the clock. It's pretty much gone away. Well, it has gone away. So 2-lap shootout for the finish. Atacanis, Hibbett, Evans, Sweeney. They're your front cars. But you just never know what's going to happen in a situation like this. So, smart situation for these cars. They realize, they should realize that they've got to race again tomorrow. So, getting through these 2 laps clean is going to be really important for a lot of these cars, but for all of these cars. Sometimes the red mist comes in.
Now they're going to be able to see exactly what the course condition is and maybe improve it a little bit by going ahead and driving through some of this.
Yep.
And there they are.
And as you can see, that oil, you can almost see it's just outside the regular racing line. So if they stay on the line, they might be okay there. But it's just tough to tell, really, without driving through it myself. Some of them look like they're going out there to push some more of that oil dry away.
Now, these guys going through 6 and up into 7, they can sometimes stay side by side better than some of the classes can.
Right, except that there's some oil still probably down there. So, all right, Thunder Valley up now towards this carousel where you tighten up those seatbelts, tighten up the helmet. We've got 4.4 miles of what could be some of the best racing we've seen, or absolute chaos and mayhem. We'll know more here as we go. There's your pace car. It is on pit lane. I can hear the cars ramping up, waiting for the green flag. It is in the air, and here we go. We've got 20 cars heading down towards turn 1, single file at the moment. Is anybody going to peek out right now in turn 1? We will wait to see how that works out. At the moment, we'll catch them coming through right now, turn 1. So far, so good. Nobody's off in the gravel. As they head up now towards the keyhole, here is the chicane. Looks like one car might have put a wheel off, but they've all continued on. Getting through the chicane, single file. About 2 wide, about 10 cars back, 12 cars back. Right now, Justin Atacanis holding on very well. They've Atacanis and Hibbett have opened up a little bit of a gap here as they head down towards turn 4 for the first time. Or for the second to last time, for the first time after the restart. Look at the gap already between first and second. That's Atacanis and Hibbett. Can the cars Evans, Sweeney, and Gruber catch back up? Yes, they're trying. Now they're 2 wide into 4. That's 3rd and 4th place going 2 wide into 4. Now they get to all that oily section here. We'll find out how these cars slip and slide, or if they don't at all. Clean so far. Oh, look at that car get wide, going off in the grass there. Not sure if it gets into the... Nope, didn't hit anything, still going. All of the cars seeming to get through this section without any issues. That car took the agricultural path through that section of corners. Side by side now, 2, 8, and 9. No issues so far for these cars. Looks like they did a really nice job of cleaning up this racetrack. Now up through 10 and 11, they're going to get the white flag this time by. It'll be 2.4 miles and 14 corners to go. Atacanis still holding off Hibbett. 2 wide, 10 rows, 10 cars back. Now we've got the white flag out. Next flag is going to end this race no matter what it is. Everyone so far playing like good boys and girls out there. Nicely gone through turn 1. Right now, Justin Atacanis just seems to have the mark on Camden Hibbett. Not letting Hibbett get close enough to put the nose underneath. Absolutely textbook performance by Justin Atacanis here. 4.4 of a second lead across the line. Perfectly hitting his marks. Hasn't put a wheel wrong yet.
But Hibbett and Sweeney right there in case something does happen.
Right now, your top 5, Atacanis, Hibbett, Sweeney, Gruber, and Novak. Now they come down. Now those two cars are going side by side again. That's second and third place, Hibbett and Sweeney. That's the best news for Justin Atikonis. He wants second and third to fight all the way to the finish line. He continues to open up the gap. That's what that battle for second is doing. And then right behind him, that is Camden Gruber. That is the Planet Miata car trying to get into the mix as well. He's still in line for a potential podium if he can make a move here with 5 corners to go. Atikonis, plenty of lead right now. He can just cruise to the finish line. Still in question who's going to be second and third place on the podium. Will it be Hibbett, Sweeney, or Gruber? Now they come through Thunder Valley for the final time. Atikonis with a 5-car length lead. No question for first place at the moment as long as he stays on the racetrack. Then you've got Hibbett, Sweeney, and Gruber. Can any of them make a move? It doesn't look like that's going to happen with 1 corner to go. Across the line first is going to be Justin Atikonis. Then it is going to be, it looks like, it's going to be Camden Hibbett and Reed Sweeney. That's going to be your podium. 4th place will be Camden Gruber. Well, that could have been crazy, Mr. Cephalo. Were they being smart? Or were they just not having enough to get to the guy in front of them?
It just didn't have enough.
Yeah.
It was, you know, they fought a little bit, you know, and it just gave Atikonis a comfortable gap right in the closing stages.
And he did not put a wheel wrong at all
No.
in those last 2 laps.
No.
Absolutely perfect.
Nope.
So, well, that's going to do it for race group number 7. We're going to get this one cleared off fast so we can get to group 8 because we are now behind schedule. Mark Cephalo, thank you, sir.
Thank you for
Appreciate
having me.
coming on up. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we've got group number 8. Stay with us, everybody.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
We are back for our second to last race of the day here at Mid-Ohio for the Hoosier Tire SCCA Super Tour. And it is the GT1, GT2, GT3, A Sedan, T1. I don't think we have any GTX cars here this weekend. Let me scroll through here real fast. And, oh, we have one, Dan Spear, although I didn't see him yesterday. So maybe we will, maybe we won't. Got a whole bunch of cars. Let's go through our starting lineup. We'll get it going here. And in row number 6, I guess Dan Spear did qualify in that Camaro. He is on the outside of row 6. And I think we have a split start, and that's why, yeah, this is a split start here, or a gap start. Next to him is Phil Brabeck in the Pontiac Firebird. Row number 5 is the BMW M3 of Jonathan Vasquez, and James Jost in the 14 Mustang in row number 5. Now, row number 4, Philip Smith in an A Sedan Mustang, car 54. James Stevens in the A Sedan Chevrolet Camaro, car number 92. Row 3 is Don Van Nortwick in another Mustang. That's a T1 car. And then you've got Gregory Eaton in a Mustang. That is an A Sedan car on the inside of row 3. Row 2 is going to be Clark Nunez in the Camaro, the 07 car. Brian Goodman will be on the outside of row 2 in his T1 BMW M3. And in row number 1, Hugh Stewart is in the BMW M3. That's a T1 car. Next to him is Bill Batten in the Camaro, also a T1 car. Now, the front group is going to be row number 10, and Doherty in that Porsche 9912 GT3 Cup car. Row number 9, Paul Young in the Ford Probe, maybe my favorite eclectic car of the weekend here. That is the GT2 Ford Probe. Next to him, Armin McGregorian in the GT3 Mazda Miata. Row number 8, Ken Nelson in the Nissan 200SX GT3 car. Next to him is Jack Stanford in the Ford Mustang GT2 car. Row number 7, William Moore in the GT2 Camaro. Next to him, Michael Lewis in the RX-7 GT3 car, which makes me think he'll drive the GT1 car tomorrow.
Oh, he's driving today.
Oh, he's got the GT1 car today. So he qualified 2 cars, which is why they're both on the list here. So today he'll be in the GT1 car, which will be a little further up the field here. Thad Berger in the Porsche 991 is going to be on the inside of row 6. Next to him, Patrick Paul in the Mustang GT2 car. Row number 5 is Tom Patton in that Sunbeam Tiger, car number 50. Aaron Quinn in the Chevrolet Camaro is going to be on the outside of row number 5. Simon Aslan in his GT2 Porsche on the inside of row 4. Next to him, Ray Mason in the GT2 Ford Mustang. And in row number 3, Barry Bowes in that Ford Mustang. That's a pretty race car, by the way, folks. That's a GT2 car, 132. Next to him, Gian Buffamonte in the Ford Mustang, number 17. Row number 2, Michael McAleenan in the GT1 Lamborghini Huracan. That's also a very cool race car. Next to him, now we've got Michael Lewis in the Jaguar XKR, his GT1 number 82 in row 2. He'll drive the Mazda tomorrow, likely. David Pinterica is your pole sitter on the inside of row 1 in that number 57 red, white, and blue American flag Ford Mustang. Next to him, Ryan McManus in the Chevy Corvette. That is also a GT1 car, and that is your front row. All right. We're going to get them to come up here through the chicane. That's first group. They'll come through this and then the keyhole, and they'll come down to that back straight start-finish line. That's the really only smart way to do it here, right? Oh, I should introduce Scotty B. White. Just I don't want the voice coming from nowhere. Although everybody would know the voice because he joins us on a regular basis. And anyway, how are you, Scott?
I'm good. Thanks for bringing me into the air conditioning to watch this race.
It's not even that hot outside. Come on now.
Well, you know where I'm from.
That's true. That's true. Anyway, starting on the backstretch here, smart move, I'm sure, right?
Yeah, it's definitely a good move on this track. And especially these hot rods. Look at him go. Got a green.
Green flag, and not the most put-together start here. But they really have no choice when they've got a double pack. They kind of have to throw the green flag here. And that was the early start there by David Pinteric. He's able to get through turn 1 just fine. And then the rest of the field slots in behind him.
Do you think any of the drivers thought about that, being a split start, that it's probably going to go green no matter what?
Probably.
Nah.
No.
Take advantage of that.
Nobody's going to take advantage of that. Why would they do something like that? Ill thoughts going through your mind, Mr. White. Come on now.
Oh, look at that. Michael has gotten ahead of McManus.
Yep. Here comes our second group going through in the same situation there. That is worse. That's even more disorganized than the start before it.
That looks like an IndyCar start from about 2011.
They probably also know that we're way up against the clock as well because of the cleanup in the last race. So, all right, coming across the line for the first time here in race group number 8, your race leader is David Pinterick, followed by Michael Lewis, Ryan McManus, and Michael, I don't know why he's been here every weekend and I can never say McAleenan. I don't understand it. Barry Bowes is in 5th. What are you seeing right now, Tom?
Right now, we're seeing David Pinterick just kind of stretch it out here on the veteran Michael Lewis. Ryan McManus, McAleenan?
Yes.
Thank you. and Barry Bowes, they continue to the top 5 as they make their way through the keyhole.
Yeah, Pinterick probably has a bunch of laps around here. He's an Ohio boy, right, Tom?
Yeah, and he's out of Canfield, Ohio. I believe it's probably around the Cleveland area.
Yep. So
I say I believe because I'm from the Dayton area and there's no Canfield near us.
There you go. There you go. Ours, our second group now coming across the line, and the leader of that group is Hugh Stewart, followed by Bill Batten, Clark Nunez, Brian Goodman. So all the T1 cars lined up here with that second group. Your first place car in A sedan is James Stevens and Dan Spear. He is out there with that GTX car. He is in 26th overall right now. So now, how worried, Scotty, would these cars be from the oil that was let down right at the end of the last session? I'm sure they were all warned about it, knew it was there.
Well, I think one of the things is that most of these cars have such wide tires that it'd have to be a pretty wide oil stripe to be completely covering a tire. They're going to have some of it on the pavement anyway. But it's really not that bad. It just spooks you, and if you get it past your head, it actually, the grip doesn't get bothered much.
Yeah. I'm sure it helped to have 2 laps with the other cars going through there as well. That doesn't hurt at all. So, and knowing and maybe being told that none of those cars had any real issues to go through, that would give you some confidence as well.
Yeah. So it looks like McAleenan is keeping with McManus pretty well, and last time by, it looked like the gap was not as big between Lewis and Pinterick.
Yeah, the gap. Well, Mac Lewis just put down a purple lap, his fast lap of anybody in the session, a 1:29.3, 0.4 of a second faster than Pinterick. So now the gap between first and second was only 0.5 at the line. So definitely Michael Lewis is making up space here.
Yeah, and I think McLean's is hoping for a green race all the way. His is kind of the tortoise, if you will.
Yes, yes.
McManus just kind of hanging in there in 3rd place, and there's a good gap back to McAleenan. Those are the top 4 cars overall here as we work our way through the early part of this race. We've got just about 5 minutes gone of a 25-minute race.
And I think that Lamborghini, probably a lighter car, won't have to worry about tires as much, maybe hoping that the lead tires go away as we get deeper into this session.
Actually, surprisingly, the Lamborghini is the heaviest of those 3 cars. Yeah,
that is surprising.
The proper tube frame GT1 cars are in the 2,800 pound range, and McAleenan, I believe, is 32.
Wow, that's I've learned something. Ryan McManus drops a purple lap, so he's the fastest lap of the session with a 1:29.9 or 1:27.9, and the car chasing him, that Lamborghini we've been talking about, his lap was 5.67 of a second slower than McManus, so that's a little bit of a more of a gap. And McAleenan's pulled away from a lot of these races this year, not doing it this time, Scotty.
Well, it's the competition's a little stiffer this time. Lewis is on new tires. It looks like McManus is trying to get underneath Lewis.
Yeah.
In madness.
Yeah, it's a tough place to get around right there, but we'll watch them as they come up through.
Ooh.
Oh, we got Pinterick right behind some lap traffic. He finally gets around it, but lost some ground on the guys behind him.
He didn't have much ground to lose there, but I think everybody kind of had to check up there, so that was the lucky part for Pinterick there. But there you go, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, right there, nose to tail.
With number 4 kind of lurking.
That's right. Looking back at the GT2 race, that's also a pretty tight battle here. Barry Bowes in first place with Gian Buffamani only 0.5 of a second back. And then Tiger Tom Patton hanging in there 0.2 of a second back from Buffamante. So that's a pretty good battle there in GT2 as well.
Yeah, and don't you love to see Tom Patton running that old Tiger?
Absolutely.
And he's just the nicest guy around, too.
Yeah.
And
How long has he run that thing?
I don't know. Before I started.
Maybe before I was born.
Yeah.
Going in, looking at A Sedan, a 1.3 second lead, Philip Smith over James Stevens, and then James Yost about 3 seconds back in A Sedan. And let's take a peek at GT3. Ken Nelson has an 11-second lead over Armin McGregor here in that class. So those are your two cars in GT2. And then we'll take a quick peek at T1. A decent lead for Hugh Stewart, almost 6 seconds over Bill Batten, and then Clark Nunez. That's how they stand right now with 17.5 to go.
Yeah, you know, Clark and Don Van Nortwick, they truck out here on their own from the West Coast.
Yeah.
And they just make the trip out here to come out here. I think they might be going to the Glen, too.
Nice. You're going to be at the Glen as well?
Yes, I'm everywhere, I guess. Committed, part of the regulars.
I love it.
But it's nice. We got a whole group of guys that coming off the West Coast.
Look at the slower cars.
Caught traffic again.
Big time traffic. I think that's an A Sedan Mustang there. And then you get all of those GT cars just barreling past, going down towards turn 1 here. And they will all clear that car. It looks like, yep, all 4 cars clear that slower car, and they then rumble on down towards the keyhole.
And that's just what that FIA GT3 Lamborghini needs.
Yep.
Is to get up close there. You know, Lewis and McAleenan are both in my trailer, so we figured it out. We're all good. As long as we're rooting for Mike, we're okay.
Exactly. Mike, and Mike.
Yeah, as long as Mike wins. There can't be an argument in the trailer.
That's awesome. That's awesome. As long as one of them wins without taking the other one out.
Yes.
The Corvette has moved up now into second place around Lewis.
There you go. Brian McManus now moves into second place.
Well, isn't that something else, though, is that the lead group in the GT1 is already through about half the second pack.
Well, and here's what I love about this version of GT1. You've got a Mustang out front, then you've got a Corvette, then you've got a Jaguar, and then you've got a Lamborghini. This is not your grandfather's GT1, is it?
It is not.
Oh, man.
That Corvette is so pretty, that neon day-glow orange.
Yeah.
It hurts your eyes a little bit looking at it, but
shucks.
Get some sunglasses on. It looks really good.
Well, I always say, if you want me to talk about your car, make it stand out.
Yes.
So the yellow cars and the orange cars tend to get talked about the most.
Yeah.
15.5 minutes into this race and some pretty good action early on. Your top 4 in GT1, Pinteric, McManus, Lewis, and McAleenan. Your top 4 in GT2, Bowes, Buffamante, Patton, and Quinn. And then we roll down to T1. Hugh Stewart's your leader in T1 with Bill Batten, Clark Nunez, and Brian Goodman in 4th place.
Well, Pinteric's been able to separate himself from now McManus in 2nd place, and McManus hadn't been able to shake Lewis at all.
Well, Lewis has done this a bit, so you don't shake Mike Lewis without having a pretty good race car, being a pretty good race car driver.
I think McManus and Pinteric, this is their home track for both of them, isn't it?
Okay. Yes, I believe that is the case. McManus is out of Sellville, Ohio, so that would make him the home track here as well. So.
Yeah, and I know Pinteric just did a test here.
He did.
About a week or 2 ago.
Yep.
And they were with the Goodyear guys and did some stuff out here and found some good things, I guess.
Yep, not surprised to see this car going fast.
It is such a cool car. But have you ever seen the cockpit in one of those cars?
Yeah, you and I wouldn't fit.
Nope, not going to happen.
No, I mean, you'd have a better chance than I would, but but no.
I don't think my height would help my girth any. I actually own one of those cars, and we've had to modify it a lot to get to where I might get in it.
It's like I tell people, I am the right size for a race car driver, height for the race car driver. I'm not the right width.
Yes.
Well, talk about David Pinteric. Just hit the best lap of the day here. 126.8 is what he dropped down. That is almost a full second faster than Ryan McManus, who also put down his personal best the last lap of a 127.6.
Well, with a big field like this, you're going to see just about everybody, no matter class, they're going to be going through slower cars. And we saw that back there in the cars that took place in the split start. Now we watch as our overall leaders come by us right now down the straightaway into turn number 4. And look at that gap. McManus has closed it up once again.
That's partially because of traffic, having to work your way through it. And people don't always discount or don't maybe understand how the first place car always gets the help from the flaggers coming through. They get the blue flags pretty strongly, but then sometimes the people who are being passed don't realize that second, third, and fourth might be right behind. So it's usually easier for the first place car to pick their way through traffic. And that looks to be a little bit the case here as Pinteric makes it around. I believe that's a BMW there. And the other car is having a little harder time working their way around.
I think that's a GT3 car that they're going around. And McElhaney is really doing a good job hanging on to the tail end without quite the ultimate lap time speed possible.
I haven't talked much about GT3 right now. There's only 2 cars in that class, Ken Nelson and Armin McGregor. They are the 2 cars in GT3. I want to give them just a little bit of love here. 12 and a half minutes. We're halfway through. Let's do this. Let's do a call to grid. We'll take our break here, and then we'll come back and get us all the way to the finish. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Group 9 cars to the grid. Group 9 to the grid. Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, Formula X. Group 9 cars to the grid. We'll take our break. We'll be back in just a few minutes. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Mazda Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazda Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazda.com.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoff Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trial Nationals, and National Tour and Track Night in America. Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit BravoTrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside about how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information. Welcome back to the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. 9 minutes to go. Some big changes since we went to break. In China Beach right now is the 17 car. That is Gian Bufamonte. He is now down to 18th position. That is going to move up in the order. That's going to move Tom Patton and Aaron Quine into the podium positions of second and third place behind Barry Bowes.
And this is going to be very difficult to get that car out of China Beach, because it is so far in And probably the grass still a little bit slippery out there if you don't go into China Beach to try and bring them out. And that's between 8 and 9 right there.
Yep, there's another car and that's in a bad spot. You do not want to leave a car there.
Nope.
Because coming down that hill, if you don't hit that apex properly, that is exactly where you're going. So, and with 2 cars in danger right now and 8.5 minutes to go, this may be the end of this race here, folks. We'll find out here. Still waiting to see what race control's about to do.
Well, if everybody's behaving, they might let them keep going.
Well, we'll find out. Now we've got the safety truck is at the China Beach car. Now they do have that big tractor thing that is out there. That's been working double time this weekend to get cars out of there. That will help. Roger Cadell in the chat says, "Hey, Scotty, hope you're having fun."
Roger, I need help.
Yeah, he keeps hanging out with me, Roger. That's why he needs help. He needs to find better friends.
Roger is our absolute savior, boy. If you got an aim problem, the guy is a wizard.
Yeah, the aim sorcerer.
So good.
All right.
Doing a hot bull, boy. Congratulations! What a cool bunch of workers around this track.
And I lied. It was pretty easy getting it out of there.
Yeah, that means that we've dried this track out a lot since yesterday. I mean,
because they're pulling that out with a little Honda pickup.
Yeah, the safety crew has been just absolutely stellar this weekend. 6.5 minutes to go. Up front, no changes. David Panterick is in first, followed by Ryan McManus. Panterick now has a 3.7 second lead. A 1.2 seconds back in third place is Michael Lewis in that 72 Jaguar. You've got Michael McAleenan in fourth place, just trying to keep up with those guys. Not the best horse for this course, but there he is going past a couple of slower cars right here on the front straight. And you will see, we would have seen that green Lambo coming right through there. There he is.
And Patton broke, and he's pulled off out of spot 2, and so that elevates Simon to the podium.
That's right. So that is going to be a big podium there. Bose, Quine, right?
Yes.
Quine and Aslan helping out here. Glad you're here to help me with the pronunciation.
But yeah, Aaron's now only 3.9 behind Bose, and Bose is like the state-of-the-art hot rod, and Quines is a little bit long in the tooth. So congratulations to Aaron, although he's an instructor here at Mid-Ohio, so he probably knows his way around, at least which way the track goes for the next turn.
Might have a couple laps in here.
Yeah.
5 minutes and 40 seconds to go. I'm doing a quick call to grid here. Attention in the paddock, attention to paddock. We've got another call to grid. This is for our Formula Atlantic and Formula Continental cars. Wings without the things come to group number 9. That is your call to grid for the final race of the day. 5 minutes to go here, coming up on 5 minutes to go. Panterick, McManus, Lewis, McAleenan. Panterick just comes across the line again. Now the gap just over a second between first and second place. So this is not over yet in GT1 either.
And another 2 seconds back to Lewis.
Right.
And at this point, McAleenan is 7 seconds back.
See if there are any other close battles brewing here. The T1 battle probably or might be somewhat close here. Take a big, no, not that close. Hugh Stewart's the leader. Bill Batten is in second. Clark Nunez is in third. Waiting to see when Batten crosses the line here to let you know how big the gap is. 14.3 seconds is the gap between first and second in T1.
And GT2, something must have happened to Quine because now he's quite a ways back. He was only 3/10 back.
Now he's 3.2 seconds back.
Well, it's been a couple of laps since they got that car out of the dirt there in turn number 4 and 5. But they haven't been able to get it any further than that.
Yeah, I wonder if the car just won't start. That's part of the problem, maybe. We'll find out more, but...
Boy, I have so much appreciation for these guys doing these hot pulls.
Yeah.
They're brave, and these guys are behaving really well, too.
They are. and that car in turns, I think that's turn 8. I think they've just put the track car there to protect it because it doesn't look like they're really trying to pull.
No, they're trying to pull.
Oh, yeah, they
got
are.
it hooked up.
We've had 2 reports of tow hooks breaking this weekend,
Oh.
trying to get towed out of the gravel trap. So that was our little public service announcement earlier. Please make good tow hooks for your tow straps for your car. So 3.5 to go. No changes up front. Well, actually, no changes up front. The top 4 still the same. And then we've got now Simon Aslan has moved into 3rd place with Ray Mason in 4th place in GT2. Thad Berger's moved up to 5th place in GT2. And look at Ann Doherty. She had a rough qualifying session. She's now up to 10th place overall.
Yeah, apparently she had a hardwired transponder that was not popping off.
So that was the situation.
Yeah, we thought she wasn't out there, but she actually was. Just her transponder wasn't popping. So
yeah, that can happen. Weird, wild, and wacky stuff, I tell you. Well, now they've got that car pulled out of the gravel. Hopefully they can get that thing started and moved out of there.
Tarek looks like he's just on cruise control now.
Yeah, I kind of wonder if he's just kind of toying, you know? He could probably pull away a little bit more, but doesn't need to.
Yeah. That's one of those new Ave Riley chassis, too, that David is running, which is like a part spaceship and part hot rod.
Yeah, there's a flux capacitor in that car.
I think so. Apparently hooked it up for 1 lap anyway. Ooh, that's enough.
There you go.
Turned it back off.
Where is Tony Ave this weekend? He's usually here with like 7 classes.
I know. He's supposed to bring me some parts. That must be it.
That's right. He doesn't want you to have those before the runoffs.
Yeah.
You talk about somebody who'll race anything. I was doing, about 25 years ago, I was doing snowmobile racing, and there was Tony Ave.
My dad raced against Tony Ave at snowmobiles up at, where is the national championships up there in Eagle River, Wisconsin?
Yes.
Yep.
I was there when Celsius and Fahrenheit met.
Equal, yes.
That's either minus 30 or minus 40. It doesn't matter. It's cold.
Yeah, that's right. My dad raced snowmobiles against Gilles Villeneuve.
Oh, wow.
That's how old my dad was. Cold up there in the winter. Anyway, back to the racing here. David Pinterick, still our leader. Ryan McMahon is 2nd. Michael Lewis 3rd. Michael McAleenan is in 4th. In GT2, you've got Barry Bowes, Aaron Quine, Michael Aslan, Ray Mason, and Thad Berger, and Doherty, and now William Moore. That's your top, 6 in GT2? 6 or 7? That's how it stands right now. With a minute left in this race, we should be getting the white flag out now. Next time Mr. Pinterick comes by, he will see that white flag. Probably not a minute soon enough for him.
And all the lap times have dropped off on the GT1 cars.
Right, here comes across the line. The white flag is in the air for David Pinterick. 2.4 miles to a big trophy for that Mustang. All he's got to do is keep it between the white lines. And I got to tell you, Michael Lewis is still right there behind McManus. If McManus just has a little bit of a hiccup, Lewis will be right there to pounce here and maybe move into 2nd place.
Oh, boy, he's really closing that gap
right
now.
there.
Look at him in the chicane.
That's right.
It was almost 0.9 at start-finish, but it's a lot less than that now coming out of the keyhole.
So Lewis got one really good chance here going into 4, and then a couple of marginal passing zones after that. But look at McManus pull away. Got a lot more horsepower, it looks like, going down that backstretch.
Must have got a great shot off the keyhole, which would make sense for a guy that lives here.
Or he pressed the nitrous button.
Yeah, he borrowed Pinterick's flux capacitor switch.
Just traded it from one car to the next.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, it's going to be tough for Michael Lewis to catch him at this point in time. But those are your top 3 cars in GT1 coming through our screen. That's Pinterick in the red, white, and blue car. The orange car, McManus. The black over orange car or blue over orange cars, Mike.
Whoa! Big slide. Did you see the painted the track black? Lewis did coming out of there.
And here is a tow right in front of our leaders coming to the line here. Wow, that is an unfortunate timing for that, but here they come through there. No issues for any of those cars. I don't think Michael Lewis would have caught him without that or with that tow, so that worked out just fine. Across the line, first place David Pinterick, then Ryan McManus, then Michael Lewis, and Michael McAleenan across the line as well. What a great race. That was fun.
I'm just loving turn 10 with Michael Lewis up over the top. Full right hand, left hand lock and painting the track black. Big old black stripes coming over the hill.
Big time there.
I guess that's what like 890 horsepower does for you in a 2,700 pound car.
There you go. All right, let's go through our finishing order here. Let's start with GT1. Your overall winner and first place in GT1, David Paterick. Then the podium, Ryan McManus and Michael Lewis. Oh, our GT2 leaders coming through the carousel for the final time. Here they are. That's Barry Bowes, and right behind him is Aaron Quine. There they come across the line, followed by Simon Aslin and Ray Mason. There's your GT2. And both Bowes and Quine ran their best laps, their personal best, a 131.2 for Bowes and a 131.8 for Quine. So what a great finish there as well.
So Barry was feeling the heat a little bit there from the local boy.
Absolutely. Your two cars in GT3, Ken Nelson in first, Armin McGregor in second. Now to A sedan, Philip Smith, James Jost, and James Stevens. Let's go down to GTX, one car there, Dan Spear. Now to T1. Your winner was Hugh Stewart, followed by Bill Batten and James Nunez. That's going to do it for race number 8. Race number 9 still ahead, everybody. Don't go away. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Mid-Ohio. Stay with us. Your winner was Hugh Stewart, followed by Bill Batten and James Nunez. That's going to do it for race. For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for the hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
Mazda Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazda Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazda.com.
Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Welcome back to the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Brian Bielanski. Tom Michaels is with us this weekend, and we have got one race to go for the day. We'll do it again tomorrow with 9 more races, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. This is Formula Atlantic and Formula Continental. How about we go through those starting lineups, Jordan? On the outside of row 3, this is a split start, I believe. Brandon Dixon is going to be on the outside of row 3 because there's more than 6 cars. And he is in a Formula Continental. Citation, that's an old Formula 2000 car. On the outside of row 3, Jeremy Swank in a Van Diemen RF05. That's car number 72. Looking at row number 2, Timothy Miner, another Citation F2000 car number 88. Next to him, another Van Diemen. This would be number 65 of Michael Verison's. Now we go to row 1, your pole sitter for Formula Continental, John Burton LaRue in a Citation Snip FZ. That is car number 17. JT Novoselski is going to be in the second on the outside of row 1. I'm having a hard time speaking on race number 9. Now we move on to Formula Atlantic. Row 3 in the front group is going to be John Wilhelmi in the Furman FA car number 34. Row number 2 is Ashen Yelkin on the inside in the Swift 04, number 79. Another Swift 014 is on the outside of row 2, Carlos Franco. That's car number 05. Or front row is going to be Nico Vardis in the JDR F1000 car on the inside, and Riley Harris in the Van Diemen DP04 Formula Atlanta car on the outside of row number 1. All right, Tom. These are some of our fastest cars at the racetrack this weekend. Not a ton of them, but we should be able to get something fun going on here.
Yeah, I hope so. A lot of times there is great variance in the cars themselves, so we wind up having a rather large gap from position to position when we have these races. There we're looking for a large gap between us and rain.
Yes, well, that could make things interesting if it were to rain right now. That would throw a little layer to our onion here. But we'll hope that stays away for 25 minutes. I'm looking around, and there's a little bit of dark clouds, but it doesn't look too bad. We'll just cross our fingers. Yeah, the Formula Atlanta cars now, they're an amalgamation of a couple of different classes, and it's kind of hard to make them all work well together and be competitive. So sometimes this works out really good, sometimes not so much, but we'll see what we get on this one. Here comes our first group through the carousel. Now they got to go all the way back down to the back straight here for the start of this race. But this actually race we probably could have started on the front straight. We want to keep it consistent throughout the whole weekend.
I always loved the Formula Atlantics. I had a good fortune to be able to be the last Formula Atlantic of the old champ car era. Had a chance to be their series announcer the last year. I managed to kill off the whole series.
It's your fault.
Well, Champ Car too that year. I was So
Tom killed Champ Car.
Yeah, I have. Yeah, well, I have a whole list of different things. Mercury, Dodge. There are a number of different things.
Brian Stasinski in the chat. He's here on site. Says he's feeling a little scattered raindrops. Oh boy. Oh boy, Alberto. Here we come through the keyhole. They're going to come down through. I do see a darker cloud that way. That's the part of the racetrack I can't see from where I'm at right now. There's a wall in the way. Here they come now, down towards our start stand. Wouldn't it be something if the starter decided he didn't want to start this one? Green flag is in the air, side by side. Something off flying. Looks like maybe a plastic bag or something. That brings me. What is that? That's interesting. Here comes our second group starting as well. I was very fixated on whatever that was flying through our screen. Here they come now down to turn 4 and 5. So far, everyone seems to be doing okay. Second group is coming through as well. Oh boy. So far, so good. The hope is that there's enough heat in the track, Tom, that if we don't get a heavy rain, that we should be okay here. Mm-hmm. That rain should hit the track and pretty much dry off real fast, because it's 70, almost 80 degrees out right now.
My guess would be that these guys would rather probably end the race early here today and save the car for tomorrow, and not take a chance on winding up over there in the tire barriers or anything harder than that.
All right, here they come across the line for the first time. Nico Vardis is your race leader, followed by Riley Harris and Ashen Yelkin and John Wilhelmi. That's your top 4 in Formula Atlantic. Then we've got our top 4 in Formula Continental is John Burton LaRue, Timothy Miner, who's got the fast lap of anybody so far, although it is that first lap. And then JT Novoselsky here is in third place right now. If there is water falling on the racetrack, it doesn't appear to be affecting the cars at this moment. Comes our second group of Continentals here. Looks like there's a Formula Atlantic that's already fallen back. That might be John Wilhelmi, is one of the slower Atlantics. That's that car right through the screen. That is not a Formula Continental. That's short and fat like an Atlantic. And I'm not talking about fat in a bad way, folks, here. It's just stout. How's that? A stout-looking car.
I want to use that for my description of
Stout?
me from now on.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think you and I both fall into that category. All right.
Got a pretty good battle back a ways as we see the leaders coming by us now.
There is that battle you're talking about.
Yep.
I think that is our Formula Continental group here as they come across the line. LaRue, Miner, and there's that Atlantic that I was talking about, John Wilhelmi, in the middle of those Continentals. Then JT Novoselsky, Brandon Dixon, Michael Barrison. So that little cornucopia, that veritable bevy of race cars there is our Formula Continental battle.
Breaking out the big words now.
Yeah, well, you know, I can always count on me for at least one 25-cent word a race weekend. So, yeah, all of those cars have cleared the Continental. Now that's a gaggle. I've thrown another one out. A gaggle of Continentals. I'm done. Probably not, actually.
That's a small word, but it is a useful one.
It does work in this situation. Oh. And actually, they didn't clear the Atlantic car. In the straightaway, the Atlantic car pulls away, and then the Continental seemed to be a little quicker in the corners. Gotta love horsepower, right?
Down through turn number 6 once again. They're actually staying together better than many times we see in these two classes.
Nico Vardis just put down the fast lap of the race, a 1:25.058. That is not a short track, not a slow time at all. Look at that Atlantic. Just stuff up all those cars in the twisty sections. I'm not quite sure he knows that he is in the front of all of those cars fighting for a position.
If they get around him, I think they might be able to put a little distance between them.
And I think that, so the cars behind him are Novoselsky, Verisons, Dixon, and Franca. That is the third, fourth, and fifth place cars in Formula Continental. LaRue and Miner, I believe, are ahead of this battle and not part of this pack of cars right now. Yeah, Brian Stasinski is up in turn 3 area where he was feeling the rain, so. And he's right, not a lot of rain will bring the oils back up in this racetrack right now, especially considering how new it is. So hopefully there won't be much here.
About 18 and a half minutes to go, so we are still very early on in this 25-minute race. Tomorrow the races will be 35 minutes or 20 laps.
Yep, we're going to shoot for 20 laps, Tom. With the Super Tour, we go to laps first, and we will extend the clock to try to get the laps in. That is the goal here until we get really backed up on time. So
things start early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, the first of 9 races.
there you can see those darker clouds out there in the carousel area. Definitely some rain in the area. Hopefully it'll scooch past. Oh, wow, 2 cars off. One of them looks like it might have been that car, that John Wilhelmi car, might have come in contact with one of those Continentals who were maybe a little impatient trying to get around him. I'm not quite sure what the situation is, but the Atlantic there is not moving. We'll wait to see what the plan is here. Yeah, that Atlantic looks like it is dead in the water there.
I think that was a 15-car Brandon Dixon.
With Wilhelmi. Yeah, that makes sense because Dixon has fallen to last place here on the running order, except for Wilhelmi. So,
car's still rolling.
Always trying to roll it maybe back to the racing surface because he can't get much grip. That's possible.
I can honestly say in all the years I've been here, I've never seen a car in that particular position.
Interesting. Yeah. Well, I'm guessing he'd rather not be there too. And there's your track truck. It's gone out to see what's going on there, assess the situation.
Those guys have been very busy today.
Definitely quite busy. 16 minutes, 40 seconds coming up on the clock here. Your top 5, Vardis, Harris, Yelkin, those are formerly Atlantics. Then you've got 2 Continentals, John Burton LaRue and Timothy Minor. Continuing through the order, Michael Verisons, JT Novoselsky, Carlos Franca, Jeremy Swank, and Brandon Dixon. I think we've got a butterfly on that camera, Jordan. Little monarch butterfly. Or I'm just making it up. Maybe I'm just seeing things now. 16 minutes now on the clock. Here comes our front group of cars. Across the line, Nico Vardis just past the start-finish line.
Well, this is one of those racetracks that can really change from lap to lap, depending on whether you've got the sun shining and then you go behind the clouds. And it amazingly can change. Now, luckily, right now, those clouds, I would say, are going away from us, because that would be toward the east.
I do like the sound of that. And here it looks like we've got some sunshine. You can see where it's shaded and out in the distance. We've got a little sunshine, so it's definitely not overcast on the whole racetrack. Front straight still under sunshine.
Nico Vardis still with the lead here, and he has stretched it out to almost 9 seconds over Riley Harris.
Yeah, he just dropped his fastest lap of the race, a 1:24.3, almost a full second faster than Riley Harris.
Riley Harris from Ashland, Ohio.
Okay.
And it's just about 2 exits up on 71.
He could have walked to work today. He's still working on that car there out by the carousel, at the exit of the carousel. It's moving now, so they're towing it. Where they can tow it to right now, that would be actually a whole lot safer than where it is, because if you tow it further down the track, it becomes part of almost an impact zone. So it's obviously the car got there, so other cars could get there, and I don't think they can pull it through that cut through the way the cut through is set up there. So unless they just
he's got it rolling.
They got it pointed in a direction where it was pointing downhill. It was uphill, now it's downhill, and he's coming right back on the racetrack. And let's see if there's any damage on that car when it comes by. The car looks fairly unscathed. And he is backing on his way. Good job by that safety crew one more time. Let's hope it's the last time. As much as they're doing a great job, I don't want to see them anymore this weekend, Tom.
They don't want to be seen.
That is true.
They want to be seen at the worker party, not on the racetrack.
That's coming up next. 13 and a half minutes to go. Let's do this. Let's take our final break of the day. When we come back, we'll go all the way to the end of the race. This is the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are at Mid-Ohio. Stay with us for another 13 minutes, folks.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you. Or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA and provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. Hagerty also provides guaranteed value coverage and even has protection for your trailer. Did you know that SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty? Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Get more bang for your buck at SummitRacing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco's trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for the hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit HawkPerformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA has plenty to feed your motorsport obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Ten minutes and 15 seconds of racing left here today at Mid-Ohio. Back here tomorrow at 8 a.m. to do it all over again. But we don't want to talk about tomorrow yet. 10 minutes to go here right now. Your top five. Let's go through the whole rundown right now. Nico Vardis is your leader in Formula Atlantic, followed by Riley Harris. About a 9, almost 10-second lead for Vardis. Then our Formula Continental leader is John Burton LaRue. Fourth place is Austin Yelkin. Fifth place, Timothy Miner. Then we've got Michael Verisons in 6th. JT Novoselski in 7th. Carlos Franca is in 8th. Jeremy Swank is at 9th. Brandon Dixon is in 10th. And John Wilhelmi is in 11th. That's how they stand right now with just a little under 9 minutes to go. We got our fingers and toes crossed, Tom, because I'm seeing dark clouds. We want to keep the rain away at least for another 9 minutes and 30 seconds.
I think people would like to have it stay away for the workers' party coming up,
true, but
too.
At least the workers' party is under a big pavilion, so...
Yeah, but you got to get there.
I got you.
I'm a pessimist.
Us workers are a hardy bunch.
Yeah. I'm not really worried about the rain right now.
Was that a raindrop I just saw on that camera?
No. I think that was one of those little fuzzy things that you saw earlier.
Oh, yeah. No, you know what that is? That's like flying dandelion is
yeah.
what I'm seeing.
Yeah.
That's exactly what that is. See, I grew up in the Midwest, but we don't have those out in California. So I was like, I don't know what I'm looking at anymore.
There's a name for that, but I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
I never called it flying dandelion, but
that is kind of what it is.
Yeah. You see down there where the safety truck had parked itself to make sure it did not interfere with Anything going on right there,
Yeah,
kind of
right there in the
over
car.
there on the left-hand side.
Oh,
Boy,
look at that pylon.
say something and, from my mouth to his ear.
No, and the funny part is the pylon does that all by itself. That wasn't even Jordan moving it away. I wasn't to give Jordan a bit of credit he didn't deserve here.
Well, I'm disappointed.
Anyway, big thank you to Jordan. Jordan Worth, our director, producer this weekend. Our executive producer is Brendan Kazmarek. He's the guy in charge of all the cameras, making it happen. Oh, big problems there. That was one car off there. And I hope that car is not high-sided, because that's a potential for that. That looks like it spun, maybe just by itself, and that's where it ended. Luckily, there's a course truck right there. Yeah, that could be Brandon Dixon again. That's certain. 7.5 minutes to go, and we're after 5 o'clock.
It's kind of an odd place to have spun to. Normally, when they come up over that hill, if they spin kind of to the left and to the inside. There, he's pointed to the outside. And we're now getting word that he's high-sided.
That's a really, really bad spot to be there, I got to tell you. Oh, and of course, there's our track truck. Oh, what a great job getting through there just in time.
Don't usually see him make it that close.
Yeah.
That's a very tough area there. It's totally blind for the driver coming up over that hill.
Yeah. $6 minutes and 30 seconds left in this race. It's looking like that might be Carlos Franca there. Is the car off? That might be the number 5 car. Nico Vardis, still our race leader. Second place, Riley Harris. John Burton LaRue, third. Timothy Miner, fourth. Michael Verisons is in fifth.
Little under 6 minutes to go.
Yep, getting to the end here. Want to take an opportunity while we're waiting for us to get to the end of this race to give a big thank you out to all of the race workers here this weekend. I always make the mistake of trying to name all the different specialties, and then I miss one, and then I get phone calls and emails. But yeah, big thank you to everybody, from the people on the corners to the people working not on the corners, our grid workers. Everybody was out in the elements yesterday. Thank you for coming back today. And Brian Stasinski and the Track Middle Ohio EVs are superheroes this weekend. No doubt with that. No question with that. And I think there's that car already moving along here.
Mm-hmm.
Pulled it free from that little high side there. When we say high sided, what that means is that the wheels are right at the edge of the track, and the rear wheels can't touch the ground anymore because they're on a curb or something. And without the rear wheels on the car, there's no go juice.
Right there, watching them as they go through Thunder Valley up into turn 11. That's a treacherous part of the race course. A lot of people, that is not one of the big viewing areas here,
right.
So I think a lot of people don't really realize how difficult that is, and we've seen a number of cars over the years come a cropper of that particular turn.
Up on 4 minutes to go here. So with these cars, that's going to be probably 3 laps left, depending on when they hit start-finish line.
Nico Vardis now with a 16.7 second lead on Riley Harris.
Well, neither of those cars really have put a wheel wrong all day here. Just the Nico Vardis cars just slightly faster. Both have looked really strong. No real issues. And John Burton LaRue and Timothy Miner just went green, which means they just put in their overall best laps for the weekend And there's 13 seconds between those two cars, so they're not really racing tight to each other, but they're still driving hard. We also have to remember that the starting order tomorrow will come for almost all these classes. I'm guessing all of our classes from today's races, because the weather was so bad for qualifying for most of these cars, except for the 4 groups that qualified this morning. So they could get qualifying orders from their qualifying times today. But so these cars qualified this morning with a little bit cooler temperatures. That may have something to do with this as well.
Don Burton LaRue continuing to lead in Formula Continental, 3rd place overall, and he's got a gap, as mentioned, of about 13 seconds over Timothy Minor. We are now coming to 2.5 minutes left to go in this final of 9 races on a Saturday as we prepare for Sunday, and 9 more starting at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Should I channel my inner Greg and refer to the next lap as the penultimate lap? Our cars barreling down Thunder Valley. Well, there is not the common place to make a pass. That's one of those not quite as optimal passing zones that I've been talking about throughout the day. Don't see a move there very often.
But when it does happen, it's spectacular, let me tell you.
And it can also go spectacularly bad.
I can't tell you when I was doing turn 9 out there, how often I would take my eyes off the cars as they would get underneath the bridge, go up through turn 10. I'd take my eyes off it and something would go badly awry.
Of course. Riley Harris just dropped the fast lap for the race as a 1:22.6. So you have to go back and look at the qualifying times from this morning, but that could have been enough to put him on the pole for tomorrow. Yep. Next time by, we'll have the white flag. Gotten that official word from our timing and scoring folks. Starter is at the ready with the white flag. I can see the start stand from up here at our broadcast booth. Starter is at the ready. Waiting ever so patiently for Nico Vardis to come around and start his final 2.4 mile circuit here around Mid-Ohio. His final 2.4 mile circuit here around Mid-Ohio. And that first, that is, white flag is in the air. Our leader should be heading up towards the keyhole now, it looks like. I think that is him right there. That should be Nico Vardis. Around one final time, and you can see right there behind him, Riley Harris. Corners left to go here. Oh, we got a slow car there. Hopefully it doesn't get in the way from those cars coming through not so slow. Just getting this thing figured out here. Back here tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. If you're watching, hit the like button, smash the like button. Also subscribe and hit the bell so you know we're on live whenever we are. That would help us in a lot of different ways. We appreciate all of that. There is Vardis coming through turn 9. Next up, we'll see him in Thunder Valley. Or we'll see him on turn 11. Through the carousel. Of course. Through the carousel, onto the front straight. Checkered flag is in the air, or will be in a second. There it is. And Nico Vardis is your race winner here of the first race of the weekend for Group 9. Not far past the line here is going to be Riley Harris. There he goes across the line now. Ashen Yelkin will finish third, likely. They'll be your top 3 in Formula Atlantic. Right, and now we'll take a peek here at Formula Continental. We'll be coming around the line here just a second. Right, and
Formula Continental. Will be coming around the line here.
Big thanks to everybody in the chat today. Appreciate all of the support, nice words, and the helpful information, and the pleasantly nice corrections when I needed to be corrected. Here they come. Here is our final cars coming across the line now. That was John Burton LaRue coming around right there. Timothy Miner will finish second. Michael Verisons will hit the podium here. That's a name who has had a lot of success in this class over the years.
Miner will finish second. Michael Verisons has had a lot of success.
That should be it. That's going to do it. Tom Michaels, thank you so much for joining us today. You'll be back with us again tomorrow, right?
Rusty and I both enjoyed it, and we will be back tomorrow.
Haven't scared you away yet.
Not yet.
All right, that's going to do it here from Mid-Ohio. For the whole team here at Drivers Alive, for the SCCA national staff, for the Great Lakes Hoosier Tire, Great Lakes Race of Champions, the Ohio Valley region of the SCCA, thank you all for joining us. We will see you tomorrow, 8 a.m. Eastern.